The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Lindstedt. House District 33.
Wasn't sure if I was still up. All right, members, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms. Oh, Bottoms is excused. Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Representative Degree Kennedy,
Excused.
Dixon, Duran, English, Representative English,
Excused.
Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Representative Garcia,
Excused.
Gonzalez Gutierrez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Herod, Representative Herod,
She is remote.
Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kip, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstedt, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Ortiz,
Here.
Parenti, Representative Parenti,
Excused.
Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Sharbini, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Story, Representative Story,
Excused.
Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Rep Velasco,
Excused.
Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 58 present, 7 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Lindstedt.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Saturday, May 6th be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Straightforward. Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Announcements or introductions? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members. As you've noticed on the calendar, there's a House Judiciary meeting today on adjournment. That timing is to be determined exactly today, but we will consider Senate Bill 158 on adjournment in the Old State Library. Thanks.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order to third reading of bill's final passage.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading of bill's final passage. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order to House Bill 1311.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order to hear House Bill 1311. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1311.
House Bill 1311 by Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Weissman, also Senators Hansen and Henriksen, concerning the creation of an identical refund payment of excess state revenues from all sources as a mechanism to refund a portion of the excess state revenues for the 2022-23 state fiscal year only.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move House Bill 1311 on third reading and final passage.
Is there discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaker Pro Tem. Good morning, people of Colorado. Just like you to know the mischief continues even on the Lord's Day.
To the bill, please, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1311 is incredibly problematic. I know we discussed this not very many hours ago. Legislating from one person's pockets to another person's pockets in the name of equity. Legislating from one person's pockets to another person's pockets in the name of equity. What we're doing, the people a few years ago decided they did not want a progressive income tax. And this is to the bill. They didn't want a progressive income tax because it stymies growth, it encourages unemployment, it discourages everything positive about a market, and that's intentional. It's tenet number 2 in chapter 2 of one of the most famous documents in the world. A progressive income tax right after the abolition of private property. It's to put the burghers of the Middle Ages back in their rightful place. And this does create, and it's interesting because it does create a progressive income tax. Because when you, let me see if I can get it right today, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. When you legislate to take from Peter to pay Paul, you will have the support of Paul. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, how'd I do on that time?
You're doing okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Can't say I'm fully awake yet. So, if we look at the breakdown of the Tabor refunds, it's categorized into different tranches: 44,000, 44 to 88, 88 to 139, 139 to 193, and that's an efficient way to break it down because in there, but everybody pays the same percentage of their income tax. And then when you say, when we legislate that some people need some people's money better than they need their own money, because what we've done when we have a Tabor refund, when we have a taxpayer bill of rights, when we recognize the rights of our taxpayers, and so make no mistake that this bill is an end run around the rights of taxpayers. The taxpayers who pay the most money into it, they have obviously paid they have contributed the most of their money, more of their money into the excess. More of that excess belongs to them. This is a matter of property, life, liberty, and property. None of those shall be deprived without due process of the law, and this is not due process. This is legislating away somebody's property. This is a violation of the 5th and 14th Amendments. And it's also a violation of the referendum of the people that said we don't want a progressive income tax because that leads to all sorts of mischief. Just look at our federal income tax and how that does. So if you take and you say give everybody the same amount of refund, I won't go through all the numbers, I sent it to a few of you. You would be, say somebody that is going to get a $75 refund, say. These are just the numbers I have on there. They're all just, I'll share the spreadsheet with you. I'm just going to tell you right off the bat that none of these answers are water vapor, all right? That's usually the answer, but it's not today. So what you're doing when you take, let's say somebody has a $75 refund coming, but then you say, you know what, you need it more than somebody else. We're going to give you somebody else's money because that's equity. Equity, I'm learning now, is legislating money from one person to another because it's the overall idea that anything that you have above somebody else is unfair. It's not earned, it's unfair. That's why the progressive income tax has a deleterious effect on the economy. So if you take somebody that was going to get a $75 refund and you give them an additional $224 refund, and you take somebody that was going to get a $1,280 refund and you reduce it by $980 to get to $300, you have legislated out of their pocket $983.58. Now, we can say and we can pretend and we go, well, we're going to put this to the people. We're going to put this and we're going to see if we can get 51% of the 62% of the people that would directly benefit from gaining somebody else's income, from having the income legislated from somebody else to them. Now, if you meet somebody in a dark alley and they legislate your money from you to themselves, that's problematic, but this is legislation. And so what we do is we increase and then we say, but what we've done is we've taken the 4.4% tax, which is equal, which is what our Constitution requires, and says you will treat the citizens of Colorado equally. And what we've done is we've reduced their tax to 3%. Now, I'm all for reducing their tax to 3%. But that would be done by means that are available in this legislation, which will never be done by this legislation because it's reducing spending. And this legislation has done everything in its power to not reduce spending, except for a miraculous $2.1 million that the Water Board decided that they just didn't need, and so they gave it back. I have a bridge to sell you. So what you've done is you've reduced the income tax. What we had is this nice even income tax where everybody could earn and everybody could achieve. But now what we've done is we've increased the tax for some and we've decreased the tax for others. So we've created, it's really genius. It's a really genius way to circumvent the will of the people. It's a really genius way to implement step number 2, right after the abolition of property, which we've been working on all session. Abolition of private property. Labor armies come next, in case you're spoiler alert. Labor armies.
Please stick to the bill.
Well, this is progressive income tax, sir, but thank you. So what we have is we have a 3% income tax, and then we increase it, and then we gradually increase it all the way up for the people whose only crime is making more money. Because that's not equitable that they have a higher income. So instead of treating people equally, we punish them gradually. And we say, we're going to charge you 4.7%, and we're going to charge you 3%. And then there's all the other little permutations of this equity. So I'm learning I wondered what equity meant, because equality under the law is something that we're guaranteed in the Constitution. We have equality under the law. We have due process. We're supposed to have due process under the law. We used to have due process under the law. But now the legislation has figured out how to get people to vote to legislate money from one pocket to another. How to legislate from someone else's pocket to their own. That's equity. So that's what we knew. The voters rejected this. We decided we wanted it anyways. No, not we, you decided you wanted it anyways. And you're going to put it to the voters and you're going to ask them to vote money out of somebody else's pocket. It doesn't matter if that's done with legislation. It doesn't matter if that's done with a gun. It's illegal. It's immoral. No, I'm sorry.
Representative DeGraff, you have 55 seconds remaining.
Thank you, sir. It would be legal, but it would be immoral. 1311 is immoral. It's unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional. You're depriving somebody else of their life, of their property without due process of the law. And once we've broken that, how often are we going to do that? We've already said, okay, we can violate your property. We can deprive you of property without due process of the law. Where does that end? And if you look at history, because we should read history like a warning from the future, that does not end. Because legislation will never satisfy his appetite. And we'll get to that on 303.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. You are out of time. Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I will say that when I come to Rise on Thirds, it's because this is an issue that's really important to me. And so I rise today to talk more about process. And I want to thank the bill sponsors. You know, I know that the process probably wasn't as great for you as it was for us, but I know that, again, your heart's in the right place and you think you're doing the right thing. And so my comments aren't necessarily directed at you. When I started in January, my fine friend and colleague from Douglas County, who has decades of experience with property tax and has been my light and shining guide on everything property tax, combined with my experience in local government, we teamed up along with our fellow colleague from the Senate, former Logan County Commissioner, to take our combined experiences and try to find some solutions around property tax that are actually good for the people, long-term sustainable solutions. We approached the governor's office, and unlike previous bills, he at least sat down with us. His staff did and had conversations. Unfortunately, though, this piece of legislation was made in a vacuum with one special interest group directing this legislation, this particular piece of legislation, and ignoring the years of experience that we have collectively that could and should influence this process. And I don't know how many people in this room, since property tax affects every single one of your constituents, was at that table, but I would guess that it was few, if any. And we cannot make legislation in that way. Especially legislation that affects every single one of our constituents differently. We should have robust conversations, and that did not happen. We should have an opportunity to understand legislation and ask questions and make suggestions on how to make it better, because that is a stronger and better legislative process for all Coloradans. If you come to this job as I do, and I believe all of you do, I've always said, I don't care who takes the credit as long as it's good for the people. And I bring that heart to every piece of legislation that I come up here and talk about, every piece of legislation I love or hate. It comes from a place of trying to do what I believe is in the best interest of the people. And when you do legislation in a vacuum, that is not legislation that's good for the people. It can't be, because you don't have all voices at the table. And I know you, like me, don't want to silence the voices of our constituents or experts in these fields that could come to the table with solutions to make legislation better. We didn't have that opportunity on this bill. This bill dropped yesterday because somebody needed it without consideration for the experiences, like my colleague from Douglas County, like so many of us in the room that worked with local governments. To ignore that experience, to not have those voices at the table, is really a disservice. It's disheartening, because I do think there's opportunities for us to work together. I recounted the other day, as a county commissioner, we had very different experiences and brought very different regions and perspectives to the table, but we always came together. And we sometimes had drag out, knock down fights about where we thought we should go, but we did it together. And that's what's missing in this bill. For me, this is a huge process foul to not consider all of you and all of the constituents that you represent and people with experience in this area to come and help shape this legislation. I just think it's unfair, and it's just not right, and it's not the way you make good policy. And as I said the other day, I'm a huge policy wonk, and I actually really enjoy delving into the policy. But I was not afforded that opportunity, not yesterday, and for 10 minutes, if I can even speak that long today. But I'm just asking that we take a step back and think about what's truly right as it comes to legislative process. I know this is my first year, I'm just a freshman, but I see a lot of opportunities where we can come together in a different way to make this process better. And I think this is the bill that we should come together to do that on. Because like me, you weren't afforded the opportunity, I don't believe. I'm not sure how many people had an advanced copy of this legislation before it was dropped yesterday. But to really understand the impacts of our communities, the people in which we represent, we were just not afforded that opportunity. And again, I just think it's wrong. So I urge a no vote on this bill, again, with the greatest respect for the bill sponsors who have brought it forward and are trying to find solutions. I just think we do a better job when we all come together, despite party affiliation, and come together with solutions that help all Coloradans. And I think this bill needs work, and we need the time to do that. And dropping a bill in the last waning days of session when we don't have an opportunity to really consider how we could do it better. It's just not right for the people of Colorado, and therefore I have to stand in opposition of this bill. You'll hear from my colleagues, and they all have different perspectives, but for me, it's the process. I don't think the policy is right either, but the process is really where I want to talk to all of you and ask for you all to engage on a different level, potentially, on this particular bill. And let's vote it down, let's come to the table together and come up with an even better policy to make it even stronger for every Coloradan. So I urge a no vote, thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's interesting, we're looking at a bill, according to the fiscal note, of $2.4 billion. $2.4 billion that we have spent less than 24 hours discussing. Brilliant tactical move. Brought it in with 3 days left to go. I mean, it was brilliant tactics. Some of my colleagues were up here talking about this yesterday of the methodology, and I couldn't agree more with them. If the people of Colorado sent us all here to look at, in this case, finances and taxes, and we're going to accomplish that task in this short amount of time, we neither do justice for them nor ourselves. I sat in the committee when it was heard yesterday. One gal had clearly prepared notes that she knew about it well in advance. Another gal got up there and said she didn't know anything about it because she couldn't find it online. And neither could I. I did have a hard copy of it because it was handed out to us when we walked in there. And I was reading through it while I'm sitting in the committee, and then it popped up online. And the one gal that wanted to have a comment said she would make a comment later after she read it. I don't know what she ever submitted or did, but that's what she stated in the committee. So let's ask ourselves, if public comment, I mean, this is public policy we're talking about here. If public comment was two people, one that knew about it in advance and one that hadn't even seen it and knew nothing about it, is that the proper way that we should be doing business? Is that the proper way we should be dealing with $2.41 billion? Whether you agree or disagree with what this bill is doing, is the process what we should be following? And I submit that answer is no. I think we collectively know how this bill is going to go on the votes, and then we will all go back to our districts and our constituents in the coming weeks and months, and we will be talking about this bill out there. And some might like that it was maneuvered very quickly because they're probably in favor of it. Some are definitely not going to like how it was done so quickly because they're going to be against it. But I'm willing to bet that the vast majority that are going to sit in the middle aren't going to know what the hell it means because they never had a chance to have a comment on it or get to us. Last night I was receiving emails and text messages about what's going on. I'm like, this is as short as what we know. Are we doing justice to our constituents out there? Are we doing justice to the state? Are we doing justice to everyone and everything involved that this bill will touch? And that short answer is no. Like I said, whether you agree or disagree with what the bill is trying to achieve, the methodology sucks. We're not doing our job, people. Our job is to have debates. Our job is to have discussions. Whether we agree or disagree, that's fine. This thing, it wasn't even on the fast track. This thing was full throttles forward, sailed through. Debate was limited to 1 hour. I mean, it's all legal. It's all within the rules. But the ethics of it, the proper role of what we're supposed to be doing, we failed. We did not do our jobs. We, this entire collective body here, we all failed. We failed each other, and we failed the public. And I don't think that is what we should be doing. Whether it's for $100, $100,000, $100 million, or $2.41 billion, that's not how we should be doing business. We should be having discussions. We should be having debates. And I know a bunch of everybody's tired, and they're like, I don't want to do this. Let's invoke different rules. Rule 14s and limit it down to 1 hour, and we'll sail through it. All perfectly legal, all perfectly within the authorities of this chamber. And I will say again, that's not what we should be doing. That is not what the people sent us here to do. And even if you're for this bill and you went out there and asked your people, should you be doing business this way? I don't think they're going to agree with that. Because at some point, there's going to be something that they want, something that they want to have debated, or something that they're against, and it's not going to get debated. They're going to go, why didn't you debate that? Well, we didn't debate a $2.41 billion bill. Why should we debate other things? We are sent here to debate. We are sent here to legislate. We are sent here to discuss things. Nowhere did it ever say we're sent here to agree on everything. It didn't say come here, do things unanimously. It said come here, debate, legislate, have a discussion. And members, we failed that process. We failed the public. Quite frankly, we did not do our jobs on this bill. Session ends in, I don't know what, 36 some odd hours, something like that. Not sure, but I'm sure there's a clock somewhere that tells what the countdown is. Is that what we're going to talk about when we get back home and talking to our constituents? Oh yeah, we had a robust debate. We had a great discussion on this. I was for, I was against, our side won because X, Y, Z. Nope. They're going to say whether you're for or against it. We sent it through, 1 hour, nobody saw it, dud, voted, etc. And here today, this morning, we get to have 10 minutes of pop up here and make a comment. That's not how we should be doing business. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I spoke on this bill last night, and I will tell you that in the heat of my extemporaneous speaking, I did exaggerate this bill, and that was wrong, because words matter. Words like stakehold, they matter. Words like collaborate. Words like representative government. This morning, I would like to address my comments to the citizens of the state of Colorado. Who are likely spending their time with their family this morning and not watching a bunch of legislators on a Sunday morning, and hopefully they are in whatever form they follow, finding spirituality in this beautiful day. But I think it's important that you, the citizens of Colorado, understand that the $2,410,000,000 that are included in the fiscal note on this bill, that money belongs to you. It is not ours to give. Already, because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights enacted in 1992, that money belongs to you. And what we're talking about today in this chamber affects that money that is yours. We're not just talking about this bill, we're talking about another bill. But this bill creates some limitations on how much money, how much of your money the state of Colorado will refund to you. You see, it's tied to something that you're going to be voting on, likely, in November, under the guise of property tax relief. And in order to fund that, they want to take part of your taxpayer Bill of Rights dollars that you should be getting to provide property tax relief. That's just one funding mechanism. There are many. And citizens of Colorado, I think it's important for you to understand that this bill, 23-1311, was placed on our desks less than 24 hours ago. It was rushed to an appropriations committee where the bill had not even been published online. After some conversation in committee, it was passed out of committee. And then we turned around and heard it on second readings on the floor, here, last night. I'd like to say to the citizens of Colorado that you elected us to represent you. And I will tell you that I feel like we're doing a very poor job. Because when it comes to matters of extreme import that affect your pocketbook, you should have had a seat at the table. We should all in this room have had a seat at the table. We all should have a seat at the table. And I'm not just referring to my own caucus. Because we all in this room were elected to represent. I don't feel that that's happened. And it discourages me deeply. And I know that it's possible that there are those in this chamber will say, oh, there they go. They're just whining about not being at the table again because they're in the minority. Same song, different day. But to the citizens of Colorado, I want to say, yeah, it is the same song, different day, because this has been an established pattern this session, unfortunately. Because we do represent everyone in this state, and we should. We should act on behalf of those who elected us, not just one person who dictates policy in this building. We should all have an opinion. We should all think independently. Because we all, each and every one of us in this chamber, all 65, bring something to the table, bring expertise, knowledge, and intelligence. The people who elected us, they did so because they relied on us to bring that to this chamber to affect good policy. With all due respect to the bill sponsors, while this may have been in the works for many weeks or months, as was indicated in yesterday's appropriations meeting, and if it was, shame on you. Shame on you for bringing it to this body and expecting it to be acted on in less than 24 hours. because that is not including the knowledge and experience and intelligence that our voters, that our constituents brought us here for, to contribute.
Representative Frizzell, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I ask you to consider the amazing things that you have to bring to the table in these conversations, in this dialogue, to come and join me here in the well. You have an opinion, you have experience, you have something to offer. You have something to offer. You have an opinion that is unique to you and unique to your constituents. I said last night, and I'm going to say it again, Tabor refunds, taxpayer bill of rights, they're part of our Constitution. They're important to our citizens. Did anybody here in this chamber get a complaint from a constituent when that check landed in their mailbox last summer?
Representative Frizzell, you are out of time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Again, the process on this. This session, we have passed multiple transparency bills, whether it be for municipalities, special districts, any other government entity. We have bragged, in fact, just a day or two ago, there was highlighting 200 stakeholders or 200 stakeholder meetings for one particular bill. But here, we're not worried about that. We're not worried about how much we held it. We're not worried that anybody got to speak or testify at the committee meeting. And I too have heard from people in my area asking when they can testify on this bill, only to realize later that it had come and gone before they even knew it existed. Like the previous stakeholding, I have yet to meet anybody that was involved with it or see a list. And yet we've been told this one's been stakeholded. It's very important that we do this right. If I did this on the municipal level as a municipal leader, I would be a very short term as a municipal leader. If I said, hey, we're gonna go in this room and we're gonna do this right now and it's gonna be over in less than 24 hours, my constituents wouldn't have it. And I doubt many of your constituents are real pleased with this process on this one. And I am a freshman, so I don't know how all of it works yet, but yesterday I asked about this being single subject. Then why can't it stand alone? Why does it have to depend on another subject to even become anything? We're saying this is a single subject. As long as this and this happens, that is something else. So, and I'm sure I'll have those discussions and learn more about that. But this is a lot of money. And I think we need to be cautious and aware of how our stakeholders have felt about the Taxpayer Bill of Rights in the past and what they've demonstrated to us and the fact that they want us to listen to them. This wasn't a good process. to me, it seemed like a lot of backpedaling. It seemed like we had a big bill coming, and all of a sudden we missed something, so we threw together, in a sense, a supplemental bill and called it good. That's not the way we should be doing it. I asked for a no vote on this bill, and I hope you'll join me.
Representative Bradley.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. 36 more hours. I didn't sleep very good last night. And as exhausted as I am, that says a lot. I woke up in the middle of the night. I woke up with a pit in my stomach. Because I hope that the people of Colorado understand that some of us are truly fighting for you. We are making laws on this floor to take from one person to another. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. I don't know that all of you get that analysis, but that's been pretty much the only consistent thing in these chambers that I have learned as a freshman legislator. We have pitted landlords against tenants or renters. We have pitted employers or employees against their employers. We have said that small businesses are the enemy. That's pretty much the consistency here in this chamber. I pay more, and I will get less. The more that I make and the more I pay, the less Tabor refund I will get on the basis of equity. Telling people the harder you work, the more we will take, because that's fair. Who is that fair to? A lot of you know that I have held 2 fundraisers on my own for the McKinney-Vento kids in Douglas County, the homeless children. Because, yes, we do have homeless children in Douglas County. And we are telling them in schools that they are less, so they deserve more. What do you think is going to be the outcome of that? Telling kids they deserve more because they are less. That's what we're doing here. We're saying the less that you receive, the more you get because of other people. That's equity. We have taken letters out of equality to seem fair, and we are destroying the state because of it. Stakeholdering and rush legislation. I don't know if you guys have talked to some of the lobbyists out there, but they say this is the darkest session they've ever been a part of. They say that this has become what is happening in this chamber, that we are pushing bills, big bills, at the end of session that matter to the entire state, not a social media bill or a bill that maybe doesn't affect all of Colorado, but important bills that affect our entire state. At the end of legislation, they say it's become the gold standard. What does that tell you? People that have been here for 20 years saying, y'all are rushing this. We got this literally, like the representative from Delta said, in appropriations, it was hot off the press. That's how fresh it was. And we were laughed at because it's only 4 pages and we should have the time to read it. Is that how we're legislating? That I should have the time to read it in the middle of the committee. We had one lady called up to testify who couldn't testify to the bill because it hadn't been posted online for her to testify, and we laughed at her. Well, it's online now. It's only 4 pages. We've read it, so you should be able to read it. And all the while knowing that some of you had privy to this. Is that democracy? Is that what we're telling our community? That I'm sorry you didn't have the bill, and I'm sorry your First Amendment rights have been silenced because the bill wasn't online when we called you up to testify, and that you're not smart enough to read it. The 4 little pages at $2.4 billion. This isn't $2,000. This is $2.4 billion of our money. And people signed up to testify after the schedule had been changed over and over and didn't even have a bill to testify on, and we thought that was funny. Why didn't we make a task force? We have task forced everything short of how to tie your shoes in this chamber. Why aren't we taking this to the public, inviting them in, telling them this is what's going to happen? If you make this much money and you pay this much taxes, you're going to get the same amount as this person. Why haven't we told our community that? Why haven't we said, hey, Douglas County constituents, hey, El Paso constituents, hey, Boulder County, come to the table. This is your money. Come to the table and help us decide. We didn't do that. We were on a power trip in this chamber. And we're deceiving our constituents on the basis of policy. Less than 24 hours. Didn't even allow people to testify in their house. This is not our house. This is their house. This is 6 million people's house. This isn't 65 people's house. This is the house of 6 million people in the state of Colorado. And we didn't even give them the right to come to the table. I didn't sign up for that. And then, out of respect, I've listened to you with personal points of privilege. I had one. Talk about being silenced. And we got silenced. 1 hour debate on something that affects everyone in our district. And most of you voted to silence that. 1 hour debate on a $2.4 billion bill. I couldn't even live with myself if I did that to you guys. Especially when you come up here and say you've been silenced. The audacity, the hypocrisy. And now we're doing that to the 6 million people that live in Colorado. Tell me how you do that. Because I have to go back to Douglas County and tell my constituents, yeah, Rule 14, Rule 16, and guess what? We didn't even let you guys testify in your house. Our governor is holding citizens hostage with this normalized rebate, and he's probably going to come up with some good jingle like Colorado Cashback. So you guys can think that he's giving you money when it's your money. It is the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Colorado, this is your money. Do not be deceived by a jingle from our governor. This is your money. And he's holding it hostage so that you vote for Proposition HH. Your money. You pay into this. Don't let some jingle deceive you. This is a way to punish the good people of Colorado for owning property. Plain and simple. And he's holding your money hostage. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's been here for 30 years. This is equity. This is not equality. And I pray, Colorado, that this is the final tipping point for you, that you will wake up to the poor legislation being passed at the expense to your pocketbooks. This is your money. Do not let them take it from you. I urge a no vote wholeheartedly on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. When I saw this come out yesterday, and Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I am speaking to House Bill 23-1311, just in case you had any concern. The first thing I felt was insulted. The last 3 days of this session, and a bill comes out that has a lot of impact on a lot of people. I started the slow burn yesterday, and I'm still working on it. I felt like this bill came out with the intent to get away with something. That we people would be here in this chamber would be so busy with concerns about their own bills to get through the House or the Senate that one more bill could slip under the radar, but it didn't, did it? And I'm still burning. I know every single one of you have heard the expression, never trust a politician. Well, guess what, folks? There are 65 of those politicians in this room. And we all have a reputation. I value my reputation. I worked hard. I continue to work hard to have a good reputation, to be an honest, dependable, respectable person. And now that will be lumped in with those who wanted to slide something under the radar in the last 3 days. I am having a real slow burn. This year I've noticed more than any other year, compromise is not a word that is expressed in this chamber or allowed. I feel like this could have been handled in a much better way than in the last 3 days. Many of you here also will recognize that this was not the way politicians should do business. Please vote no.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaker pro tempore. Fellow colleagues, when I first moved to Colorado and I learned about TABOR, Taxpayer Bill of Rights, I didn't really know what it meant. And the big highlight for me and my family was the large check received last year. And then myself and my wife started doing some digging as to what it actually meant. This is the greatest law ever. If there is an excess tax on citizenry, we automatically receive funds back. Additionally, a measure goes into place that we vote on to lower a taxation. That is brilliant. Any infringement on an overtaxation of people is wrong. All classes, all races of people are affected by this. Receiving money back because you overpaid is the most logical process of government ever. Why would we try to take this and strip it? I don't understand it. Why would we try to grasp at stopping people from receiving money, taking their money? The other thing I'm going to bring to this one is the same topic I've said the whole time while I'm here. Why didn't we start this bill on day one? I'm pretty positive everyone in this room is as exhausted as I am. There are so many more things to be done down here, and we're literally focusing at the last minute on bad legislation. Again. How much more of this? Money in the people's pocket is what we should all be standing for. You talk about the poor, you talk about the rich. Now you want to standardize everybody? We only hurt our constituents with this. That at its basic core is what we do. We have another bill this afternoon that goes hand in hand with this one that was presented within a 48-hour period. Again. I grapple every night with the decisions that we make down here. I second guess what our oath was for. I find myself struggling with how we can make these decisions, arguably, clearly from your side, poorly, so quickly. My seat was an appointment. And within 24 hours of that appointment, I was brought down here for orientation. And the first thing that I was told is I have to come up with 3 bills within a 3-week period as a deadline. And 4 weeks later, I have to come up with 2 more titles, December 13th and January 13th. Every single one of us was told that. At what point as legislators are we going to say no? How many more books of law on the shelf need to be in order? The worst of it is the 36-hour period that you put this in. We're trying to catch up on the 18 other bills we have to read today. Now I have to read this one? What schedule are we on? The importance of Tabor should never be infringed. It is the most logical piece of legislation that I've ever seen. You overtax your people, they receive the money back. And then you immediately enact a reduction in taxes across the state. That is good legislation. It's there for a reason. To start chipping away at some fundamental logical legislation 3 days before a session ends breaks me. We talk about equal opportunity, yet we throw this into the pipe. I've said many times with a few bills, this is going to hurt people because it will take away their money. Do not infringe on good legislation. I beg of you, We have time to get things like this right. You've all been elected for a 2-year term. Do your due diligence and have respect for the people of Colorado. Your 120-day period starts at day 1, not at day 117. And to start pushing this legislation so quickly is a disservice and a distrust to the citizens in the state. I rise in opposition of this on behalf of the city of Loveland. I truly believe my constituents will hurt in a time where suffering is already a problem. And I go further to state, if my constituents will hurt over this, so will yours. Take a minute, hit a pause, pass your bills that you've focused on from day 1. Do not give this any ounce of more time because it doesn't deserve it. Throw this bill out. I urge a no vote.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Well, colleagues, here we are again. Seems like deja vu. Another morning on the floor, debating thirds, another invocation of Rule 14, another piece of legislation. But for me, it's deja vu, actually for 2 reasons. Not just because of the piece of legislation that we have in front of us, but because of how the piece of legislation that we have in front of us ties into some of my lived experience in this very building. You see, the first time that I ever came to the Colorado State Capitol was 2005. I was a legislative aide. And those of you that know your Taxpayer Bill of Rights history know that something pretty momentous happened in 2005 that affects what we're doing here today and that affects this piece of legislation. You see, in 2005 was when we had the debate about Referendum C. So, I think it would be appropriate, given that this piece of legislation in front of us builds upon that long history of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, to just have a quick recap of how we got to this piece of legislation before us. As I'm sure you all know, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights has a very simple formula. Population times inflation, and then it's based on the previous year's TABOR, Taxpayer Bill of Rights cap. So that cap says how much money the state can spend. And the concern in the early 2005 was that the state was going to go potentially into a recession. And so if the recession went down, or if the recession happened, if the economy turned down, there was a lot of dialogue about the ratchet effect. And what that might mean was, well, if last year's number was smaller, then this year's number, population times inflation based on last year's number, might also get smaller. And so the amount of money that the state would be allowed to keep and spend would ratchet down in economic downturns. And so that's where Referendum C came from. Referendum C said, hey, let's take a 5-year timeout from the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and whatever money the state gets, the state can keep that money. And then in that 5-year period, whatever the year with the highest revenue is, will be the new baseline for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights cap. And that will then enable the state to get through this period of potential economic downturn without ratcheting the state's budget way down. And so referendum C passed. We took the 5-year timeout. I forget which year it was where the highest revenue was, but it substantially lifted that cap for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It increased by a pretty significant percentage the amount of money that the state, under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, was able to retain and then spend. And the result of that referendum C was that from 2005 really until last year, because that cap was raised, there really weren't that many refunds. The voters of the state of Colorado have not received any consequential Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds for over a decade from the time referendum C passed in 2005 up until just last year. Last year was the first substantial refund in well over a decade. And that's what brings us to this piece of legislation. Because we're now at another point where the forecasts are saying, hey, there's going to be a lot of Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds over the next couple of years. Depending on whose numbers you use, they all change around, whether you're using JBC or the governor's numbers or somebody else, potentially on the order of $10 billion over the next couple of years of Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds. And we all know that Tabor is generally pretty popular among the voters, but sometimes not so popular among the folks who like to spend the money. And that's what brings us to this piece of legislation. This piece of legislation and its companion piece of legislation, page 4, line 4, where it talks about Senate Bill 23303, which we'll be discussing here a little bit later. And that's why I'm here. Because having been able to observe, both from the inside and outside this building, having been able to observe the progression of our Taxpayer Bill of Rights policy over the last 18 years, I think it's important that as we discuss this legislation, we understand the path that has brought us here, and specifically, we understand some of the underlying numbers. Now, y'all know I did accident reconstruction, which involves lots of math, science, and physics, and trying to explain math and numbers in a concise way can be difficult, but I'm going to give it my absolute best go here. 2005. The average salary in Colorado for your average citizen was $55,700. In 2022, it went up to $61,700. So you're talking about a 10% increase there in actual hard numbers. But we all know money doesn't work just off of the hard numbers. We know that it also has this thing called inflation. In 2005, the average salary, $55,700, could purchase a set amount of goods. Well, then you throw inflation into that. In 2022, to have that same purchasing power, a citizen, a taxpayer in Colorado would have to have a salary of $86,000. But they don't. I just read the median salary in Colorado in 2022 was $61,700. So the result is, from 2005 to 2022, Colorado voters lost almost 40% of the purchasing power of their income. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights was put into place so that government and government financial policy would at least have some connection to what the citizens were experiencing. So now I'll read you the government's numbers. 2005, when I was down here as an aide, the general fund was about $6 billion. The budget we just sent was around $16 billion. So while the citizens of Colorado have experienced about a 10% hard number increase in their earnings from 2005 to 2022, the state of Colorado has seen their revenue go up 166%. When you do the inflation and the per capita adjustments in there, you have a situation where the voters of the state of Colorado have lost nearly 40% of the purchasing power of their salary at the same time that the state government has increased the purchasing power of their revenues by over 50%. I'll say that piece again. The voters of the state of Colorado have lost almost 40% of the purchasing power of their salary, 2005 to 2022, adjusted for inflation, while at the exact same time, the state of Colorado's revenues have gone up when adjusted for per capita growth and inflation, have gone up over 50%. And that's why I rise in opposition to this legislation and to the associated piece of legislation referenced on page 4, line 4, Senate Bill 23-303. Because, as I just explained, the voters of Colorado have not received any substantial or consequential refund from the Taxpayer Bill of Rights from 2005 up until just last year. And now that there's an additional forecasted plus or minus $10 billion in refunds that are forecasted for the next couple of years, all of a sudden that's why we have this legislation. All of a sudden that's why we are now having very abbreviated, very rushed dialogue about what can we do, we being the state. What can the state do with that $10 billion? Because apparently over 50% increase in the state's revenue is not enough.
Representative Evans, you have 45 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And so that is the ultimate message that I take away from this legislation and its companion bill. We know that our citizens and our communities are suffering from rising costs, cost of living, and inflation. And yet this legislation and its companion legislation posit that a 50% increase in state revenues adjusted for inflation and per capita is not enough. And now the state needs to find a way to mess with voters' Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds, which they are getting for the first time, barring last year, in over a decade. Vote no on this legislation.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, there's been a lot said in a short period of time here today. But one of the things that strikes me is that equity is something that you earn. Whether it be in your life equity, in property equity, those kind of things. In my life equity has been in water. I've spent most of my adult life in that sector of the economy. It's been good to me. It's brought me places I didn't expect to go. But the idea that equity is something that's given to you goes against everything that we're trying to teach to people that we're raising. Things are not given to us. Equality means that we are equal, that we have the same opportunities, that we can succeed if we work at it. That's different than equity. And the idea that we're going to do something for equity by giving some more and taking more from someone else to give equity will not balance out in the long run. Because those that are being taken from will decide they may not want to be here for that. Colorado has been very successful. We've got a big pile of money laying over there in our government, and our government wants to keep it. Taxpayer Bill of Rights is one of the things that's attractive to people that are looking at Colorado. I've got a lot of new people in my district that when you ask them, what made you decide on Colorado? The idea that they could vote whether or not to raise taxes on themselves is very attractive. The idea that they would possibly get a refund from their state government is also very attractive, because they understand the dollars they've earned, the dollars they've paid, and what they're now looking at is that they might not get that equal attention from our state government, that someone else may get more attention from our government. You know, it seems like what we're in the process of trying to do is to make it hard on the people who own things by saying, well, you got too much, so we're going to take some and we're going to give it to the people that haven't gotten it yet. Because I'm a believer, and I know we've got problems in this state in regards to affordable housing and all of the things we've discussed in this building for the last 100 and some odd days. I can't keep track. I'm kind of staggering right now. Feels like we've done more days, and probably by hours we may have. I'm not sure. But normalizing is a word that concerns me. Colorado has been very normal in how we've addressed these issues. Now we're going to change and redefine the word normal, that 64% of the taxpayers are going to be more normal than the 36%. That doesn't seem normal to me. You know, a lot's been said about how long this bill's been on the floor, how long we've had an opportunity to look at it, and I agree with that. We make a lot of statements about stakeholders and stakeholding and stakeholdering and all of the things in regards to stakeholders. I don't know of anybody that was questioned or that had an opportunity to say what they thought on the two biggest bills we're probably going to deal with this year. I guess they're going to get an opportunity to stakehold when they're asked to vote. But one of the problems with that is that 311 says, if you don't vote this way, we're not sure what will happen. I'm sure that there will be a campaign saying something like that, message some way that way, because I have a feeling that average folks are going to be a little bit concerned and confused and wonder, what all does this mean? We're being told that Tabor Taxpayer Bill of Rights may be over in 10 years. That the withdrawals will be more than the deposits. That's not a very rosy future, in my opinion. And by going through the ballot box, Colorado has learned a number of lessons. You can do biology by ballot. We've done that. We can do hunting by ballot, and we've done that. We're now going to say we're going to give equity by ballot. I'm sure the recipients of larger checks will believe that's a good thing. But will the state of Colorado, at the end of this, like I've told you before, I was educated in one of my jobs by a man that would tell me, Mark, I want you to go and tell me what it's going to look like at the tail end. Where will we be if we put this into place at the tail end? I'm asking you that too, because that was a shock to a young manager. I hadn't thought about things that way. I thought that I had a solution right here, right now, let's do it. Well, he'd been around longer than I'd been and said, you know, I want you to go back to your office and tell me what that solution is going to do on the long run for the company that we run. Well, you know, when you're new on the job, you listen to that. I went back to my office, spent a good amount of time trying to envision what I thought that solution would do for us. It took me a couple of days. Well, I finally came back to him and said, you know, I don't think we should probably do this. And he wanted to know why. So I explained to him what I could envision. He looked at me and he said, you know, I think you're right. But let's investigate your idea a little further and see if there isn't something that we can do to adjust that to where the solution will be a long-term solution. I think that's one of the things that I would suggest that we do in this building.
Representative Catlin, you have 53 seconds remaining.
Man, I talked longer than I thought I was going to. I lost the bet. Members, honestly, today's not the day. Let's work on this some more. Because coupled together with the one that we're going to be seeing, we may be making a serious mistake for the state of Colorado. I would ask for a no vote on 1311.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I'm on appropriations, and I heard both of these bills in committee. And we did have debate. We did have witnesses. We did have people come and tell us how they felt about both of these bills. And what I'm hearing from my constituents is they want relief on this property tax spike. They're scared. I have old people in my district, like myself, who are worried that they won't be able to stay in their home. I have young people in my district who are worried that they won't be able to afford their rent. I have people saying, I want this. I have people saying, I don't want this. I have county commissioners. I have city leaders. I have school boards, just like all of you. And what we have to do here is balance interests and try to come up with something that we think is the right thing to do. And this is talking about the Tabor refunds. It's doing what we did last year. It's doing what all of your constituents, my constituents, thought was good. They were happy when they got their check. And this bill says we're going to do that again. And it is a fair way to distribute the money. And the other bill that we're going to consider is going to give people property tax relief. And that's fair. And we didn't make everybody happy. Maybe we didn't make anybody happy. We didn't make anybody deliriously happy. We didn't give one group everything. We tried to say, how can we spread this across all of these different groups and come up with something that's helpful and that's good and that's going to work for everybody. And I think you all know this session, I've run some bills that have not been popular with anybody. And yet they had to happen, they had to be done. And we had to try to balance different interests. And that's what we're supposed to be doing here. We're not supposed to be advocating for just one thing. We're supposed to be advocating for all the things, for all the people. And that, I think, is a good balance that we ended up with. And yes, it has been rushed. But should we do nothing? Should we vote no on these bills and do nothing? Nothing to help the people in Colorado who are asking us to help them. And that's what we're trying to do here. And it doesn't really matter. We are out of time. Today and tomorrow, that's it. That's our chance to help the people of Colorado. And that's why I came here, and I'm pretty sure that's why you all came here. And so I would actually encourage everybody to vote yes on this, because I think we did a good job. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and Chair. I have an answer from my good colleague from Boulder as she made this plea. 2 days, and we have to do something. We have to do it now. We've run out of time. No, Colorado, we haven't run out of time. But before I explain why, I want to share some other comments that are very important. I'd like the freshman class to pay close attention. I've been here 4 years, and I've watched and tried to analyze. And being a cowpoke from eastern Colorado, might not be as fast on the draw as some, but not terribly slow either. So I asked myself, is this a knee-jerk reaction governance at the last days of session because we have received property tax notifications? We're all scared, and the sky is falling. Or is this a long-term, deliberate backdoor, insider planning to leverage the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds that have long been sought after because grabbing hands grab all they can? I've watched since 2019 people deliberately in this chamber come after Tabor. Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because they see the money and they can't stand seeing that money without grabbing it and spending it. Like my teenage daughters when I put money on the table on a Saturday night so they can go have fun. That costs you $100 if you do my cowboy math, 20 bucks a piece. The thing that really scares me, my dear friends and colleagues, is a $12 billion fiscal note that gets dropped in a day and flies through appropriations. Wow. To my young members, young in membership in the chamber, not young in age, this should shock you because it shocked me. Now, I'm a redshirt sophomore if you go every 2 years as freshman, sophomore, junior, senior class, because I came in midterm. But I'm still scratching my head. This multi-billion-dollar bill never went to a committee of reference. That should concern all of us. It went right to appropriations, and ladies and gentlemen, that's a fast track, and one that I don't embrace. But it's done. I watched members of this chamber over the last 4 years scheme and plan to take the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds to find other ways to spend them because taxpayers, it's not really your money. When it comes up here now, it's our money. And we're going to spend it for you because we know best. There's so many things we have to fix. So give us your money and get over it. Now, I did a little cowboy math, and I'll go fast, specifically to identical temporary Tabor refunds. So work with me a little bit. Let's say that my bipartisan leadership in this chamber, there's 8 members, 4 and 4 from each aisle, pay $500. Pay into the kitty. We'll call it the House Treasury. $4,000. Then for you majority committee chairs, there's 11 of you. You pay $400. Pay in the kitty. That's $4,470. Now you'll see the parallel coming here with respect to your tax bracket. But work with me. Senior members, you sophomores, juniors, and seniors that aren't in these 2 previous categories, you only have to pay $300. Right to the kitty, that's $4,200. You freshmen, the 32 that remain, you only have to pay $100. That's $3,200. Now, I'm going to take that $15,870, divide it by 65, and everybody in this chamber, when I'm done, is going to get $244.15. How do you like that? Madam Speaker? Mr. Minority Leader? That's equity. Pay up. Pay up, buddy. Because you have all that high level and you just need to pay more. I got to pay $300. I might have an objection to that, but that doesn't matter. But I'm going to get $244.15 back. Well, I have issue with that, as you should. But that's identical taxpayer refunds in a small little cowboy example right here in this House chamber. This has been touted as equity, social equity, but is it equitable? Is it fair? This country boy says no. Fellow members, new members, freshmen on both sides of the aisle, you deserve better. Your constituents in your districts deserve better. On a normal legislative day here, the committee rooms are full of Colorado citizens exercising their rights to petitions. In this bill, that's been denied. No committee of reference. We ran this through appropriations on a Saturday with very little announcement. Intentional or just rushed to failure? I don't know. The halls are typically filled with the lobby corps pushing and pulling agendas and throwing cards in and out of this chamber for their interests and their stakeholder groups. Well, don't look behind you because there's hardly anybody back there. Is that good governance? Is that our system? I say no. Colorado deserves better. Even the lobby corps has objected. The worst, darkest. I've heard it. Not my words. Times in 25 years. Not my words. These are people that have been here longer than any of us will be because they're never term limited out, and we are. We should debate without restriction. We should share good ideas and amendments in committees and on the House floor. Colleagues, I say no to this style of government. It's abhorrent and disgusting. Now, you can push back with me against the elite class who plays us. Demand that the halls refill with citizens, that the lobby corps returns to interact with us and others, that debate is unrestricted. Force the governor's office to call a special session if he wants this so badly and do the right thing in the right way. Demand it. Your citizens and your constituents should deserve better. Bipartisan working groups. Where were they in these backdoor deals, in these rooms and chambers where all these things happened? Were any of you invited? Oh, a few. Their names are over there. But were you? Were you represented? I say I doubt it. Were my colleagues invited? No. If we need to do this so badly, my dear colleague and friend from Boulder, let's do it. Let's do it this year. Let's do it this summer. Demand a special session. Tell the governor we will not get played in his three-dimensional chess board like pawns. As we work 16-hour days, we get no sleep. We sit here and wrangle and fight and fuss in my own chamber with my own colleagues, the same on your side.
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
That's good, because my blood pressure's getting up, and that's always a good time to stop. Demand working groups, full stakeholdering, unrestricted debate, and full participation. This is the people's house. We request, it's not the governor's house, it's the people's house. Demand a special session and stand up to the elite class. Colorado deserves better, and I've had a belly full of it.
Representative Winter.
Good morning, Morning, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm going to start off before I even talk by saying what we need to do, and I'm asking this of my colleagues, is we've got to stop with the political football. Please, the people of Colorado are really hurting, and right away the spins already be putting on this. One group cares while one group don't care, and that's disingenuous. And I ask us, please, let's stop. This is a serious issue, possibly one of the most serious issues we've discussed in this chamber. So let's stop with the political football. Let's have healthy debate. Let's quit pointing with one group cares and one group don't care. The divisiveness has to stop the last few days. I have constituents that are hurting too, no different than yours. But voters need to know that we're in this spot because past and current politicians decided that they were going to meddle with the Gallagher Amendment. And that's why we're here. No other reason but that. Threw everything into chaos, and here we are. We are tasked with being the voice of our constituents. We are tasked for being the voice of the people that can't come here and redress their grievances. We know that they're hurting, but along with my colleagues, and I hope that even some of you on the other aisle could agree that this was done in a vacuum, y'all. We were never able to litmus test this policy with our constituents. I heard my good colleague from Denver say when he knocked doors, people were happy to get their checks. I'm sure that you'd like to chat with them about some of this before. I think you're the kind of man that would do that. I really do. And I think that that's important. And I think for us to not agree on that, I don't think many people would disagree, is what I'm trying to say. This policy is huge. This affects everybody. And it can't be looked at as one side versus the other trying to stop bad policy or stop policy. It has to be looked at as we just have to do what is right. And that's where the political football's got to stop. At some point, we have to stop doing that. This was done in a closed room and dropped on us with 3 days left. And folks, I don't know what you hear in my district or your district, but in my district, this is why people are losing faith in government. I know you all have heard it's been done in a back room. It was done at midnight when nobody was watching C-SPAN. We hear that all the time out of Washington, D.C. And don't we want to hold ourselves to a better standard than Washington, D.C. and what happens there? It's a complete, utter disaster. Once again, I'm going to say, I have tons of constituents that are sending emails and they're hurting. And we need to help them, but I don't believe this is the way. How we fix this truly matters. At the end of the day, how we fix this matters. And I think doing it this fast isn't the right way, because how many times in here have you all run bills that, well, I've got to run this bill to fix a bill that was run? We've debated bills in here. So why do we keep perpetuating that cycle? Why do we constantly keep running fixes because we hurry things? We slam a ton of legislation down and we rush through it and we're constantly fixing it. I mean, I want to sleep at night. And I think that our constituents, I don't see how they could understand where, hey, you put this time and effort into a bill and then 3 years later, you're going to put more time and effort and capital into fixing something that you should have got right the first time. But since we rushed it so fast, just to get it through, just to have a win, that it didn't happen. We must do the proper stakeholding with the people of Colorado, our local elected officials, and everyone else that is affected. What we see here, and what is being done in front of voters that are hurting, and they've been put in between a rock and a hard place. And that's what makes this hurt my heart the most out of everything that we've done. Is politicians have put them in this position, we've got their back against the wall, and now we're giving them literally one option. This is the option. It's either you vote for this, or it's going to break you. You're not going to be able to pay the medical bills. You're not going to be able to pay the electrical bills. You're not going to be able to buy enough groceries, because you want to know what? We meddled with Gallagher, and now we're in this position, and now this is the only option you have. Your back's against the wall. You got to take the path of least resistance, whether you like it or not. We did that to them. And what we're telling them is if you vote for this in November, we're going to send you out a normalized taxpayer Bill of Rights refund check. But that's only if you vote for 303. Prop HH. In short, you have been put in this position of suffering, and now this is your only way out. And let's hope the economy holds up. We know that this year that, they put a little bit more in the slush fund, the kitty, the emergency fund. But what if the economy don't hold out? What if we have another global pandemic? That's a scary situation. Then where does the money come from? Now, speaking for my district, this so-called fix will hurt rural Colorado. It's going to help lift some people up. It's going to be the temporary fix, of course, the only fix that they had because their back was against the wall. But this is going to hurt our special districts, everybody, our water and fire districts. I have heard from fire chiefs and water districts, this will put my constituents in danger with the skyrocketing price of fire equipment that we use to protect our citizens with our special districts. This puts that funding in jeopardy. There will be second and third causal effects that will happen to all of our districts, but I think it's going to hit rural Colorado the hardest. It's also an attack on private property owners. It's a punishment of owning property. I've said it before in the well, and I'll say it again. The Founding Fathers knew that private property was the true cornerstone to freedom. And that's what makes this nation greater than any nation on the face of the planet. Once again, rural Colorado will be on the outside looking in. And once again, politicians past and present have put people in a corner with no way out other than this way out. And it wasn't litmus tested, and it wasn't stakeholdered, and it wasn't talked about. My last plea to you is don't forget respect is a two-way street. Not only between us and our constituents, but between us. And the last ask I have is to the press. Tell the true story of what happened in here today. Do not make this a political football. Do not be there with some people that don't want to help you versus some people that wanted to help you, and this was your only option. Tell the story that there was spirited debate and people were representing their districts. Tell the story that this was rushed policy and that the people of Colorado didn't get their due and just say. Yeah, I said it. Tell the story right and let the people of Colorado decide. Do not spin this. You shouldn't be in the business of spinning. You should be in business of telling the truth. With that, I urge a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I stand up here today understanding that I have been blessed throughout my life. I was brought up by two wonderful human beings that taught me many things, which started with, Rick, we want you to be a gentle person at all times, no matter what. We understand from you that you are always going to be soft-spoken. You're always going to be quiet. You're always going to listen. You're always going to be disciplined, although there have been times in this session that I don't feel like I have been disciplined. They also taught me to honor the fact that you're going to make a lot of mistakes in your life, which God only knows I have made those. Somebody asked me the other day why I am the way I am. I came very, very close to going into the Presbyterian seminary, but chose to go on into business for a variety of reasons. But yesterday I made a big mistake. Last evening I made a big mistake. I read a bill too quickly. And I thought I read that the Tabor refund, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund, was being influenced by this piece of legislation for the fiscal year or the calendar year for taxpayers in 2022. I made that mistake because I rushed and read a document that I'm used to studying documents. And I apologize for that because I made a statement here at the dais that I'm embarrassed by. Now, that does not mean I agree with either 1311 or 303, because I don't agree with either of them. They cut at the core of who I am. Whether we want to admit it or not, yes, we're a governmental institution, but we're also a business, a $40 billion business. I was fortunate that I led just under $1 billion business, so we're a $40 billion business. And at times, whether we like it or not, we need to act like we're running a business. And in my humble estimation, we don't. And I'll give you an example about that. We talk about stakeholding. In fact, one bill that got rushed through earlier this week, the quote was made, and one of my other colleagues talked about this, was that it had been stakeholdered with over 200 folks. It was the land use bill, 213, if you remember that. The question I posed to folks on that, and I was fairly vocal about it, was to say, did your stakeholding include some of my colleagues that have tremendous expertise in land use, myself, that has considerable expertise in that area, with the associations of CML and
Representative
CCI?
Taggart, excuse me for one moment. I have allowed a lot of latitude about 1311 and 303 because there's a clear nexus between the two, but let's steer clear of 213.
Okay. So I'll bring it back to stakeholding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'll bring it back to those two bills, or to 1311. One of the things you learn in running a business, similar to what we have here in 1311, is you are from time to time going to introduce something that is a major policy shift and or a different strategy. And when you talk to your senior team about it, one of the first things that I always said to my senior team, and in particular a couple of members of my senior team, I want you to be the devil's advocate. I want you to come into the meeting on this strategy and policy and argue with whoever is proposing it like your life depended on it. Be fair, be professional, but argue it. And what I would say is, I'm going to reach out to the board of directors. And guess who I'm going to reach out to? I'm going to reach out to those board members that I know are going to have a problem with this policy, 1311. I am going to reach out to them and ask them the questions about this. Why? Because that's how you develop good strategy and policy. If you just talk to yourself and the people that agree with you, that's not stakeholding. Under any stretch of the imagination, you have to have those folks that have a concern and those folks that bring an expertise, bring a different point of view. I don't know how you do that in a day or two. 303 and 1311, even though 1311 is only 4 pages long, are two of the most complicated pieces of legislation that we're going to do in this entire session. Yet the conversation is, Rick, we stakeholdered this. Some of the governor's folks came to visit us yesterday. We've been here, what, close to 120 days? That's the first time in 120 days that that's happened. The first time, at least that I was there, the very first time. I asked the question as a stakeholder, what's the genesis of 303 and 1311? Well, the genesis was, Rick, taxes, property taxes in some areas, or property values, have gone up 80%, 60%. And I asked them the question, have you reached out to those local governmental institutions? Because CCI is here every single day, right? CML is here every single day, along with their lobbyists. Has anybody reached out to them? Because the assumption was being made that local government was not going to do anything about this. And that we, as a state legislature, had to step in because our colleagues at a local level weren't going to do it. How in heaven's name can you come to that assumption? Those folks are elected. Those folks, I was talking with my colleague, my assistant minority leader, Puglisi. We can walk down Main Street, both of us, in Grand Junction, Colorado, and I'll guarantee if we're trying to get someplace in 5 minutes, it's going to be a half an hour. Because our citizens are going to stop us and want to talk with us.
Representative Taggart, you have 45 seconds remaining.
Thank you. 303 needs to go back to the counties. It needs to be stakeholdered, not amongst us, but with the people that represent those local districts. And then 1311 is not even needed. Let's take the time to do it the way it should have been done, not the way it's being rushed. And let's trust our local governments.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
Members, I also join my fellow Western Slope colleague and others in standing in opposition to 1311. Unlike Senate Bill 303, 1311 is actually a relatively simple bill to understand. Instead of having our 6 categories for taxpayer bill of rights refunds being refunded, it makes it equal across the board. Everyone gets the exact same check. $672 is estimated for an individual, and $1,344 as a joint filer. Everyone gets that. So you might be asking, well, what's not liked about this? Well, certainly if you're someone who makes over $100,000 a year, you're taking a loss. That now means that you're actually paying more in taxes because you're getting less back. And then someone who's making less than $50,000 a year, they're actually going to be unjustly enriched because they're going to be making between $200 and $400 more per year than they should have been. You might say, well, we should just reduce our reduce our sales taxes and really get down to, a better place. Just lower taxes, lower income taxes, lower sales taxes. Let's get to a better place so that we're not doing refunds. I mean, that could be one solution. Then that way we're not having to figure out how to refund people. The other thing that caused me to scratch my head about 1311 is, why is it tied to Senate Bill 303? I think that's a fair question to ask. Because I see nothing in 1311 that would actually require it to be hitched to Senate Bill 303 from a policy perspective. I would like to have the conversation stand alone, whether or not we should change the 6-tier system for Tabor refunds or have a more egalitarian system for redistribution in Tabor refunds. That's a good question to have. It's an honest debate to have. But there's this weird hook that's in House Bill 1311, and it's tied to the passage of Proposition HH, which is created in Senate Bill 303. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't fall in line. Because Senate Bill 303 is a very complex piece of legislation. What we have before us here, this is a relatively simple piece of legislation. But the nexus to 303 and the fact that they're even spelled out and referenced in here is interesting, because Senate Bill 303 is reducing certain assessment rates for non-residential and residential payers for the next 10 years. And in exchange for this reduction, what's happening is we're saying that this like 1% margin of what we're anticipating for Tabor refunds will go back to backfill our special districts and our counties and our school districts. But what's not contemplated by Senate Bill 303 is what happens in a bad economic times. I mean, 303 is, you could say, great if we have exceptional economic times. But if we drop below what's anticipated as far as what would have to be returned under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and then you have to jump over Ref C, and then you have to jump over the HH cap before you'd hit what's in 1311. So we're creating these tiers that you now have to clear, which is actually taking money away from what was anticipated by the authors of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So we're encroaching on what would be refunded. Let's assume you do get past those tiers and we do have a refund. Well, 1311 says that it will be equal. But what happens if we drop below the HH cap, drop below the Ref C cap? Let's say we have a fiscal nightmare where even property values were to go down. Well, 1311 at that point in time is no longer tied to Proposition HH because it doesn't apply. 1311 only applies if we exceed the HH caps that's being anticipated. And if we drop below that, of course, we'll have plenty of time to discuss all those scenarios when we're debating Senate Bill 303. But there's not even going to be money to backfill to the counties, to the special districts, to the school districts. So the fact that this is linked to Senate Bill 303, that to me is the worst part of this bill and is the one reason to vote against this bill. If nothing else, the fact that they're linked together. What happens if Proposition HH fails in November? I mean, it is a possibility. That means this bill before us, by virtue of it being linked within the text of the bill, also fails. I do not believe that it's good public policy to be linking one bill to another bill and tying it to the text of that. Each piece of legislation should be able to stand on its own. And if it doesn't stand on its own, then it should be in the text of the other piece of legislation. 1311, in that case, should have been incorporated into Senate Bill 303. If it's an integral piece of Senate Bill 303, which I will argue it's not, but let's say for the sake of the fact that they are linked together, and we know that from the text of the bill, then it should be incorporated into Senate Bill 303, which would be a much cleaner approach if they have to go together. It may even make Senate Bill 303 more interesting because it's already complex, so it would just add another element of complexity to Senate Bill 303. If we're going to have one complex piece of legislation, we might as well just make it a little more complex altogether. But I do know this was, at least the basic premise was sitting out there for a while, and I do want to thank one of the bill's sponsors for having shared it, well, what seemed like an eternity ago, back when we were starting the session. And it was a much different concept then, but still kind of the basic idea of having the same mechanism that we had for Tabor refunds last year apply going forward. And so I did appreciate being able to have those policy conversations. But why didn't we kick this bill out earlier? What happened that caused 1311 and 303 to be linked when they don't have to be linked? And that's a fair question that everyone in this chamber ought to be asking. And we ought to encourage the Senate, since we were unable to have our amendment accepted here in the House, to just strike the provisions that link the two together. Let's have the policy conversation without having to have this be some sort of a sweetener in another piece of legislation. Or perhaps this is the opposite of that. That's why I'm going to be a no vote. There's some built-in process fouls here that are just hard to palate.
Representative Soper, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in my final few seconds, members, I hope you do contemplate the precedents that we really are establishing here and how we need to be very thoughtful of what we do, because it also sets the course for future General Assemblies. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Life, liberty, and property were actually the three unalienable rights that John Locke wrote about, which influenced Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence. And I don't know if you've ever given thought as to why property was added into the list. Life and liberty seem pretty obvious. We are born with life, and liberty is what is required in order for us to move around, engage, build relationship, etc. But why property? Why is the ability to own something an unalienable right? Anybody else ever pondered that? Sat with that question? If you've thought about the horrors of slavery you have, because it's a derivative of that foundational conversation. You see, property is an extension of ourselves, of who we are. We're all born with particular faculties that, when combined with natural resources around us, enable us to create property, to build property. So for instance, let's say that I'm a woodworker who likes to make beautiful jewelry boxes. That's a function of me. My ability to take wood around me and use my hands, my mind, my creativity, my eyes, in order to make a product. And I then have ownership over that product because it's an extension of myself. And we recognize that the owner of that product has open to them a variety of options. They could keep that product. They could barter that product. In my instance, I would barter for ice cream. I would, honestly. I will give you a jewelry box if you will give me ice cream. Or we can sell it for money, for some sort of monetary currency. And we recognize that if someone were to come and take my jewelry box, or in the event I had exchanged it for ice cream, my ice cream, that would be theft. And these are the principles that undergird TABOR, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Because you see, the people in 1992 were told, hey, do you want to continue, do you want to fund government? Do you want to take your property, the things that are an extension of yourself, and put them toward the existence of government? And the people said, yes, absolutely. We see the value of government. We see the importance of it. But we also understand that we don't want government to end up taking all of our property. And so we are going to say, we will give you this much of what is ours, of what we have made and created, and no more. And if you end up collecting more than we have said you're allowed to collect, you have two options, government. You can either ask our permission to keep it, which again acknowledges that it is ours, or you can return it to us. And today we're debating the returning. How should that money be returned? We've collected more than they said we could have, and so we have a responsibility to give it back. And so the construct, the system that is being proposed today says we're going to give back the same amount to everyone. Even though some people gave into the system, right? Were taxed the equivalent of 10 jewelry boxes, and others were taxed the equivalent of 1 jewelry box. And my colleague from Akron, he laid out what that looks like. Now, some in this chamber might say, that's a good system. It's inherently good because we have people who are struggling. And you know what? If you made $100,000, then you can afford to lose a little bit. Now, that makes a lot of assumptions about the lifestyles of people, where they're at and what their obligations are. But beyond that, beyond the legal plunder that has been discussed, that Bastiat speaks to, beyond the concerns related to justice and equality, I wrestle with how these kinds of decisions made again and again and again lead to the type of notice that came across my phone just now that talked about how America has entered its loneliest era. Its loneliest era. When I was in law school in New York, a book came out called Who Really Cares by Arthur Brooks. And the hypothesis of this book, entering in, Arthur Brooks thought that those who put themselves on the liberal side of the political spectrum are more generous than those who put themselves on the conservative side of the spectrum. And so he did studies to try and prove this hypothesis. And what he found shocked him. He found the opposite. He found that if liberals donated blood to the same degree that conservatives did, we would have 45% more blood in our blood banks. He found these things, and before you gavel me down, please give me a moment of grace, because there is a relevance here.
Representative,
Yes.
I'm not gaveling you down.
Oh, okay. I'm being shouted at, so I assumed it was coming.
I will ask everyone to maintain decorum. No shouts from the body. Representative Luck, in your example, please do not accuse or impugn or deride those from different political persuasions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's not my intention to do so. What I'm laying out is this study and the results of this study, and why is that important? Because you see, there's a confusion, there's a disagreement about the distinction between government and society. And those who want to use government in order to solve all of society's ills seem to be creating a situation that leads to us being the loneliest era in America. You see, if we force charity through mechanisms like this, we're not teaching our people how to love their neighbors. We're absolving them of that, which is what the finding of this study was. I encourage you to look it up. Somebody else will take care of that. The government will take care of that. The poor man who was robbed and left on the side of the road, the Good Samaritan doesn't need to stop by because the government, they're going to be here soon enough. And that's my ultimate concern with policies like this. Because I'd much rather cultivate in our society, in our people, an understanding and an awareness that they're responsible one for each other. But they can't push that off onto some other social institution. I vote no on a lot of bills. And some of you know I have a litmus test.
Representative Luck, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the first question of that litmus test is this the role of government? Is this the proper role of government? And most bills, I have to say, no, it's not. But that does not then equate to, I don't think that it should be done. I think the poor should be cared for, which is why I do what I do outside of this building. And I spend my resources in the way that I spend my resources outside of this building. I want us to build thriving communities. And I understand that institutional pluralism, the idea of having multiple institutions in society that come alongside and help one another, is a much better course than centralizing it into the hands of one group and allowing everyone else to say they've got it. I don't have to care. I want them to care. I want them to be able to take that check and realize that a portion of that needs to go to the needy in their community, to the struggling mom next door.
Representative Luck, your time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Members, maybe I'm one of the few people that's not wringing my hands over the current circumstances on excessive property valuations. Maybe I'm not wringing my hands because I know that this bill 1311 and its component bill are going to pass, but I know it's going to fail at the ballot box. And let me tell you why. I live in Arapahoe County. Was an Arapahoe County Commissioner for 12 years. I was on their Executive Budget Committee for 10. And I learned something pretty quickly being on that budget committee. The citizens of Arapahoe County, where I lived, were very prudent. They never gave away their taxpayer Bill of Rights. They kept that Bill of Rights on Arapahoe County government, which meant that that government could only grow on an annual basis by growth plus inflation. But more than that, there was another tool in the toolbox. It was called the annual levy law. The citizens of Arapahoe County were prudent enough not to let their county commissioners ever waive the annual levy law. So what is the annual levy law? It's in statute. I can give you the statute number. It basically says that you cannot increase your revenues more than 5.5% a year. Well, that became a big problem for Arapahoe County, because under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, there were times where growth plus inflation exceeded 5.5% a year. And we couldn't even go out and get revenues that equaled growth plus inflation because we were capped at 5.5. So we lived within our means in Arapahoe County. But what happened in 1992, now we're just one county. When you look at your tax bill, you see school districts, fire districts, special districts, everything. Each and every one of those districts must adhere to the 5.5% revenue increase a year, or they have to waive it. And they only got to waive it once. And that's where the problem lies. Because in order to waive the 5.5 levy law, annual levy law, in order to waive that, it takes 2/3 of the board. At some point, 2/3 of most of those smaller boards, fire districts, school districts, everybody else, waived it, and they're hoping that you as a citizen of the state of Colorado forgot about it. But it's hanging out there. It's lingering out there. And in 1992, when Tabor passed, everybody started wringing their hands. The sky was going to fall. You have to waive and make our government exempt from Tabor. We can't survive. Well, guess what? 30 years later, we're doing pretty darn good. Being pretty darn good. And so I'm talking to the citizens in the state of Colorado. Don't worry about the value of your home going up. It's the taxes you pay at the local level that's important. If those taxes don't go up as high in the same percentage, which in my case, I have a 40% increase on my home. But I ain't worried about it because my taxes aren't going to go up 40%. I've already explained to you what's happened in Arapahoe County. Now let me tell you what's going to happen with the Bennett Fire District, the Bennett School District, that are on my tax bill. I'm going to go up there and I'm going to look at that board and I'm going to stare them down. And I'm going to tell them, you need to be respecting the citizens that are paying your taxes. And if you try to raise my taxes 40% because we waived your taxpayer bill of rights, we've allowed you to waive your annual mill levy law, then guess what I as a citizen can do? I can organize and I can put a ballot measure on there to make that fire district, that school district, and every one of those government entities now adhere to the taxpayer bill of rights. We have just as much right to put that back onto the ballot and have a vote of our people. And guess what? Those boards do not want you to do that. We can also go back in and we can put the 5.5% annual mill levy law back in place on each and every one of those government entities. Look them in the eye. Don't raise my taxes more than 5.5%. If you do, we're going to petition onto the ballot to put it back on there, and I dare any board member in that fire district, that school district, or any other district to try to find 2/3 to override it again. Because guess what? You're not going to make it through the next election. And boy, we learned something about politics. Politicians love to prepare for the next election. So citizens of Colorado, you have tools in your toolbox to fight back. Don't look for this body to do it. You see what they're coming up with.
Representative Bockenfeld, please stay to the bill.
You see what they're coming up with, 1311? Now you tie that to the component bill with this, and guess what? It's laughable. It's absolutely laughable because you got lobbyists out in the lobby that are doing the calculations, and it's peanuts. This is a sleight of hand. It's peanuts. It's a joke. And that's why I'm not worried about it. Because there's a small army out there that's going to make this bill and its component bill and all the people who schemed to put it together look like fools. Now, we know why we're in the situation we're in. It's because this body put a ballot initiative out to get rid of the Gallagher Amendment. I stood up here and I pled at the time, do not put that on the ballot. They will manipulate the language. And they did. They went out to you citizens of Colorado and they said, without raising your tax rate. And you know what? A number of my constituents thought that meant without raising your taxes. This body, when they put that ballot initiative out there, knew very, very well that the assessed valuations in this state were going to continue to grow, and they could fix that tax rate, and they were going to line their pockets
Representative
with
Bockenfeld,
money.
I think that's to the property tax measure. This is about the refunds, just to invite you back to this
Ma'am,
bill.
it all ties together. If I can't talk to the citizens of Colorado about what has
Representative-
tied into and caused this scenario.
Representative Bockenfeld, let's take a breath. I hear you. I'm just asking you to stay focused on this bill. Thank you.
So folks, they knew the circumstances that were going to be created when they got you to waive Gallagher. They manipulated the language to get you to waive it. Now we need 1311 and its companion bill. Another, do the calculations, another smoke and mirrors to try to cover up what we have done before. Citizens of Colorado, please take control of your own destiny in this situation. Go to your local boards.
Representative Bockenfeld, your time has expired.
Ma'am, I wish I had a few seconds notice.
Sorry, I missed the 1 minute.
Well, they fooled you once, folks. Don't let them fool you again.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Well, members, I get the honor of coming up here after once again my entire caucus has came down and expressed their concern about a bill. So you might wonder what I think from sitting in that chair. Well, I'm thinking it's Sunday, and I missed the singing part of the service, which is the part that I usually don't like anyway, but now I've missed the whole darn thing. Well, why? I will tell you, in compliment to our leadership, that it's not because they mismanaged the calendar for the issues that we brought over the course of this session. It's because at the last minute, we decided we better do something because people are opening up their tax bills and the citizens of Colorado are irate. And so the governor's office decided that, well, we better do something about that. People are getting upset. And oh, by the way, we've known about this issue ever since we repealed Gallagher, and we're just now dealing with it, with 72 hours left in this session. So today we're working on a slight little, once again, I like to
admire these pieces of paper. This is a $2.2 billion piece of paper that was dropped on us literally yesterday as an addition to the bigger one, which, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get to hear all about that later. And through the process of going, how are we going to fix this issue, Colorado? What are we going to do? Oh my gosh, we got all the citizens that are upset. I remember some of the comments that were bantered around is, hey, Governor, what's Plan B? What's Plan B? Well, I will tell you, we offered some Plan Bs early on in the session because we actually knew this was going to happen. We knew that this issue would have to be fixed in this session. And what's Plan B? What's Plan B? Well, Plan B happens to be, not this bill, I'll get to how this ties into that, is Senate Bill 303. Well, then you go, well, wait a minute, that's a referendum, and what if that referendum doesn't pass? What if referendum HH does not pass? I know what we can do. Well, let's have an insurance policy to make sure that that passes. What would motivate our citizens to make sure they vote for that? Well, I know what it would be. It's for us to do what we've wanted to do in this body, which was make an equitable payment back to our citizens. And they can only guarantee that that equity comes if we vote to get HH, because this is worthless unless our citizens vote for Proposition HH. I proposed yesterday that if we're going to have an equitable tax refund, let's do it. We can do it. We could have done it last night with a push of a green button. We could have made sure that the way these funds, which we're getting back, just to be clear, this doesn't mess with our Tabor refund. It messes with how it's given back to our citizens. And we've heard Cowboy Math that explained that, I think, about as good as it can be explained. But it doesn't happen unless the citizens vote for a referendum. I don't like the way that sounds, is that you get one thing, Colorado, if and only if you vote for another thing. That was the Plan B for our governor. That was the Plan B to make sure that HH passes, because HH has got to pass because he didn't have a Plan B. He didn't like what we had to offer as a Plan B, and our Plan B, I would say, offered us a time to think about this, gave us time to stop where we're at, think, and go through it. But no, instead, we decided that with 3 days left in session, a session that I would once again compliment the leadership. They had all the good bills that had been properly stakeholdered, properly gone through. Those had been worked through the system. But with very little time left, we get legislation dropped on us that is dependent upon, once again, we think this is great, that a referendum, that the people speak about what happens with their taxes, which is what should happen. But if they don't vote for it, they don't get this other thing. That's what this bill is really about. This bill that we have before us right now that we're about to vote on, I would say, is our governor's way of making sure that referendum HH passes. And doggone it, this whole separation of powers thing is real. Why are we letting the governor come in here at the last minute and tell us what our job is and forcing us to jump through our rear ends like we're doing right now, missing Sunday, missing the service, to try to make it right on an issue that he did not take the time and stakehold and get people involved throughout the 120 days that we've been here to do this right. Instead, it's dropped on us. And what we're seeing here in these few pieces of paper is the governor's plan B to make sure that that referendum passes. This is dangerous, dangerous way of doing business. Now back more to the bill. The other dangerous thing is the unfairness of the fact that what you put into a system is not what you get back out of it. Now, I understand that what we're doing is we're trying to say, well, the property owners are going to get a break, so what about those that aren't property owners? So when do we start punishing people for being property owners? They've worked hard. They've got to where they need to be, that they have that property. And now we're going to say, well, you don't get all your taxes back. We're going to equitably distribute those because of your hard work. It's really not fair. I hope we see this bill for what it really is, and I hope you vote no.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It's been quite the morning discussing this policy. I want to say a little bit about the substance of what we are and are not doing here, and then a little bit about process, because they are related. I appreciate some of the acknowledgement from the minority leader just now and also from the representative from Grand Junction previously, but it's important to emphasize what we are and are not doing here. Yes, the Tabor rebate obligation is the taxpayers' money under that provision of the Constitution, and it needs to be stated very plainly. We are not changing the amount of rebate that is owed. That is a calculation that will be done pursuant to law. We are not changing the timing of the rebates. I went into this in more detail last night, but the short of it is it happens in connection with our tax returns next spring. That is not changing in 1311. We are doing one thing here, and that is inviting the voters to make a choice about how, not whether, not when, merely how, Tabor rebates go to taxpayers. Again, the total amount remains the same. We believe this is an important choice for voters to be invited to make because the how question does matter. Tabor allows any reasonable method to be employed for rebates. We think the method in 1311, a single, simple, flat amount per taxpayer, is not just reasonable, that it is more fair, it is more equitable than the existing alternative. Equitable is not a bad word to me. Equity and 1311 acknowledge the reality that in the last couple of years of COVID, inflation, and hard times, we've all been in the same storm, but we've been in different boats. There's a difference between a nice solid sailboat and a couple of boards lashed together with rope out on the open sea. Equity acknowledges that difference. 1311 acknowledges that difference. So we are fighting for the people of this state too. And as we do that, we are laboring to balance competing demands in a carefully nuanced way that are all the way big. Questions like, how do we respond to recent very sharp increases in property value? How much tax do our constituents want to pay? What is our role as a state when it comes to amending laws that relate to the sufficiency of revenue for local government so that they can provide services that their constituents want of them? How do we protect education funding as a state that has been, as long as I've been around here, a bottom 10 state in K-12 funding? And how do we do all of this as the only state in the country that has the kind of constitutionalized fiscal policy restriction that we have, that is now more than 30 years old? My answer to all of those difficult questions, and now we're turning to process, is that voters get the ultimate say to this question and the related questions, because that's how the bill is written. We heard about who's at the table. The point of this bill is that everybody's at the table, because this November, every active voter in Colorado gets a ballot sent to whatever address they specify. There's 3.7 or so million ballots at the table, maybe more. People get to decide if they think that voting yes is the right thing. I mean, I believe it is. But the point of this bill and the questions we're considering is it doesn't matter what I think, because under 1311, the ultimate decision is to be had by the voters. So for those reasons, I'm asking members today for your yes vote to give our constituents the ultimate choice. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill did come fast, and I concede the point that it would have been better if it had been introduced earlier. But we've been working on this concept for years, and we believe the highest priority is getting help to the folks who are struggling the most with the high cost of living. Remember that income taxes are not the only revenues collected by the state government. There are also sales taxes and various fees that impact lower income folks more. That is why this bill is fair, just, and necessary. We have a tax code that contributes to making the rich richer and the poor poorer. And because of a 31-year-old constitutional amendment, there are limits to what we can do about that. But that same constitutional amendment does make one thing clear. The General Assembly is authorized to issue TABOR refunds using any reasonable method. And here in 2023, it is more than reasonable to assert that lower income folks are having a harder time than higher income folks, that most renters are having a harder time than most property owners. And it is reasonable to restructure the TABOR refunds to give a couple $100 more to lower income folks. Please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1311 on third reading final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Representative Holtorf, $15 fine. Representative Valdez is excused. Representative Valdez, a $20 fine. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 17 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1311 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz and Representative Herod, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Senate Bill 303 be made special orders at 11:56 a.m.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 303 will be made special orders at 11:56 a.m. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that the time for debate on Senate Bill 303 be limited to 3 hours during special orders.
Members, the motion before us is pursuant to House Rule 14, debate on Senate Bill 303 be limited to 3 hours during special orders. This is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 15E and requires a simple majority vote. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Representative Taggart. Thank you, Representative Taggart. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 24 no, and 4 excused, the motion to limit debate is adopted. Representative Young. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Young will take the chair.
Committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. And if you're not relaxed enough, the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebolt, please read the title to Senate Bill 303.
Senate Bill 303 by Senators Svenberg and Hansen, also Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Weissman, concerning a reduction in property taxes and in connection therewith, creating a limit on annual property tax increases for certain local governments, temporarily reducing the valuation for assessment of certain residential and non-residential property, creating new subclasses of property, permitting the state to retain and spend revenue up to the Proposition HH cap, requiring the retained revenue to be used to reimburse certain local governments for lost property tax revenue and to be deposited in the state education fund to backfill the reduction in school distribution property tax revenue, transferring general fund money to a cash fund to also be used for the reimbursements, limiting the cap on the amount of excess state revenues that may be used for the reimbursement for the 2023 property tax year, referring a ballot issue and making an appropriation.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 303 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriation Committee report. Debate begins at 12:01.
All right, thank you. So members, we'll start with what we did in appropriations. We'll talk about the changes, and then we'll come to the broader question once we're to the bill, trying to respect the usual course of things. We had a couple of different amendments that we adopted in appropriations. I guess I'll just speak through them in turn. One of the issues that we're grappling with in this complicated fiscal thicket that we just spoke to a little bit in the other bill is education funding. So we added language expressing legislative intent that we want to maintain general fund appropriations to school district total program going forward. We addressed a concern that's come up from local governments. You know, what if the economy turns very south? What if property values really drop in years to come? So we added a provision that backfill turns back on. There's a provision in the bill that we'll speak to probably when we get to the main bill that there's a mechanism for backfill, and at some point when growth has become high enough in a local government, the backfill will go away, and that's for school funding purposes. But we think it's only fair that if the economy gets south and property values in a local jurisdiction go down, that backfill turns back on. So that's another thing that the amendment does. Also, and again, we'll speak to this more later, I imagine, this bill in part builds on something that we did in a bipartisan way last year, Senate Bill 238. Certain understandings about backfill were negotiated too there. So part of what we did in Appropriations Committee is preserve that agreement that was reached last year by providing that that backfill operates according to that bill. And
Excuse me, Representative Weissman. Chamber, this is a very important bill, and we need quiet in the chamber. So please move your conversations to the side or to, I don't want you to move outside because you need to listen. Representative Weissman.
Appreciate that, Madam Chair. To continue, again, the last point there was to preserve agreements that were reached in good faith in the legislation last year. Moving on, we also had another amendment that's in the committee report to create sort of a work group to grapple with a question concerning primary owner-occupied residential property. There are some legitimate administrative or operational questions to deal with here. So we are directing the creation of a work group, including assessors and county officials, to come together and grapple with the best way to do that. We've heard further input about who might sit at that work group, and we're going to have an amendment in just another minute to be responsive to those questions. Also, in the Appropriations Committee report, we clarify some dates, some timing issues. There are specific requirements on treasurers and assessors in the property tax statute. There have been extensive conversations about that. There have been amendments in the Senate. We made further amendments just to try to make sure the dates line up following the November election timing. Finally, we further clarified an amendment that, or amendment process even, that started in the Senate just to make a particular small but important part of the bill sufficiently clear that local levies that have already been voter approved in whatever kind of Tabor election happened in the local government do not go into the reckoning of the cap for what's called the participatory taxation part of the bill. So that was basically the Appropriations Committee report. To build on that just a little bit, and again to be responsive to ongoing questions and discussions about who sits at the table in the work group, we move L89 and we ask that it be displayed.
L89 has been moved, and I would like a copy, please. No. L89 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please to the amendment. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this does one small thing. We're adding to the work group. Again, we're retaining county officials from the differently sized counties that are alluded to here. We just want to add somebody who's a real estate professional. These are folks who, in the course of their business, deal with questions like we're talking about here on a pretty regular basis. This question arose kind of in a late-breaking way. We grappled with it. We were happy to incorporate it here. We ask for your support for L89 to the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L89? Representative DeGraff.
I would say it's about time we brought in stakeholders. So I would be a yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L89? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L89 to the appropriation report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay or no. The ayes have it. L89 is passed. To the appropriations report. Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I had the opportunity of hearing Senate Bill 303 in committee, and in appropriations, which served as the committee of reference for This Senate bill in the House, given the fact that we were in the last 3 days of session, we certainly heard a number of comments that were made. We had our property tax administrator come and testify. I do want to give a shout out to our Office of Legislative Legal Services staff who gave an excellent description, section by section of the bill, which was just the legal description, which added on to the policy description that the sponsors had given us. All that is aside from my views of the policy based on what I was able to read of the bill and understand from the bill. And one thing that I noticed in the bill is if you look to page 52 and move up to the next page, for fiscal year 23-24, the bill actually calls out that if there are not enough resources in the Prop HH fund, which is the fund that's going to be used to backfill the special districts and the counties and school districts for lost revenue by reducing the property tax assessment rates for residential and non-residential real property payers, then the backfill will come from the general fund, but that's only for next year only. And this is quite troubling because one thing that I asked multiple times in the committee hearing was, what happens if we have a bad economic time, which is likely to happen, especially over the next 10 years, where we have our Tabor limit. And so it goes like this. And then we have our Prop C limit that is above that. That was only really going to be for 10 years, but apparently it lasts forever. And then we have our Prop HH cap that we're creating above that. And so anything over that Prop HH cap, then you'll get your refunds under the previous bill we just debated. But within this Prop HH category, between the Ref C limitation and the top of the HH category, those are that's the revenue source for backfilling our special districts. So think ambulance protection, fire protection. And by the way, fire protection per state law can only come from the real property taxes. We also have hospitals, ambulances, mosquito control, water sanitation, water districts. It only comes from there. So in bad economic times, after we've already reduced the assessments, all of a sudden, our key government services, especially in rural Colorado, but even in suburbia, are going to be hit. And unless your values had really gone up to where that outpaced everything else, but in a bad economic time it will also hit values, now all of a sudden those special districts are taking a financial hit. And if you're in a time like we just were in with a global pandemic, I can tell you from sitting on a hospital board, and you can mark that off your scorecard, then you will see that the revenue that's coming in, even if it's a little bit more, it does not keep up with epic inflation. It does not keep up with the costs that we had to be able to buy supplies. And so that meant that the mill levy just was not enough for us to deliver the same amount of government services that we had told our constituents we would deliver. So that's why it's critical that we be able to backfill. And Madam Chair, that's why I move Amendment L084 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and we will wait for L084 to be properly displayed. To L084, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this builds on what's already included in the bill. So the bill already states that for this current fiscal year, that we could draw from general fund dollars to be able to backfill if there's not enough revenue in the HH fund. What Amendment L084 says is that we're going to extend this out for the duration of Proposition HH, so that if there's not enough revenue falling within the HH fund to be able to backfill our special districts and our counties and our school districts, then this amendment says that the state will backfill from the general fund, and I call for a division.
A division has been called by Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, all right, members, I'm actually going to grab some data here. Appreciating the complexity of the questions here. Again, going to try to reserve discussion of the broader bill somewhat until we get there, but here we are. We're trying to balance between some fundamental things. Local government revenue, state education funding, the reality that our taxpayers have just gotten some pretty shocking valuation notices, and frankly, I believe are asking us to do something about that. That is what 303 is about. Relevant part of the discussion for this amendment, concerning which I do ask for a no vote when we get to that point, I think we need to think about what is still happening in growth in property valuations, which is really why we're here in the first instance, and where projections tell us we are pretty likely to keep going. In the fiscal note, which is a wealth of useful information, I would refer members to Table 4, which in a statewide way shows what growth is going to be without the bill and with the bill. It's a useful kind of but-for calculation. Statewide, we're still looking at nearly 20% per the nonpartisan fiscal analysis. Now, we're a diverse state. Economic patterns vary around the state. It's possible that some smaller counties, Eastern Plains perhaps, non-resort areas of the West Slope, might grow less. We know that some areas are going to grow a lot more. Just to take a few examples, my counties, Adams County, this is estimates from our assessors, even under the bill, even if we adopt the bill, we're still looking at growth in assessed value for Adams County of nearly 27%. So if you're a local district that nests within Adams County, you might be a bit above or a bit below, but that's probably a pretty good benchmark. Arapahoe County, nearly 24%. Just to hit a couple other examples I've been looking at, Grand County north of 50, Pitkin County nearly 70. Of course, ongoing growth in valuation, even when multiplied by a slightly lower assessment rate, that is the source and basis of revenue for local districts, counties, Title 32 districts, others. The judgment made in the bill that was before the Appropriations Committee yesterday, that's what the end of session is doing to all of our time sense. The judgment made by the bill that was in committee yesterday is that we have the right balance between the economic reality that we are in now, the economic reality that we are likely to continue to be in, the legitimate needs for revenue of local governments, the balance that the state has to strike in terms of our responsibilities to education funding. Again, that's a hybrid state-local responsibility. Frankly, our responsibilities to taxpayers who are asking us to act in this moment. We do that by inviting the voters to consider this question HH that will be on the November ballot if we approve the legislation, and to provide for an additional increment, which we believe will be sufficient. We have, by prior legislation and going forward, agreed to use some Tabor rebate in the next few years for backfill. Again, that was part of bipartisan legislation last year. And then going forward, we need to have, or we are inviting the voters to decide whether they want to have a separate dedicated source for that. We believe that that's the right balance. We believe if that we implicate the general fund, we're going to throw things out of balance because, as we know here, we have to do other things with the general fund, higher ed, all the other things that our budget committee members know well. So For all these reasons, I'm going to ask for a no vote on L84, which is to the appropriate report.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to respond to what the good representative just said, first of all, I mean, I think it's quite presumptuous that we're going to continue to be in good economic times and that property values are always going to increase because land is always going to increase. Colorado is definitely a tale of multiple cities and multiple regions, not just two. And the likelihood of that happening is probably going to be slim. The other thing that I do want to state is that yes, the tax values go up, you'll still have Tabor impact these special districts. So when a special district does hit their own Tabor cap, they will have to refund that. So if they're actually bringing in more revenue than is what's deemed appropriate under Tabor, they will have to return that to the people within the special district. So that's how you have a scenario where it doesn't quite play out as was just said. I will say that we shouldn't be playing around thinking we know the future and that it's all going to be rosy. And that's why we need to have this provision that if dark days hit, we can pull from the general fund. And I'll withdraw my motion for a division.
Representative Frizzell. No. Any further discussion of L084? The request for division has been withdrawn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. L084 is lost. To the Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, I would like to speak to you briefly about the committee, the Appropriations Committee experience. I believe that I've already spent a little bit of time in the previous bill that was heard in Appropriations yesterday, but I'd like to describe some of the conversation with those who brought testimony to that committee on this bill. First of all, I personally felt compelled to extend an apology to one of our citizens who had spent a great deal of time waiting for this bill to be heard. She had expected it to be on the calendar in the morning, and it was not. It was postponed. And she was very upset. And I don't believe that this is an appropriate way for us to treat those who take the time to share their experiences with us. Further, this is an extremely important, we keep talking about how important property tax relief is. We keep talking about how our citizens have blown up our email boxes, our voicemails, how they're contacting us directly. This is a huge issue in our communities. It's a huge issue in every single community in the state. But yet, we were limiting testimony to 2 minutes and the panels to 10 because this is so important. If it were really important, which it is, I think we would have spent a little bit more time listening to those who had something to say, given the fact that they have not had a chance to say anything. I would like to speak to the point that from a policy standpoint, this bill has no long view of the real estate market. It has a 10-year duration. 10. If you think about what has happened in the Colorado real estate market over the last 10 years, I hope that you would question how judicious that time frame is. It locks us in. It locks our citizens in for 10 years. It disallows us to be responsive to changes in the real estate market. And I think that's a problem. So as such, Madam Chair, I would like to move Amendment L049 to Senate Bill 303.
This is to the appropriation report?
To the appropriations report. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Amendment to the Appropriations Committee report. And I ask that it be displayed, and boy, there it is. Okay.
It is a proper motion, and it is now properly displayed.
So, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, colleagues, this looks like a lot of words, and it is. But the aim is simple. In the state of Colorado, it's important to understand that we value property for real estate tax purposes every 2 years in odd-numbered years. Hopefully you know that, especially if your communication lines have been blown up by constituents who are voicing their appropriate concerns. They are right to be concerned. So every 2 years in odd-numbered years, we value property in the state of Colorado for property tax purposes. And we do that, according to state law, using an appraisal date of June 30th of the year preceding the year of revaluation. So in the case of 2023, property was valued as of June 30th, 2022, which happens to have been essentially the peak of the market. That was right when the Fed was raising interest rates to slow inflation. And we've seen property values decrease in some areas more than others since then. This speaks to my original point. Of this bill not having a really long view of changes in the real estate market. So accordingly, this particular amendment changes the timeline for this bill and limits it from 10 years to 2. Essentially buying us a couple of years so that we can come up with a long-term and sustainable property tax policy that will be meaningful and beneficial to all the citizens of this state. Whether you own property or you rent property, if you are a commercial property owner, if you are a small business subject to a triple net lease, these are all issues that we have to address. We have to address short-term rentals. We have so many things that we need to talk about in this state around property tax. And so I ask for your aye vote on this amendment, changing the time frame that this bill pertains to from 10 to only 2.
Is there Representative Weissman?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask for a no vote on L49 for a couple reasons. One, the timeline is key. We've put the question of how long we provide property tax reduction squarely into issue now. We did a 2-year bill last year. It was a significant reduction in property taxes. With backfill, that was as much as we could work out under those circumstances. We bring forth a 10-year proposal in asking the voters to become involved via Proposition HH, because we think that we need to deal with the current moment in a longer-term, more durable way. We think that we should provide a little bit more long-term stability of expectations for voters who are trying to plan, can I stay in my home? Can I get a bigger home? Can I trade up from renting to owning? We haven't talked about it as much, but 303 also reduces taxes for businesses, and we think businesses deserve a more stable environment as well. So respectfully, I think that 49 takes us substantially backwards in the fact that we seek to make a long-term step in 303. L49 would undo that. Another thing that I want to point out, we talked only a little bit about this in the committee the other day. One of the new things we try to do in 303 is to, in summary, create portability for the senior homestead exemption, which has been a long-running issue. This amendment strikes that out entirely, and I think that's a big loss as well. So we think a longer-term solution is appropriate, and I ask for a no vote on L49.
Is there any further discussion of L49? All those in favor say aye. All of those opposed say no. L49 is lost. On to the appropriations report. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that was disappointing. Madam Chair, I think this amendment will be much better received. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L052 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
L052 is a proper motion and is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Well, I understand that the bill sponsors didn't appreciate the brevity of a 2-year time frame for this particular bill. So this particular amendment changes the duration of this Proposition HH, Senate Bill 303, from 10 years to 4 years. 4 years is a nice time frame. It allows us to get through 2 revaluation cycles and understanding what the real estate market may be looking at and the environment of the times in 4 years. And so I do ask for an aye vote on this particular amendment.
Representative Lynch. Oh, Minority Leader Lynch. Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this does is this allows us to assess whether this was good or not, because this was hurried through here. And this allows us to, 4 years to look at it. 2 may have been a little much, I understand that, but 4 is very fair. This is a good amendment, and I would encourage a yes vote. This is the one right here. We can do it. We can make history.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to continue to ask for a no vote. In the law, this is what we call arguing in the alternative, and I appreciate that. But again, a key part of what we're proposing here is a long-term stable solution for the sake of expectations, again, if the voters approve, as they're invited to do, expectations that can be relied on by residential property owners and by business property owners. We think that the time is now, it is right, it is urgent even, to act in a longer-term way. We believe that 10 years is that way, and I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L052? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L052 to the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L52 is lost. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that was indeed disappointing. I do appreciate the co-sponsors' determination that we are arguing with alternatives, because we are all about bringing alternatives to our property tax issues here in this state. As such, I would like to offer Amendment L081 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and it is properly displayed. Representative Frizzell.
Ma'am, I would like to, I believe I misspoke, and I would like to move L081 to the Appropriations Committee report.
It is a proper motion.
Thank you, ma'am. So this is not quite as simple as my previous two amendments, but this is an important one. This particular amendment changes the reference point for that 20% cutoff in backfill funding to the last reassessment cycle. This is especially important as we are looking at, and this is something that we discussed a great deal in appropriations yesterday when speaking with the counties, the municipalities, and the Special District Association. This was something that they were very, very concerned about because every county is different. Every jurisdiction is different in their growth, in the way they grow. Sometimes growth is through new construction, sometimes it is through new development, sometimes it is through infrastructure changes, sometimes it is through valuation changes. And candidly, this bill does not really offer any discernment about any of those things, and that's, in my opinion, a significant flaw. Regardless, I would ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Is Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the point here. This maybe this isn't as easy. It is fundamental, and I appreciate the move being made here. But again, the word that I think people have been sick of hearing me use for the last week on this subject is balance. I believe this throws us out of balance that we're trying to strike. Look, the state is different, okay? Arapahoe County is not Douglas County, is not Dolores County, is not Sedgwick County. I believe we've tried to grapple with those realities in the bill in several key ways. One is that backfill does vary according to the size of the jurisdiction and the growth rates in the jurisdiction. And as I noted, we already we adopted an amendment in the committee that's part of this committee report that we'll eventually come back to that turns backfill back on in the event that a jurisdiction has sort of grown out of it, but then things change and they might sort of fall back below that threshold. That is further acknowledgement of the reality that property markets can vary around the state. We appreciate that. Residential versus commercial versus other classes. Very, very fair point, which we agree with, that those things vary. What's being proposed here is, frankly, a very much larger amount of backfill, even where you essentially may have compounding growth that is going to deliver substantial revenue to a local jurisdiction. And look, I'm somebody who believes that we ought to all pay our fair share. I'm somebody who believes that there should be services, parks, libraries, fire districts, all things like this. At the same time, when I talk to my constituents in the lower income areas of my district, people are asking for help. We need to balance that with continuing to protect education funding in our state and with local government total funding, which is a function of their ongoing growth and valuation and the backfill that we provide here. We believe the bill that came out of the committee is a better balance. This is, in one amendment, quite a profound move. I'm tempted to say deceptively large move. In no way do I mean that my colleague from Douglas County means any deception. It's just that when we're dealing with property tax legislation, you can do a lot in a few lines, and that's what's happening here. Because it's doing not just a lot, but I believe too much to this question, I'm going to respectfully ask for a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have 30 seconds to say something very profound. What's being overlooked here, ladies and gentlemen, is that my colleague to my right has been a county assessor. She knows more about this subject than anybody in this room. Now, if we would have been thinking clearly and working in a bipartisan manner, she would have been invited to the table and would have her name as a co-prime sponsor. That's what we're overlooking here, my good friend.
The question before us is the adoption of L081 to the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L081 is lost. To the appropriations report, Representative Frizzell, it's good to hang out with you this morning.
It's great to hang out with you, Madam Chair. Thank you. All right. Colleagues, I'm feeling a little depressed here, a little rejected. That's okay. Folks, I would like to move Amendment L082, Madam Chair, I would like to move Amendment L082 to the Appropriations Committee report, please, and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. We'll wait for it to be properly displayed.
You know, I know that it probably feels like we're bouncing around quite a bit. We're going from duration, then we're talking about.
It is properly displayed, so
Thank you,
please
ma'am.
continue.
We were talking about duration, we were talking about the 20% cutoff, and now, because this bill has so much to offer, we're going to talk about agricultural land valuation. I know, it's the gift that keeps on giving. This particular amendment eliminates the valuation for renewable energy agricultural land because agricultural land is defined very clearly in statute. It has value. It is valued using actually the income approach, believe it or not. It's valued not the same income approach necessarily as you would think of with a commercial property or an industrial property. But it's valued based on a 10-year average of income and expense information. That is very complicated data. We're not going to go into that. But it really has to do with how the land is used. Is it used for grazing? Is it used for haying? What is the carrying capacity of the land? It can be used for forestry, which is a whole nother classification. It can be waste ag, which means that it is really not usable at all. Interestingly, valuation for renewable energy agricultural land has been placed in the waste ag category, which I found fascinating because it's presuming that this land cannot be used for anything in particular at all, nor was I able to find any specific qualifications for what makes a parcel of land eligible for renewable energy agricultural classification. So here's the thing. When we're talking about grazing ag, that means usually it's cows, usually it's cattle, but sometimes it's, llamas. It could be sheep. It could be if you are leasing your land for grazing horses, not if you're hobby grazing horses. Or goats, you have goats, yeah. There's lots of different forms of grazing, but ultimately, it's the classification is based on use. You have income associated with the livestock. You have expenses associated with raising the livestock, selling the livestock, and that's a calculation that the property owner has to provide. I am not clear on what the income and expense calculation for renewable energy agricultural land, and it sounds candidly kind of like a giveaway. understanding that agricultural classification is a very tax preferential classification. So, back to the amendment. This amendment simply eliminates this valuation for renewable energy agricultural land as part of this already very complicated and diverse bill. I ask for your aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love this amendment because now we're talking about one of the nerdiest parts of the bill. Okay, members, we talk a lot about the urban-rural bridge here. That is what we're trying to do, believe it or not, in this part of, is that a fair halfway? Or did I make it too tall? That is what we're trying to do in this part of the bill. Okay, let's start from where we are if we're not doing other classifications. For non-residential, normally you're at 29% unless you're in a property class that gets some other kind of treatment. Over the last couple of years, there have been other pieces of legislation. There was one in 21, there was one in 22, to lower the assessment ratio a little bit for agricultural land because we know that farming is tough, because that is a way to do a little bit more for our agricultural producers. Separately, we have lowered the assessment ratio for renewable energy land, basically. We do have a specific definition about that. I will draw members' attention to page 21 of the re-engrossed. There's an existing definition of a renewable energy facility at 39.4102. That's what we're talking about. That land gets a little bit of a reduction because it's a way of encouraging transition in energy. Now, the key move that is made in 303 is to combine these two things together. Look, we know that farm economics are tough. We had the right to repair bill about that. That's to try to save farmers money one way. Commodities are sold in global markets and so on. The idea here of renewable energy agricultural land is to have an even lower classification. If you are an agricultural producer and you have done the work to get, let's just say, solar panels, and you're doing both at the same time, you are doing something in a new way to bring in income from, say, a power purchase agreement with a solar array, maybe wind turbines, and you're an ongoing agriculturalist growing whatever crop you're growing or grazing animals. Now we're going to help you out even a little bit more, from 26.4% ratio to 21.9. Look, we don't so much do this in my district in Aurora, okay? This is something to benefit rural Colorado. And then we have a companion statement about how these are valued, and this amendment would actually strike that out. This is a new and emerging thing in the rural parts of our state. It is getting cheaper to stand up renewable energy facilities. The prices on wind and solar are coming down very quickly. We want to, again, there's no mandate here, but we want to create and facilitate the option for agricultural producers to, if it's right for them, also stand up renewable energy facilities on their land and get a little bit of a reward for doing so. Now, there was a clarifying amendment in the Senate, see about the middle of page 21. We do mean that such property needs to be used in an ongoing way for agricultural purposes. That was frankly always the intent. It was determined in the Senate that was not sufficiently clear. There was a clarifying amendment added. The term waste land subclass is a bit of a technical thing. In no way are we saying that this is waste land. In fact, quite the opposite. It's ongoing agriculturally productive land, and there's a renewable energy facility as defined by law on that land. For those reasons and in support of agriculturalists in rural Colorado, we are proposing in this legislation to lower kind of a special valuation for assessment ratio, 21.9. We think that's a good part of the bill. I think that legislators from rural districts ought to like that and therefore join me in opposing L82. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I appreciate what's being done by people that trying to help out agriculture. But in reality, we're going to be taking more land out of ag if we're going to give that kind of a deference to putting solar and wind towers and those. I'm not that familiar with wind towers, but some of my eastern Colorado compatriots are. There have been made promises that by putting wind farms on, they're going to get a tax benefit to the county. Yet now we're going to be moving that down. What I want to say today in regards to all of this is property taxes is all that the county has. The state is income tax, municipalities are sales tax, counties are property tax. And we're playing with property tax to the point I'm not sure the counties can even tell if they're going to win, lose, or draw.
Is there any further discussion of L082? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L082 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say that, selfishly speaking, this is my favorite amendment of the ones provided thus far. Thank you. My very favorite one. Madam Chair, I move L060 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed. Members, this was an amendment that was provided to you on your desk.
It has been moved and properly displayed, and I saw it on my desk. So please proceed.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I know that you all have had the ample opportunity to read this because it was delivered to you 2 days ago, almost, day and a half ago. It is a multi-page amendment, and there's a reason for that. I'd like to go back in time, and perhaps some of you have listened in on the conversations that we've had about alternatives. Alternatives that have been presented earlier this session to our property tax conundrum. I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things that I've heard, one of which I found extraordinarily disappointing is one word. I was perplexed by it also. I have heard the governor and others in the legislative body talk about...
Excuse me, Representative Frizzell. Members, please tone down the conversation. Go ahead, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard a lot of conversation around the velocity of Senate Bill 303 and companion bills. We've heard the reasoning why, after over 110 days, in session, we were only 7 days ago provided with the grand solution to this state's property tax problems. And one of the reasons given was, well, we didn't have the numbers until just a couple of days ago. We didn't know. We didn't know how much property values are going to be increasing. It's shocking, I say. They didn't know.
Members, please refrain from calling out. Please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. I will tell you that that is unequivocal bunk. I could say something else, but it wouldn't be polite from this podium. And I will tell you why. I have been telling the good people of Douglas County since last June that their property values for residential property were increasing about 50%. Why did I know that, you say? Did I have a crystal ball? Nope. I'm just super smart? Nope, not that either. Assessors all around the state have been watching property values, and it is our job to channel my friend from Parker. It's our job to understand what the changes are in the real estate market. We track it. We watch it like a hawk. We knew last June exactly what those percentages were. We knew. And further, we communicated them. We talked about it to anybody who would listen, including people in this building. So no, they didn't just get the numbers a couple of days before last Monday. That's not real. It's not. I met with the governor's office after session started, and they knew. They didn't know what they were going to do, but they knew. I presented a bill that I was running, along with a senator from the Eastern Plains in the Senate.
Representative, I've given you some grace. Please go back to the amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We had a bill. That bill finally got through a fiscal note analysis and went on to the Finance Committee, where it was summarily killed on a 6-5 vote because the governor had a plan. The governor's plan was coming. Well, this was back in March, beginning of March. And it took until a week ago for that plan to show up on our doorsteps. So, with that, members, I would like to provide you with this amendment, which strikes the Appropriations Committee report and amends the re-engrossed bill, striking below the enacting clause and substituting the text from House Bill 1054. And so I would like to explain to you what my bill did, because we didn't have a chance to chat about it here on the floor. I was sad about that. My bill provided a 2-year pause, a 2-year timeout, because this is complicated. Property taxes are complicated. Property tax policy is complicated. This particular bill is really simple. It's a simple premise. We use the 2022 values, essentially suspend the revaluation for 2023, and modify the 2022 values by 10% upwards. So in other words, your property value for tax purposes would be 110% of your 2022 value. There was a companion bill to this that we'll talk about later. But it's important to give ourselves some time. This is complicated. It should not be determined in a week. It shouldn't be determined in a month. It shouldn't be determined in 3 months. This requires appropriate stakeholding where the counties and municipalities, special districts, and citizens, moreover, citizens, have a seat at the table. Not policy that is handed down to this body for a rubber stamp. I would ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Any representative, Mr. Minority Leader?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so you know, just to be clear, this is a strike blow, and it's a replacement with a solution that I would like to say, and I feel like this is part of my job as Minority Leader, to promote my members' legislation. This basically was brought to committee. A copy of this has been given to the governor, a copy of this has been given to the speaker, because this is truly a solution to this problem that would go into effect immediately. It is given us time to go and do the proper work that needs to go into this level of legislation. This is an excellent amendment, and I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on L60? Representative Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Douglas County for the ideas that you've brought forward. As was referenced, this amendment essentially takes what was House Bill 1054 and puts it into this bill to replace the contents of this bill. And what is useful about that is we have a fiscal note from House Bill 1054 that allows us to contrast what this would do to what Senate Bill 303 does. This bill, this amendment, would slash property tax revenue for our local governments by $1.8 billion in fiscal year 24 and $2.3 billion in fiscal year 25 with no backfill. This bill would increase the state's obligation, this amendment would increase the state's obligation for school finance by $600 million in the first year and $761 million in the next year with no pay for. There's a reason the Finance Committee made the decision it did on House Bill 1054. It's not that there wasn't some amount of merit to the idea, it's that you cannot make these kinds of cuts and just leave your local governments hanging and leave your school districts hanging with no way to cover those costs. Senate Bill 303 is a more balanced solution. Doing what this amendment would propose would devastate our local governments. Please vote no.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the ability to respond to my colleague. I want to tell you that the bill that I created, which is now this amendment, this idea, was brought to initiate a conversation, a meaningful conversation in this chamber. I understand that it is a simplistic idea. The concept of increasing property values from 2022 values by 10% was not arrived at lightly, to tell you the truth. But it was done to make sure that our schools, our special districts, our local governments were made whole and were able to keep the lights on. This bill, and now this amendment, are an important conversation that we need to have. We need to talk about this. Is this the perfect solution? Is 303 the perfect solution? I would submit to you no. But they're both conversations, the hard conversations that we need to have in this chamber. This is important. The reason that this amendment, the language of this amendment is, you may be thinking to yourself, gee, that's really kind of silly and simplistic. Well, we don't have a ton of time. We don't have years to figure this out. This gives us a little time while making sure that our local governments are whole without overburdening our citizens. It's simplistic because it's easy to explain and it's easy to implement. And right now, That might be a really nice thing to do for our citizens. This is real property tax relief. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of Representative Taggart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was told many years ago you can make numbers and statistics do most anything you would like. And in this particular case, my colleague here from Douglas County has given a property tax increase of 10%. I think if you talk to local governments, they can live with 10%. Inflation this year, I don't believe is going to hit 8%. I think it's going to be somewhere in the 6%. But my colleague, that's the co-prime, quotes dollars from the top down. That's not fair. That's not fair to say, you know, with a 50% or 60% valuation, those counties are going to be giving up 40%. That's not how things are done. That's not how the calculation should be done. The calculation should be what incremental tax do our counties need to operate their services effectively? And they should be able to live within a 10% increase, not calculating it from 50 or 60% backwards. I can make those numbers look huge, but they don't have anything to do with reality.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From teaching in the math department, I'll make it a little bit more blunt than my more generous colleague, and that stats don't lie, but liars do stats. The stats department loved that one. Property tax, I'm just sitting here stunned by the irony of that. A property tax not coming into the state is considered, I'm not sure how it was put, but like a liability, like it's a deficit for the state. But it's my understanding that if the people don't pay a property tax, if there's a top property tax relief, then that money would stay in the pockets of the people. And that money that stays in the pockets of the people would then go right into the economy and stay in the economy. But what we want to do is we want to take that money and bring it up here so we can run it around, play games with it, move it in and out of that bucket, and then we will present it to the people as a gift. There you go. There is money from the government that was taken from you, and we're going to give you a little bit back of it. That's the shell game, and it's one shell of a game. How would we affect these losses? Well, you know what we could do? We could not spend unconstitutionally. You could find billions there. Billions. What'd we go up? My colleague gave out the budget. Man, that was a good course right there. You could find billions. You could offset those billions just by decreasing a little bit of the unconstitutional spending of this body that is outside of the charter for which you took an oath and which you pledge allegiance to every single day. Billions. Money left in the pockets of the people of Colorado should not be a scary thing to the General Assembly, but it seems to strike terror. It strikes terror in the heart of politicians. Oh my word, what if we didn't take all the money? God made taxpayers to pay taxes. Take it all. Leave the money. One of the best things about this bill right here is it's a strike below of the other. We can read this shortly. The other one, the economy is going to be reeling from for a very long time. I recommend an aye vote. I recommend leaving money in the pockets of the citizens of Colorado. I recommend not spending money on pet projects that don't work. that we have to come back to get more money for because the first time failed, and the second time failed, and the third time failed. Leave the money in the pockets of the Coloradans. I know it's novel. I know it's anathema, but it's necessary to get the boot off the neck of Colorado. Let it breathe.
Is there any further discussion of L060? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L060 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment is Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need to get myself organized, but I can do that while I talk.
Having been a university professor, I understand that skill. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your grace. There is no problem that the government cannot make with a solution, and we're seeing that today, and we're going to see it played out. As we work to protect the state from the good intentions of this bill on the Lord's Day, I'll note that Francis Schaeffer observed, it is in the absence of a biblical morality that a new elite will come forward to dictate the arbitrary absolutes to society, and here we are. I'm coming up on 37 years ago that I was issued a bedspread under which I slept the other night, and then a few days later I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution with my life, and after I graduated, spent about 27 years in the Air Force, moved around about 20 times with my wife and family. Got to fly a lot of different aircraft, shoot a lot of different things, and always under the oath that was renewed several times but never revoked. Some days in this chamber, I hearken back to the days when I got to fly the A-10 Warthog with a Gar-8 Avenger, not because they're similar, but because this is one of the most painful places to be, to see the violations of the Constitution promulgated daily. You want to do this first? You do it. Today is one of those days. Madam Chair, I move that this bill be set on fire, marked return to sender.
Is there any further discussion of the appropriation report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriation report to Senate Bill 303. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The appropriation report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, now that we're to the bill, I guess I'll give a very brief overview. I'm mindful that members on this side of the aisle probably want to discuss some amendments, and that's fine. I will say we had something interesting happen in committee where our member of our nonpartisan staff was asked to come to the table and walk through the bill, which he did in a masterful way. I have put that offer out there to leadership in the minority party. If people want to hear me do that in a shorter way, I'll do that, but I'm mindful of time, so I'm also happy to not do it. I'll just say briefly by way of summary, this is about trying to balance some legitimately hard factors. One, all of our constituents have just received property valuation notices showing substantial to very substantial increases. I'm in a moderate income area in North Aurora. We went up 50%. Point isn't me, the point is that's representative of my constituents. Some members, probably even more than that, in some areas of your districts. So that's what we're grappling with here. We grapple with it by building on the framework that we started to lay down in a bipartisan way last year in Senate Bill 22-238. Combination of tools at our disposal. One, carefully looking at assessment ratios for different classes of property. Again, we can control those assessment ratios, although valuation is what it is according to the market and the law of assessment, and levies are set locally, of course. So we took a careful look at those ratios. We introduced a new concept, which is reduction in taxable basis to work in conjunction with assessment ratios, because that's a way to make what we're doing in terms of property tax reduction just a little bit more progressive within the universe of those who own residential property and other property as well in the case of 238. But we know that in doing that, we are responding to the demands that taxpayers have on us as their elected representatives, but we're also impacting the revenue base of local governments that provide services that people also want when we do those things. So we brought money to the table. We brought backfill to the table. We carefully grappled with the different dynamics around the state, different rates of growth, different size jurisdictions, and we worked out backfill using Tabor surplus to provide to local governments in 23 and 24 under Senate Bill 238. I actually sponsored that legislation with former Representative Neville out of Douglas County. He's about as conservative as I am progressive. We made an interesting combination on that bill. We came to it for different reasons. We met in the middle, if you will, and did something I think pretty significant for our state that way. But that was only for 2 years, 23 and 24. Here we are again. Valuation notices have increased even the estimates that we had from nonpartisan staff in December. And again, our constituents are pretty shocked. We want to do more than just 2 years. We want to provide a more durable solution. Again, using some of the same tools, reductions in assessment ratio, reductions in some cases in taxable basis, also providing backfill. But to do that, we need to ask the voters to weigh in. There will be a question if this legislation is adopted and signed. Proposition HH on the November ballot will make a small adjustment to a 30-year-old formula by which we can, for 10 years, reduce property taxes that residents and business owners pay, provide backfill to local governments, protect education funding, which, as we know, is dependent in part on local property taxes. This is trying to carefully balance all of these different factors involving the voters. Voters say no, okay, we'll be back here, almost certainly, in January, grappling with this question in some other way. But I hope the voters say yes. At any rate, the voters get to pass on this question. That's the high-level summary. We ask for your support on Senate Bill 303. I will stop here, happy to respond to questions, debate amendments as they come up.
Any further discussion? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have had lots of conversations with different folks around this bill. There are some, don't get me wrong, there are some things that I absolutely agree with. I 100% agree with expanding the senior property tax exemption and making it portable. That is critical to our seniors so they can continue to live in their homes and age in place. This is super important. It's so important, in fact, that I've had occasion to be down here in this Capitol over the last, 5 years or so, advocating, testifying, stakeholding on their behalf for just these very things. And I will tell you, the last time I was here, I believe it was only last year, I was here to testify on a bill that the minority brought forward to do just this, to expand and make portable the senior exemption. And I'm sure my experience would have been better if it were a House committee, but it wasn't. It was a Senate committee. And I will tell you that I felt treated dismissively and kind of in a condescending manner, that we would dare ask for this important thing for our seniors. Dare. Because it wasn't equitable to those who didn't own their property. Anyway, I digress. I am really happy about that component in this bill. I'm happy to see some of the assessment rates brought down. Candidly, I don't think the residential assessment rate is low enough. I would like to see other things, but I wasn't actually invited to this conversation to provide my feedback. I question how much this is actually going to be helping our property owners. I have a lot of other things to say about this particular bill, but at this point, I would like to take the opportunity to ask that it be read at length. Thank you. I would like to move that the bill be read at length.
There has been a motion to have the bill read at length. The time for debate will be paused, and the bill will be read.
First Regular Session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 23 to 305.01 Ed DeCecco X 4216 Senate Bill 23 to 303. Senate Committees House Committees Appropriations. A bill for an Act 101 concerning a reduction in property taxes, and, in connection 102 therewith, creating a limit on annual property tax 103 increases for certain local governments, temporarily 104 reducing the valuation for assessment of certain 105 residential and non-residential property, creating new 106 subclasses of property, permitting the state to retain 107 and spend revenue up to the proposition HH cap, 108 requiring the retained revenue to be used to reimburse 109 certain local governments for lost property tax 110 revenue and to be deposited in the State Education Fund 111 to backfill the reduction in school district property 112 tax revenue, transferring general fund money to a 113 cash fund to also be used for the reimbursements. Senate third reading unamended May 4, 2023. Senate amended second reading May 3, 2023. Senate sponsorship Fenberg and Hansen, Bridges, Buckner, Moreno, Priola. House sponsorship DeGruy, Kennedy and Weissman. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. 101 eliminating the cap on the amount of excess state. 102 revenues that may be used for the reimbursements for 103 the 2023 property tax year, referring a ballot issue. 104 and making an appropriation. Bill summary, note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Section 3 of the bill requires the Secretary of State to refer a ballot issue to voters at the November 2023 election that asks voters whether property taxes should be reduced and that seeks voter approval to retain and spend excess state revenues that will be used to backfill some of the reduced property tax revenue. Most of the bill only becomes effective if the voters approve the ballot issue. Local government property tax revenue limit. Beginning with the 2023 property tax year, Section 6 establishes a limit on specified property tax revenue for local governments, excluding those that are home rule and school districts, that is equal to inflation above the property tax revenue from the prior property tax year limit. A local government may establish a temporary property tax credit, which does not change the gross mill levy, that is up to the number of mills necessary to prevent the local government's property tax revenue from exceeding the limit. Alternatively, the governing board may approve a mill levy that would cause the local government to exceed the limit, if the governing board approves the mill levy at a public meeting that meets certain criteria. Valuation changes. The valuation for assessment, valuation, of non-residential real and personal property, excluding producing mines and lands or leaseholds producing oil or gas, is based on an assessment rate of 29% of actual value, but currently, there are temporary reductions in the valuation for certain subclasses of property. Section 8 creates the additional temporary reductions. For the 2023 property tax year. For lodging property, property listed under any improved commercial subclass code, and all other non-residential property, excluding agricultural property and renewable energy production property, the assessment rate is reduced from 27.9% to 27.85%. For renewable energy agricultural land, which is a newly created subclass of agricultural property that is valued under Section 7, the assessment rate is reduced from 26.4% to 303 to 21.9%. Thereafter, the assessment rate for lodging property and all non-residential property, excluding agricultural property and renewable energy production property and property that is not under a vacant land subclass, is reduced from 29% to 27.85% for the 2024 through 2026 property tax years, 27.65% for the 2027 and 2028 property tax years, 26.9% for the 2029 and 2030 property tax years, and 25.9% or 26.9% for the 2031 and 2032 property tax years, depending on the increase in the valuation in the 32 counties with the smallest increases from the 2030 to 2031 property tax years, revenue increases. The assessment rate for agricultural property, excluding renewable energy agricultural land, and renewable energy property is reduced from 29% to 26.4% for the 2025 through 2030 property tax years, and 25.9% or 26.4% for the 2031 and 2032 property tax years, depending on the increase in the valuation in the 32 counties with the smallest revenue increases. The assessment rate for renewable energy agricultural land is reduced from 29% to 21.9% for the 2024 through 2032 property tax years. Beginning with the 2033 property tax year, all of the temporary valuation reductions expire and the valuation of all non-residential real property is 29% of the actual value of the property. The valuation of residential real property is based on an assessment rate of 7.15% of actual value, but currently, there are temporary reductions in the valuation. Section 9 further reduces the valuation of residential real property. For the 2023 property tax year, the valuation is reduced from 6.765% of the amount equal to the actual value minus the lesser of $15,000 or the amount that causes the valuation to be $1,000, alternate amount, to 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value minus the lesser of $40,000 or the alternate amount. For the 2024 property tax year, the valuation is reduced as follows. For multifamily residential real property, the valuation is reduced from 6.8% of the actual value to 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value minus the lesser of $40,000 or the alternate amount, and for all other residential real property, the valuation is reduced from an estimate of 6.98% of the actual value to 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value minus the lesser of $40,000 or the alternate amount. For the 2025 through 2032 property tax years. For multifamily residential real property and primary residence real property, including multifamily primary. -3, 303. Residence real property, the valuation is reduced from 7.15% of the actual value to 6.7% of the actual value minus the lesser of $40,000 or the alternate amount. For qualified senior primary residence real property, including multifamily qualified senior primary residence real property, the valuation is reduced from 7.15% of the actual value to 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value minus $140,000 or the alternate amount, and for all other residential real property, the assessment rate is reduced from 7.15% to 7.1%. Beginning with the 2033 property tax year, all of the temporary valuation reductions expire and the valuation of all residential real property is 7.15% of the actual value of the property. The bill also establishes that all of the temporary reductions in valuation for residential and non-residential property created in the bill are contingent on the state's ability to retain and spend state surplus up to the Proposition HH cap. If, for any reason, excluding a legislative enactment by the General Assembly, the state is not permitted to retain and spend this money, then the temporary reductions in the bill do not apply. Section 11 creates the residential subclass of primary residence real property for owner-occupiers and establishes administrative procedures related to the classification that are based on the procedures for the homestead exemption, with those procedures expanded to treat civil union partners like spouses. Section 11 also creates the residential subclass of qualified senior primary residence real property, which is a property with an owner-occupier who previously qualified for the senior homestead exemption for a different property and who does not qualify for the exemption for the current property tax year. Sections 1, 12, 13, 15, and 16 delay deadlines as necessary due to the valuation changes for the 2023 property tax year. The state is currently required to reimburse local governmental entities for property tax revenue lost as a result of the reductions in valuation enacted in Senate Bill 22-238. Section 14 modifies this backfill mechanism by specifying that the amount of revenue lost for a property tax year is based on a local governmental entity's mill levy for the 2022 property tax year, excluding specified mills, including the additional property tax revenue reductions that result from the bill in the backfill for the 2023 property tax year, eliminating the maximum amount of the backfill for the 2023 property tax year that is a refund of excess state revenues, extending the backfill for the 2024 through 2032 property tax years for the valuation reductions in the bill, but making -4, 303. A local governmental entity that has an increase in real property total valuation of 20% or more from the 2022 property tax year ineligible for the backfill. Creating the local government backfill cash fund, which includes a $128 million general fund transfer, and requiring the money from the fund to be used to backfill revenue to local governments beginning with the 2024 property tax year, and beginning with the 2024 property tax year, proportionally reducing the amount that each eligible local government receives, if necessary to avoid exceeding the total amount that is available for the backfill statewide. Section 14 also modifies the backfill mechanism to treat cities and counties as counties instead of municipalities, and this change is not contingent on voter approval of the ballot issue. Section 18 requires the Department of Revenue to calculate the amount of excess state revenues that will be refunded for the fiscal year 2022 to 23 with and without the changes from the bill. Voter-approved revenue change. If the voters approve the referred ballot issue, then the state will be authorized to retain and spend revenues up to the Proposition HH cap, created in Section 3. For the 2023 to 24 fiscal year, the Proposition HH cap is equal to the excess state revenues cap for the prior fiscal year, adjusted for inflation plus 1% and population changes. Thereafter, the Proposition HH cap is equal to the Proposition HH cap for the prior fiscal year, adjusted for inflation plus 1% and population changes. The Proposition HH cap is also annually adjusted for the qualification or disqualification of enterprises and debt service changes. If the General Assembly does not enact assessment rates for the 2033 property tax year that are the same or lower than the assessment rates for the 2032 property tax year described above, then the Proposition HH cap is reduced to be equal to the excess state revenues cap, and the state will retain $0 under this authority beginning with the 2031 to 32 fiscal year. Thereafter, the General Assembly may partially or wholly restore the Proposition HH cap without additional voter approval if the General Assembly enacts valuation reductions equal to or greater than those for the 2032 property tax year. The amount retained under this authority is first used in the following fiscal year to backfill certain local governments for the reduced property tax revenue as a result of the property tax changes in the bill and Senate Bill 22 to 238, and the remainder is transferred to the State Education Fund to offset the revenue that school districts lose as a result of the property tax changes. Section 5 requires the State Controller to include the new voter-approved revenue change in the annual report on Tabor revenues. Dash 5, 303. Sections 2, 4, 10, and 17 make conforming amendments related to the valuation changes and related procedures and the voter-approved revenue changes. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-40-102, amend 3, 3, and 6, as follows, for 22-40-102. Certification, tax revenues, repeal. 3a. The 5 Board of Education of a school district which had an actual enrollment of 6 more than 50,000 pupils during the preceding school year may 7th make the certification provided for in subsection 1 of this section number 8 later than December 15th. 9b. For the property tax year commencing on January 10th 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 3a of this section 11 is postponed from December 15th 2023 to January 5th 2024. 12. 2. This subsection 3b is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 13. 6a. Each school district, with such assistance as may be 14 required from the Department of Education, shall inform the County 15 treasurer for each county within the district's boundaries no later than December 16th 15 of each year of said district's general fund mill levy in the 17. Absence of funds estimated to be received by said district pursuant to the 18. Public School Finance Act of 1994, Article 54 of this title, Title 22, and 19. The estimated funds to be received for the general fund of the district from 20. The state. 21b. For the property tax year commencing on January 22, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 6a of this section 23 is postponed from December 15, 2023 to January 5, 2024. 24. 2. This subsection 6b is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. Dash 6, 303. 1. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-2-103, add 4.7. 2 as follows, 325-2-103. Centralized registration system for all vital statistics. 4. Office of the State Registrar of Vital Statistics created, appointment 5 of Registrar, rules. 4.7. Notwithstanding any other provision of 6 law that limits the sharing of vital statistics. After receiving 7 the list of names and social security numbers of individuals who 8 HAD property classified as primary residence real property or 9 qualified senior primary residence real property that is 10 provided by the property tax administrator pursuant to section 1139-1-104.6.5 c. The state registrar shall identify all 12 individuals on the list who have died and transmit a list of the 13 names and social security numbers of such individuals to the 14 administrator. 15. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Part 2 to Article 1677 of Title 24 as follows, 17 Part 218 Submission of ballot issue, voter approved. 19 Revenue change, property tax reduction. 20 Backfill 2124-77-201. Definitions. AS used in this Part 2, unless the 22 context otherwise requires. 23. 1. Account means the Proposition HH General Fund 24 exempt account in the General Fund created in Section 24-77-20325, 3a. 26. 2. Ballot issue means the question referred to voters 27 in accordance with Section 24-77-202, 1. 7. 303. 1. 3. Excess state revenue CAP has the same meaning as 2 set forth in Section 24-77-103.6, 6b. 3. 4. State revenues means state revenues not excluded 4 from state fiscal year spending, as defined in Section 24-77-1025, 17. 6. 5. State surplus means the amount of state revenues 7 that exceed the excess state revenues cap for a given state 8 fiscal year. 924-77-202. Submission of ballot issue, voter approved 10 revenue change. 1. At the election held on November 7, 2023, the 11th Secretary of State shall submit to the registered electors of 12 the state for their approval or rejection the following ballot 13 issue. Shall the state reduce property taxes for homes in 14 businesses, including expanding property tax relief for seniors, 15 and backfill counties, water districts, fire districts, 16 ambulance and hospital districts, and other local government 17 and fund school districts by using a portion of the state surplus. 18 up to the proposition HH cap as defined in this measure. 19.2. For purposes of Section 1-5-407, the ballot issue is a 20 proposition to be identified as Proposition HH. Section 1-40-10621, 3d, does not apply to the ballot issue. 2224-77-203. Retention of excess state revenues, transfer to State 23 Education Fund, local government reimbursement, Legislative 24 Declaration. 1a. If a majority of the electors voting on the 25 ballot issue vote yes/for, then for each fiscal year 26 commencing on or after July 1, 2023, the state is authorized to 27 retain and spend all of the state surplus that is less than the -8, 303. 1 Proposition HH cap, which is 2i, for the 2023 to 24 fiscal year, an amount equal to the 3 excess state revenues cap for the 2022 to 23 fiscal year, adjusted for inflation plus 1 percentage point, the percentage change 5 in state population, the qualification or disqualification of 6 enterprises, and debt service changes, and 7.2. For the fiscal year 2024 to 25 and each succeeding fiscal 8 year, an amount equal to the Proposition HH cap for the prior 9 fiscal year, adjusted for inflation plus 1 percentage point, the 10% change in state population, the qualification or 11 disqualification of enterprises, and debt service changes. 12b(I), notwithstanding subsection 1a of this section 13 and except as otherwise provided in subsection 1b(2) of this 14 section, if the General Assembly does not enact legislation TO 15 establish valuations for assessment for the property tax year 16 commencing on and after January 1, 2033, that are less than or 17 equal to the temporarily reduced valuations for assessment. 18 established in sections 39-1-104, 1b, v, 1.8a, 3, 1.8a, 4, 19 and 1.8b, 6, and 39-1-104.2, 3, q, 2, and 3, r, 4. In this 20 Senate Bill 23-____ for the property tax year commencing on January 21, 2032, for the same classes of property, then, for the 22 fiscal year commencing on July 1, 2032, and each fiscal year 23 thereafter, the Proposition HH-CAP is an amount equal to the 24 excess state revenue CAP. 25.2. If the Proposition HH-CAP is reduced by operation of 26 subsection 1b(I) of this section, the General Assembly may, 27 without additional voter approval, enact legislation TO restore. 9, 303. 1. The CAP for a fiscal year 2 an amount that is less than or equal to the amount that the Proposition HH-CAP would have been for 3 the fiscal year under subsection 1a, 2 of this section if 4 subsection 1b(I) of this section had not applied if, for the 5 property tax year that ends during the fiscal year, the General 6 Assembly, 7a, establishes valuations for assessment that are less 8 than or equal to the temporarily reduced valuations for 9 assessment established in Sections 39-1-104, 1b, v, 1.8a, 3, 10, 1.8a, 4, and 1.8b, 6, and 39-1-104.2, 3, q, 2, and 3, r, 4, 11 in the Senate Bill 23-____ for the property tax year commencing 12 on January 1, 2032, for the same classes of property, or 13b, reduces the valuations for assessment differently 14 from the valuations for assessment established in this Senate 15 Bill 23-____, but the aggregate reduction in the valuation for 16 assessments statewide from the reductions is greater than or 17 equal to the estimated aggregate reduction in the valuation for 18 assessments from the minimum reductions in valuation for 19 assessment necessary to meet the conditions specified in 20 subsection 1b, 2a of this section. 21c, for purposes of the calculation set forth in this 22 subsection 123i, inflation and the percentage change in state 24 population are the same rates that are used in calculating the 25 maximum annual percentage change in state fiscal year spending 26 pursuant to section 24-77-103, and 27.2, the qualification or disqualification of an enterprise. 10.303. 1 or a debt service change affects the Proposition HH cap in the same manner as the change affects the limitation on state fiscal 3-year spending. 4.2. This section does not affect the amount that the State 5 is permitted to retain and spend under the authority conferred 6 by the voters' approval of section 24-77-103.6. 7.3a. The Proposition HH General Fund exempt account IS 8 hereby created in the General Fund. The account consists of a 9 amount equal to the amount of state surplus that the state is 10 authorized to retain and spend under this Part 2 for the prior 11 fiscal year, if any. The state treasurer shall credit all interest 12 and income derived from the deposit and investment of money in 13 the Proposition HH General Fund exempt account to the account. 14b. The money in the account for each fiscal year 15 beginning with the 2023 to 24 fiscal year must be used as follows. 16i. The money is first used to provide reimbursements to 17 local governments under Section 39-3-210, 4a, 2, and 18.2. As soon as possible after receiving the report from the 19 Property Tax Administrator in accordance with Section 39-3-21020, the State Treasurer shall transfer the amount, if any, in the 21 account that is in excess of the amount that will be used in 22 accordance with subsection 3b(i) of this Section to the State 23 Education Fund created in Section 17 of Article 9 of the State 24 Constitution. 25.4. The General Assembly hereby finds and declares that 26a. Public school funding consists of a combination of 27 state and local school district revenue. 11.303. 1b. Under the current school finance formula, and 2. Increase in state funding can backfill a decrease in local 3 property tax revenue. 4c. Reductions in property tax valuations reduce the 5 local property tax revenue collected for local governments, 6 including school districts. 7d. Money in the state education fund is used to provide 8 funding for local school districts. And 9e. It is the intent of the General Assembly that 10 transferring a portion of the money from the account to the 11 State Education Fund in accordance with subsection 3 of this 12 section provides additional funding to local school districts in 13 order to backfill property tax revenue reductions resulting 14 from property tax changes enacted in this Senate Bill 23-__1524-77-204. Repeal. 1. If a majority of the electors voting 16 on the ballot issue vote no/against, then this Part 2 is 17 repealed, effective July 1, 2024. 18.2. If a majority of the electors voting on the ballot issue 19 vote yes/4, then this section is repealed, effective July 1, 2024. 21 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-55-103, amend 22:1, as follows, 23-22-55-103. State Education Fund, creation, transfers to Fund 24, use of money in fund, permitted investments, exempt from 25 spending limitations. 1. In accordance with Section 17(4) of Article 926 of the State Constitution, there is hereby created in the State Treasury the 27 State Education Fund. The fund shall consists of state education. 12.303. 1. Fund revenues, money transferred to the fund in accordance with 2 Section 24-77-203, 3b, 2, all interest and income earned on the 3 deposit and investment of money in the fund, and any gifts or 4 other money that are exempt from the limitation on state fiscal 5-year spending set forth in Section 27a of Article X of the State 6 Constitution and Section 24-77-103 CRS that may be credited to the 7 fund. All interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of 8 money in the fund shall be credited to the fund. At the end 9 of any state fiscal year, all unexpended and unencumbered monies 10 money in the fund shall remains in the fund and shall not revert 11 to the general fund or any other fund. 12 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-77-106.5, amend 13:1, as follows, 1424-77-106.5. Annual Financial Report, certification of excess 15 state revenues. 1a. For each fiscal year, the Controller shall prepare 16. A financial report for the state for purposes of ascertaining compliance. 17. With the provisions of this article. Any financial report prepared pursuant 18 to this section shall include, but shall not be limited to, state fiscal year 19 spending, reserves, revenues that the state is authorized to 20 retain and spend pursuant to voter approval of Section 24-77-103.6 or 21 pursuant to Part 2 of this Article 77, and debt. Such the financial 22 report shall be audited by the state auditor. 23b. Notwithstanding Section 24-1-136, 11a, I, based upon the 24 financial report prepared in accordance with subsection 1a of this 25 section for any given fiscal year, the Controller shall certify to the 26 Governor, the General Assembly, and the Executive Director of the 27 Department of Revenue no later than September 1 following the end of a 13.303. 1 fiscal year the amount of state revenues in excess of the limitation on 2 state fiscal year spending imposed by Section 27a of Article X of the 3 State Constitution, if any, for such fiscal year and the state revenues in 4 excess of such limitation that the state is authorized to retain and spend 5 pursuant to voter approval of Section 24-77-103.6 or pursuant to Part 6.2 of this Article 77. 7 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 29-1-306 as 8 follows, 929-1-306. Limitation on property tax revenue, temporary 10 property tax credit, governing body override, notice, definitions. 11.1 AS used in this section, unless the context otherwise 12 requires. 13a. inflation means the annual percentage change in the 14 United States Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics 15 Consumer Price Index for Denver Aurora Lakewood for all 16 items paid by all urban consumers, or ITS applicable successor 17 index. 18b. Local government means a governmental entity. 19. Authorized by law to impose ad valorem taxes on taxable 20 property located within its territorial limits, except that the 21 term excludes school districts in any county, city and county, 22 city, or town that has adopted a home rule charter. 23. C. Property tax limit means the limit established in 24 subsection 2 of this section on a local government's property 25 tax revenue for a property tax year. 26. 2a. For property tax years commencing on and after January 27, 1st, 2023, a local government's property tax revenue for 14. 303. 1. A property tax year shall not increase by more than inflation 2 from the local government's property tax revenue for the prior 3 property tax year, unless the governing body of the local 4 government approves the increase in accordance with 5 subsection 4 of this section. The governing body may enact a 6 temporary property tax credit that is up to the number of mills 7 necessary to prevent the local government's property tax 8 revenue from exceeding this property tax limit. 9b. The limit set forth in subsection 2a of this section 10 is based on the United States Department of Labor's Bureau of 11 Labor Statistics most recently published estimate of inflation 12 for the prior calendar year that is available as of December 15, 13 of the property tax year for which the limit is being calculated. 14. 3a. For purposes of calculating the property tax limit, 15 property tax revenue that is from the following sources or is 16 used for the following purposes is excluded from property tax. 17. Revenue for the property tax year. 18. I. Property tax revenue from the increased valuation for 19 assessment within the taxing entity for the preceding year that 20 is attributable to new construction and personal property 21 connected therewith. As defined by the Property Tax 22 Administrator in manuals prepared pursuant to Section 39-2-10923, 1b. 24. 2. Property tax revenue from the increased valuation 25 for assessment attributable to a change in law for a property 26 tax classification or to the annexation or inclusion of 27 additional land, the improvements thereon, and personal. 15. 303. 1. Property connected therewith within the taxing entity for the 2 preceding year. 3. Property tax revenue for property that had 4 previously been omitted from the assessment roll. 5. 4. Property tax revenue abetted or refunded by the 6 local government during the property tax year. 7. V. Property tax revenue attributable to previously 8 legally exempt federal property that becomes taxable if such 9 property causes an increase in the level of services provided by 10 the local government, and 11. 6. Any amount for the payment of expenses incurred in 12. The reappraisal of classes or subclasses ordered or conducted 13 by the State Board of Equalization for the payment to the state 14 of excess state equalization payments to school districts, which 15 excess is due to the undervaluation of taxable property. 16. B. For purposes of calculating the property tax limit, 17. Property tax revenue that is from the following sources or is 18 used for the following purposes is excluded from property tax. 19. Revenue for the property tax year and the prior property tax 20 year. 21. I. Property tax revenue from producing mines or lands or 22 leaseholds producing oil or gas, and 23. 2. An amount to provide for the payment of bonds and 24 interest thereon, or for the payment of any other contractual 25 obligation that has been approved by a majority of the local 26 government's voters voting thereon at any election held 27 before, on, or after November 7, 2023, and 16. 303. 1. 3. Any revenue from a mill levy that has been approved 2 by voters of the local government at any election held before, 3 on, or after November 7, 2023. 4. C. A temporary property tax credit created under 5 subsection 2 of this section does not change the underlying 6 mill levy imposed by a local government. Reducing or 7. Eliminating a temporary property tax credit does not require 8 prior voter approval under Section 24a of Article X of the 9 State Constitution. 10. 4. A local government may impose a mill levy that would 11 exceed the property tax limit if the following procedures are 12 followed. 13. A. The governing body of the local government must 14 publish notice of ITS proposed intent to exceed the property tax 15 limit in a newspaper in each county in which the local 16 government is located and on the website of the governing body. 17. If the governing body maintains a website, at least 10 days in 18. Advance of the public hearing at which the mill levy is to be 19. Approved. 20. B. The notice must include 21. I. The proposed mill levy if the governing body approves 22. A mill levy that would exceed the property tax limit. 23. 2. Any temporary property tax credits. And 24. 3. The date, time, and location of the public hearing. 25. C. The governing body of the local government must 26. Provide the public an opportunity to present oral testimony at 27. An open meeting within reasonable time limits and without an 17. 303. 1. Unreasonable restriction on the number of individuals allowed. 2. To make public comment. And 3. D. The governing body of the local government must for adopt a resolution or ordinance to approve a mill levy that 5 exceeds the property tax limit at the public hearing after the 6th governing body has heard from interested taxpayers. 7.5. The final decision by a governing body to impose a Mill 8 levy that exceeds the property tax limit in accordance with the 9 procedures set forth in subsection 4 of this section is deemed to be final and conclusive and is not subject to appeal to court. 11.6. If a local government exceeds the property tax limit 12 for a property tax year and does not comply with subsection 4.13 of this section, then the local government shall refund to 14 taxpayers any property taxes collected above the property tax 15 limit. 16. Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-1-103, add 5, G, 17 as follows. 1839-1-103. Actual value determined when legislative. 19. Declaration. 5G. The actual value of renewable energy 20 agricultural land is based on the wasteland subclass 21 valuation formula provided by the administrator. If any portion 22 of the land is used for non-agricultural commercial or 23 non-agricultural residential purposes, that portion is valued 24 according to the use, as required by subsection 5A of this 25 section. 26. Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-1-104, amend 127, 1.6, c, and 1.8, and add 1.9 as follows. 18, 303. 139-1-104. Valuation for assessment, definitions. 2, 1a, except as set forth in subsection 1b of this section, the 3 valuation for assessment of all taxable property real and personal for property that is classified as lodging property in the state shall be 5 is 29% of the actual value thereof, as determined by the 6th assessor and the administrator in the manner prescribed by law, and that 7% shall be uniformly applied, without exception, to the actual 8 value, so determined, of the real and personal property located within the 9 territorial limits of the authority levying a property tax, and all property 10 taxes shall be levied against the aggregate valuation for assessment 11 resulting from the application of that percentage. 12b(I), notwithstanding subsection 1a of this section, for the 13 property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, the valuation for 14 assessment of non-residential property that is classified as lodging 15 property is temporarily reduced to 27 9/10. 16 27 85/100% of an 17 amount equal to the actual value minus the lesser of $30,018 or the amount that reduces causes the valuation for assessment 19 to be $1,000. 22. For the property tax years commencing on and after January 21, 2024, but before January 1, 2027, the valuation for 22 assessment of real and personal property that is classified as 23 lodging property is temporarily reduced to 27 24 85/100% of the actual value thereof. 25. 3. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 26, 2027, and January 1, 2028, the valuation for assessment of real 27 and personal property that is classified as lodging property is 19, 303. 1. Temporarily reduced to 27 and 65/100% of the actual value thereof. 3, 4. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, for 2029, and January 1, 2030, the valuation for assessment of real 5 and personal property that is classified as lodging property is 6. Temporarily reduced to 26 9/10% of 7 the actual value thereof. 8. V. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2031, and January 1, 2032, the valuation for assessment of real 10 and personal property that is classified as lodging property is 11. Temporarily reduced to 12. A. 25 9/10% of the actual 13 value thereof, if, for the property tax year commencing on January 14, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 15 assessment of taxable real property within the 32-16 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is 17 greater than or equal to 3 7/10% from 18 the prior property tax year, or 19. B. 26 9/10% of the actual 20 value thereof, if, for the property tax year commencing on January 21, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 22 assessment of taxable real property within the 32-23 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is less 24 than 3 7/10% from the prior property tax 25 year. 26. C. This subsection 1 only applies to non-residential property that 27 is classified as lodging property. 20. 303. 1.6, c. Real and personal agricultural property is a subclass of 2 non-residential property for purposes of the valuation for assessment. 3. Real property that is classified as agricultural land that 4 contains a renewable energy facility, as described in section 539-4-102, 1.5, if the land was classified by the assessor as 6 agricultural land at the time the facility was constructed. 7 under section 39-1-102, 1.6, a. is classified as renewable energy. 8. Agricultural property, which is a subclass of agricultural 9 property for purposes of the valuation for assessment. This 10 classification applies for a property tax year that the real 11 property is still used for agricultural purposes and to the 12 portion of the land that is attributable to Oregon used in 13 conjunction with the renewable energy facility. 14. 1.8, a. The valuation for assessment of real and personal 15 property that is classified as agricultural property or renewable energy. 16. Production property is 29% of the actual value thereof. 17. Accept that the valuation for assessment of this property is 18 temporarily reduced as follows. 19. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2022, 20, and January 1, 2023, and January 1, 2024, the valuation for assessment 21 of this property is temporarily reduced to 26 and 4/10 22% of the actual value thereof. 23. 2. For the property tax years commencing on and after January 24, 2024, but before January 1, 2031, the valuation for 25 assessment of this property, excluding renewable energy 26 agricultural land, is 26 and 4/10% of the 27 actual value thereof. 21, 303. 1. 3. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2031, and January 1, 2032, the valuation for assessment of this 3 property, excluding renewable energy agricultural land, is 4a. 25 and 9/10% of the actual 5 value thereof, if, for the property tax year commencing on January 6, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 7 assessment of taxable real property within the 32 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is 9. Greater than or equal to 3 and 7/10% from 10 the prior property tax year, or 11, b, 26 and 4/10% of the actual 12 value thereof, if, for the property tax year commencing on January 13, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 14 assessment of taxable real property within the 32 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is less 16 than 3 and 7/10% from the prior property tax 17 year, and 18, 4, for the property tax years commencing on and after January 19, 2024, but before January 1, 2033, the valuation for 20 assessment of renewable energy agricultural land is 21 and 9/10% of the actual value 22 thereof. 23, b, the valuation for assessment of all non-residential property that 24 is not specified in subsection 1 or 1.8 a of this section is 29.25% of the actual value thereof, except that for the property tax year 26 commencing on January 1, 2023, the valuation for assessment of this 27 property is temporarily reduced to 22, 303. 1I, for the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, for all of the property listed by the assessor under any improved 3 commercial subclass codes, 27 and 9/1085 for 100% of an amount equal to the actual value minus 5 the lesser of $30,000 or the amount that reduces causes the 6 valuation for assessment to be $1,000, and 7, 2, for the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, 27 and 9/1085 100% of the actual value of all other non-residential property that is not 10 specified in subsection 1, 1.8 a, and or 1.8 b, I, of 11 this section, 12, 3, for the property tax years commencing on and after January 13, 2024, but before January 1, 2027, 27 and 14.85 100% of the actual value of all 15 other non-residential property that is not specified in subsection 16, 1, or 1.8 a, of this section or that is not under a vacant land. 17 subclass, 18, 4, for the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2027, and January 1, 2028, 27 and 65 100% of the actual value of all other 21 non-residential property that is not specified in subsection 1, or 22, 1.8, a, of this section or that is not under a vacant land 23 subclass, 24, v, for the property tax years commencing on January 1, 25, 2029, and January 1, 2030, 26 and 9/10% of 26 the actual value of all other non-residential property that is 27 not specified in subsection 1 or 1.8 a of this section or that is 23, 303. 1 not under a vacant land subclass, and 2, 6, for the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2031, and January 1, 2032, 4, a, 25 and 9/10% of the actual 5 value of all other non-residential property that is not specified 6 in subsection 1 or 1.8 a of this section or that is not under a 7 vacant land subclass, if, for the property tax year commencing 8 on January 1, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 9 assessment of taxable real property within the 32 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is 11 greater than or equal to 3 and 7/10% from 12 the prior property tax year, or 13, b, 26 and 9/10% of the actual 14 value of all other non-residential property that is not specified 15 in subsection 1 or 1.8 a of this section or that is not under a 16 vacant land subclass, if, for the property tax year commencing 17 on January 1, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 18 assessment of taxable real property within the 32 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is less 20 than 3 and 7/10% from the prior property tax 21 year. 22, b.5, I, for purposes of subsections 1, b, v, 1.8, a, 3, 23 and 1.8, b, 6, of this section, the total valuation for 24 assessment of taxable real property for assessment excludes 25 the valuation for assessment from producing mines and lands or 26 leaseholds producing oil or gas. 27, 2, the administrator shall calculate the average 24-303. 1 increase in total valuation for assessment of taxable real 2 property within the 32 counties with the smallest 3 increases for purposes of subsections 1B, V, 1.8, A, 3, and 4, 1.8, B, 6, of this section based on information provided by 5 county assessors in accordance with subsection 1.8, B.5, 3, of 6 this section and the abstract of assessment for the property tax 7-year commencing on January 1, 2030. 8.3. No later than May 5, 2031, each assessor shall 9 provide the administrator with an estimate of the total 10 valuation for assessment of taxable real property located 11 within the county based on the notices of valuation for the 12 property tax year. 13.4. On or before July 1, 2031, the administrator shall 14 publish on the website maintained by the Division of Property 15 Taxation in the Department of Local Affairs whether the rate 16 set forth in subsections 1, B, V, A, 1.8, A, 3, A, and 17, 1.8, B, 6, A, of this section or whether the rates set forth in 18 subsections 1, B, V, B, 1.8, A, 3, B, and 1.8, B, 6, B, of this 19 section apply for property tax years commencing on January 1, 2031, and January 1, 2032. 21. C. The actual value of real and personal property specified in 22 subsection 1.8, A, or 1.8, B, subsection 1, 1.8, A, or 1.8, B, of this 23 section is determined by the assessor and the administrator in the manner 24 prescribed by law, and evaluation for assessment percentage is uniformly 25 applied, without exception, to the actual value, as so determined or as so 26 determined and then reduced, of the various classes and subclasses 27 of real and personal property located within the territorial limits of the 25-303. 1 authority levying a property tax, and all property taxes are levied against 2 the aggregate valuation for assessment resulting from the application of 3 the percentage. 4. D. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires. 5. Non-residential property means all taxable real and personal property in 6 the state other than residential real property, producing mines, or lands or 7 leaseholds producing oil or gas. Non-residential property includes the 8 subclasses of agricultural property, lodging property, and renewable and 9 energy production property, for purposes of the ratio of valuation for 10 assessment. 11. 1.9, A. The temporary reductions in the valuations for 12 assessments set forth in subsections 1, B, and 1.8 of this section 13 made in this Senate Bill 23-____ are contingent on the state's 14 authority to retain and spend state surplus up to the Proposition 15 HHCAP under Part 2 of Article 77 of Title 24. Notwithstanding 16. Any provision of subsections 1, B, and 1.8 of this section to the 17 contrary, if, for a fiscal year commencing on or after July 1, 2023, the state is not permitted to retain and spend state surplus 19 up to the Proposition HHCAP for the fiscal year for any reason, 20 excluding a legislative enactment by the General Assembly, 21 then for the property tax year that begins during the fiscal 22 year and all property tax years thereafter, the temporary 23 reductions in the valuation for assessment set forth in 24 subsections 1, B, and 1.8 of this section made in this Senate 25 Bill 23-____ do not apply. 26. B. The state controller shall notify the administrator 27 if subsection 1.9, A, of this section applies, and the 26-303. 1 administrator shall publish notice on the website maintained by 2 the Division of Property Taxation in the Department of Local 3 Affairs that the applicable temporary reductions set forth in 4 subsections 1, B, and 1.8 of this section made in this Senate 5 Bill 23-____ do not apply. 6. Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-1-104.2, amend 7, 3, Q, and 3, R, and add 1, A.3, 1, A.7, and 3.5, as follows, 839-1-104.2. Residential real property, valuation for 9 assessment, legislative declaration, definitions. 1. As used in this 10 section, unless the context otherwise requires. 11. A.3. Primary residence real property means property 12 that is classified as such under section 39-1-104.6. 13. A.7. Qualified senior primary residence real property. 14 means property that is classified as such under section 39-1-104.715. 2. 16. 3. Q. The ratio of valuation for assessment for multifamily. 17. Residential real property is 7.15% of the actual value thereof. 4. 18. Property tax years commencing on or after January 1, 2019, except that 19. The valuation for assessment is temporarily reduced as follows. 20. I. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2022, and January 1, 2024, the ratio of valuation for assessment for 22 multifamily residential real property is temporarily reduced to 6.823% of the actual value thereof, and 24. 2. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2023, but before January 1, 2033, the ratio of valuation for assessment 26 for multifamily residential real property is temporarily reduced to 6.76527%, 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value of the dash 27,303. One property minus the lesser of $40,000 or the two amount that causes the valuation for assessment of the three property to be $1,000. 4. R. The ratio of valuation for assessment for all residential real 5 property other than multifamily residential real property is 7.15%, 6 of the actual value thereof, except that the valuation for 7 assessment is temporarily reduced as follows. 8. For the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2022, the 9 ratio of valuation for assessment for all residential real property other 10 than multifamily residential real property is temporarily reduced to 6.9511% of the actual value thereof. 12. 2. For the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, the 13 ratio of valuation for assessment for all residential real property other 14 than multifamily residential real property is 6.765%, 6.7%, 15 of the amount equal to the actual value and of the property minus 16 the lesser of $40,000 or the amount that causes 17. The valuation for assessment of the property TOB $1,018. 19. 3. For the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2024. 20. The ratio of valuation for assessment for all residential real property other 21 than multifamily residential real property is temporarily established as 22. The percentage calculated in accordance with Section 39-1-104.46.7 23% of the amount equal to the actual value of the property. 24 minus the lesser of $40,000 or the amount that 25 causes the valuation for assessment of the property to be $126,000, and 27, 4, for property tax years commencing on or after. 28,303. January 1, 2025, but before January 1, 2033, 2a. The valuation for assessment for primary residence 3 real property, including multifamily primary residence real 4 property, is 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value 5 of the property minus the lesser of $40,000 or 6 the amount that causes the valuation for assessment of the 7 property to be $1,000. 8b. The valuation for assessment for qualified senior 9 primary residence real property, including multifamily 10 qualified senior primary residence real property, is 6.7%, 11 of the amount equal to the actual value of the property minus 12 the lesser of $140,000 or the 13 amount that causes the valuation for assessment of the 14 property TOB $1,000, and 15, c. The valuation for assessment for all residential real 16 property that is not specified in subsection 3, Q, 2, 3, R, 4, A. 17 or 3, R, 4, B, of this section is 6.7% of the actual value. 18 thereof. 19, 3.5, a. The temporary reductions in the valuations for 20 assessments set forth in subsection 3 of this section made in this 21 Senate Bill 23-_____ are contingent on the state's authority to 22 retain and spend state surplus up to the proposition HHCAP 23 under Part 2 of Article 77 of Title 24. Notwithstanding any 24 provision of subsection 3 of this section to the contrary, if, for 25 a fiscal year commencing on or after July 1, 2023, the state is 26 not permitted to retain and spend state surplus up to the 27 proposition HH cap for the fiscal year for any reason, excluding 29,303. 1. A legislative enactment by the General Assembly, then for the 2 property tax year that begins during the fiscal year and all 3 property tax years thereafter, the temporary reductions in the 4 valuation for assessment set forth in subsection 3 of this 5 section made in this Senate Bill 23-____ do not apply. 6b. The state controller shall notify the administrator 7 if subsection 3.5 a of this section applies, and the 8 administrator shall publish notice on the website maintained by 9 the Division of Property Taxation in the Department of Local 10 Affairs that the applicable temporary reductions set forth in 11 subsection 3 of this section made in this Senate Bill 23-____ do 12 not apply. 13 Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes, repeal 39-1-104.314 and 39-1-104.4 as follows, 1539-1-104.3. Partial real property tax reductions, residential 16 property, definitions, repeal. 1. As used in this section, unless the 17 context otherwise requires, residential real property means property. 18 listed by the assessor under any residential real property classification 19 code. 22. For the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, the 21 valuation for assessment for residential real property is 6 and 7/2265,000%, as set forth in Section 39-1-104.223, 3, Q, 2, and 3, R, 2, of the amount equal to the actual value. 24 determined pursuant to Section 39-1-103, minus the lesser of $25,000 or the amount that reduces the valuation for assessment 26 to $1,000. 27. 3. This adjustment does not apply to any other class of property. 30,303. 1. 4. This section is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 239-1-104.4. Adjustment of residential rate. 1. The ratio of 3 valuation for assessment for residential real property other than 4 multifamily residential real property for the property tax year 5 commencing on January 1, 2024, is equal to the percentage necessary for 6 the following to equal a total of $700 million. 7a. The aggregate reduction of local government property tax 8 revenue during the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, as 9 a result of the changes made in Senate Bill 22 to 238, enacted in 2022, that 10 reduced valuations for assessment set forth pursuant to sections 39-1-10411, 1b, and 1.8b, 39-1-104.2, 3, q, 2, and 3, r, 2, and 39-3-104.3, 12, 2, and 13, b. The aggregate reduction of local government property tax 14 revenue during the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2024, as 15 a result of the reduced valuations for assessment set forth pursuant to 16 sections 39-1-104, 1.8a, and 39-1-104.2, 3, q, I, and 3, r, 3, for the 17 property tax year commencing on January 1, 2024. 18, 2, on or before March 21, 2024, based on the information 19 available on that date, the property tax administrator shall submit a report 20 to the General Assembly calculating the ratio of valuation for assessment 21 specified in subsection 1 of this section. 22 Section 11. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 39-1-104.6 and 2339-1-104.7 as follows, 2439-1-104.6. Primary residence real property. 1. Definitions. 25 AS used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires. 26 A. I. Owner-occupier means an individual who. 27 A. IS an owner of record of residential real property. 31, 303. 1. That the individual occupies as the individual's primary 2 residence. 3. B. Is not an owner of record of the residential real 4 property that the individual occupies as the individual's primary 5 residence, but either is a spouse or civil union partner of and 6 owner of record of the residential real property and who also 7 occupies the residential real property as the owner of record's 8 primary residence, or is the surviving spouse or partner of a 9 individual who was an owner of record of the residential real 10 property and who occupied the residential real property with 11 the surviving spouse or partner as their primary residence until 12 the owner of record's death, or 13, c, is not an owner of record of the residential real 14 property that the individual occupies as the individual's primary 15 residence, only because the property has been purchased by or 16 transferred to a trust, a corporate partnership, or any other 17 legal entity solely for estate planning purposes and is the 18 maker of the trust or a principal of the corporate partnership or 19 other legal entity. 20 D. Occupies residential real property as the individual's 21 primary residence and is the spouse or civil union partner of a 22 person who also occupies the residential real property, who is 23 not the owner of record of the property only because the 24 property has been purchased by or transferred to a trust, a 25 corporate partnership, or any other legal entity solely for 26 estate planning purposes, and who is the maker of the trust or a 27 principal of the corporate partnership or other legal entity, or 32, 303. 1. E. Occupies residential real property as the individual's 2 primary residence and is the surviving spouse or partner of a 3 person who occupied the residential real property with the 4 surviving spouse or partner until the person's death, who was 5 not the owner of record of the property at the time of the 6 person's death only because the property had been purchased by 7 or transferred to a trust, a corporate partnership, or any other 8 legal entity solely for estate planning purposes prior to the 9 person's death, and who was the maker of the trust or a principal 10 of the corporate partnership or other legal entity prior to the 11 person's death. 12. 2. Owner-occupier also includes any individual who, 13 but for the confinement of the individual to a hospital, nursing 14 home, or assisted living facility, would occupy the residential 15 real property as the individual's primary residence and would 16 meet one or more of the ownership criteria specified in 17 subsection 1, a, I, of this section, if the residential real 18 property, 19, a, is temporarily unoccupied, or 20, b, is occupied by the spouse, civil union partner, or a 21 financial dependent of the individual. 22. B. Owner of record means an individual whose name 23 appears on a valid recorded deed to residential real property as 24 and owner of the property. 25. C. Qualified senior primary residence real property. 26 means a property that is classified as such under section 2739-1-104.7. 33, 303. 1. D. Surviving spouse or partner means an individual who 2 was legally married to another individual, or was a partner in 3 a civil union with another individual, at the time of the other 4 individuals' death and who has not remarried or entered into 5 another civil union. 6. 2. Classification. A. except as set forth in Section 739-1-104.7, for property tax years commencing on or after January 8, 2025, residential real property that as of the 9 assessment date is used as the primary residence of and 10 owner-occupier is classified as primary residence real property. 11 which is a subclass of residential real property, if 12 the owner-occupier completes and files an application 13 in the manner required by subsection 3 of this section, and 14 the circumstances that qualify the property for the 15 classification have not changed since the filing of the 16 application. 17 under no circumstances is the classification allowed. 18 for property taxes assessed during any property tax year prior. 19 to the year in which an owner-occupier first files an application. 20 in the manner required by subsection 3 of this section. If 21 ownership of residential real property that qualified as primary, 22 residence real property as of the assessment date changes after 23 the assessment date, the classification is allowed only if and 24 owner-occupier whose status as an owner-occupier qualified the 25 property for the classification has filed an application by the 26 deadline specified in subsection 3a of this section. 27 if an individual owns and occupies a dwelling unit in a -34-303 1 common interest community, as defined in Section 38-33.3-103, 2 as the individual's primary residence, only the dwelling unit 3 that the individual occupies as the individual's primary 4 residence may qualify as primary residence real property, or 5 qualified senior primary residence real property. 6d, for purposes of this subsection, 2 individuals who 7 are legally married or are civil union partners, but who own 8 more than 1 parcel of residential real property, are deemed 9 to occupy the same primary residence, and only that property may 10th be classified as primary residence real property. If an 11 individual is an owner-occupier of a residential real property, 12 and an owner of record on another property along with a 13 member of the individual's family other than the individual's 14 spouse, then the other family member may be an owner-occupier 15 of the other property. 16 real property that might otherwise be classified as 17 multifamily residential real property that contains a unit that 18 qualifies as primary residence real property under this section. 19 is classified as multifamily primary residence real property. 23 applications. A. For a property to be classified as 21 primary residence real property or as qualified senior primary 22 residence real property, an individual must file with the 23 assessor a completed application no later than March 15th of the 24 first property tax year for which the classification is sought. 25 An application returned by mail is deemed filed on the date it is 26 postmarked. 27 an applicant must complete an application for -35-303. 1 property to be classified as primary residence real property, or 2 as qualified senior primary residence real property on a Form 3 prescribed by the administrator that includes the following 4 information: 5a, the applicant's name, mailing address, and social security number; 7b, the address and schedule or parcel number of the 8 property; 9c, the name and social security number of the applicant's 10 spouse or civil union partner who occupies the property as the 11 spouse or civil union partner's primary residence; 12d, if a trust is the owner of record of the property, the 13 names of the maker of the trust, the trustee, and the 14 beneficiaries of the trust; 15e, if a corporate partnership or other legal entity is the 16 owner of record of the property, the names of the principals, or 17 the corporate partnership or other legal entity; 18f, a statement of whether the applicant previously 19 qualified for the property tax exemption for qualifying seniors. 20 allowed by Section 39-3-203(1) for a different property than the 21 property that the applicant currently occupies as the 22 applicant's primary residence. 23g, an affirmation, in a form prescribed by the 24 administrator, that the applicant believes, under penalty of 25 perjury in the second degree as defined in Section 18-8-503, that 26 all information provided by the applicant is correct, and 27h any other information that the administrator -36-303 1 reasonably deems necessary. 2. The administrator shall also include in the 3 application a statement that an applicant, or, if applicable, the 4 trustee, has a legal obligation to inform the assessor within 60 days of any change in the ownership or occupancy of the 6 residential real property for which classification as primary 7 residence real property or as qualified senior primary residence 8 real property has been applied for or allowed that would 9 prevent the classification from being allowed for the property. 10c, for purposes of the application and related provisions 11 in this section, real property that is multifamily primary 12 residence real property is treated as primary residence real 13 property, and multifamily qualified senior primary real 14 residence is treated as qualified senior primary residence real 15 property. 16. Penalties. A. In addition to any penalties prescribed by 17 law for perjury in the second degree, an applicant who 18 knowingly provides false information on an application, or 19 attempts to claim more than 1 property as primary residence 20 real property or qualified senior primary residence real 21 property for the same property tax year shall, 22, not be able to claim the property as primary residence 23 real property or qualified senior primary residence real 24 property for the property tax year, 25, pay to the treasurer of a county in which property 26 was improperly classified as primary residence real property or 27 qualified senior primary residence real property due to the -37-303. 1 provision by the applicant of false information or the filing of 2 more than 1 application, an amount equal to the amount of 3 property taxes not paid as a result of the improper classification 4 as primary residence real property or qualified senior primary 5 residence real property, and 6(3), upon conviction of perjury, be required to pay to the 7 treasurer of any county in which an invalid application was 8 filed an additional amount equal to twice the amount of the 9 property taxes identified in subsection 4(a)(2) of this section 10 plus interest, calculated at the annual rate calculated 11 pursuant to section 39-21-110.5 from the date the invalid 12 application was filed until the date the applicant makes the 13 payment required by this subsection 4(a)(3). 14(b), if an applicant or a trustee fails to inform the 15 assessor within 60 days of any change in the ownership or 16 occupancy of residential real property for classification ASA. 17 primary residence real property or a qualified senior primary. 18 residence real property that has been applied for or allowed 19 that would prevent the classification from being allowed for 20 the property AS required by subsection 3(b) of this section 21(i). The classification is not allowed with respect to the 22 residential real property for the subsequent property tax year 23 and 24. 2. The applicant or trustee shall pay to the treasurer 25 of any county in which the classification was improperly 26 allowed due to the applicant's or trustee's failure to 27 immediately inform the assessor of any change in the ownership. -38-303. 1 or occupancy of residential real property, an amount equal to the amount of property taxes not paid as a result of the 3 improper classification as primary residence real property or 4 qualified senior primary residence real property plus interest. 5 calculated at the annual rate specified in section 39-21-110.56 from the date on which the change in the ownership or 7 occupancy occurred until the date the applicant makes the 8 payment required by this subsection 4(b). 2. 9(c), any amount required to be paid to a treasurer 10 pursuant to subsection 4(a) or 4(b) of this section is deemed 11 part of the lien of general taxes imposed on the person required 12 to pay the amount and has the priority specified in section 1339-1-107. 2. 14(5), confidentiality. A. Completed applications for 15 classification AS primary residence real property or AS 16 qualified senior primary residence real property are 17 confidential, except that 18(i)(a), an assessor or the administrator may release 19 statistical compilations or informational summaries of any 20 information contained in the applications and shall provide a 21 copy of an application to the applicant who returned the 22 application and the treasurer of the same county as the 23 assessor. 24(b). An assessor or the administrator may introduce a 25 copy of an application as evidence in any administrative hearing 26 or legal proceeding in which the accuracy or veracity of the 27 application is at issue so long as neither the applicant's social -39-303 1 security number nor any other social security number set forth 2 in the application are divulged. 3(2). A treasurer shall keep confidential each individual 4 application received from an assessor but may release 5 statistical compilations or informational summaries of any 6 information contained in applications and may introduce a copy 7 of an application as evidence in any administrative hearing or 8 legal proceeding in which the accuracy or veracity of the 9 application is at issue, so long as neither the applicant's social 10 security number nor any other social security number set forth 11 in the application is divulged. 12(3). The administrator may share information contained 13 in an application, including any social security number set forth 14 in the application, with the Department of Revenue to the extent 15 necessary to enable the administrator to verify that the 16 applicant satisfies legal requirements for the classification. 17(b). Notwithstanding the provisions of subsection 5(a) of 18 this section, the administrator, an assessor, or a treasurer 19 shall not give any other person any listing of applicants or any 20 other information that would enable a person to easily 21 assemble a mailing list of applicants for the primary residence 22 real property classification or qualified senior primary 23 residence real property classification. 24(c). In accordance with section 25-2-103, 4.7, the 25 administrator shall annually provide to the state registrar of 26 vital statistics of the Department of Public Health and 27 environment a list, by name and social security number, of every 303. 1 individual who had property classified as primary residence real 2 property or qualified senior primary residence real property for 3 the immediately preceding year so that the registrar can 4 provide to the administrator a list of all the individuals on the 5 list who have died no later than April 1, 2026, and April 1 of 6 each year thereafter. The administrator shall forward to the 7 assessor of each county the name and social security number of 8 each deceased individual who had residential real property 9 located within the county that was so classified for the 10 immediately preceding year, so that the assessor can change the 11 classification of the property, if necessary. 12(6). Notice. A. As soon as practicable after January 1, 2025, and after January 1 of each year thereafter, each county 14 treasurer shall, at the treasurer's discretion, mail or 15 electronically send to each person whose name appears on the 16 tax list and warrant as an owner of residential real property. 17 Notice of the primary residence real property and the 18 qualified senior primary residence real property classifications. 19 The treasurer shall mail or electronically send the notice each 20 year on or before the date on which the treasurer mails the 21 property tax statement for the previous property tax year 22 pursuant to section 39-10-103. The administrator shall prescribe 23 the form of the notice, which must include a statement of the 24 eligibility criteria for the primary residence real property and 25 qualified senior primary residence real property classifications 26 and instructions for obtaining a related application. 27 B. TO reduce mailing costs, and assessor may coordinate. 41 303. 1 With the treasurer of the same county TO include notice with the 2 tax statement for the previous property tax year mailed 3 pursuant to section 39-10-103, or may include notice with the 4 notice of valuation mailed pursuant to section 39-5-121, 1A. 5, 7 Notice of classification, appeal. I, except AS 6 otherwise provided in subsection 7, B, of this section, and 7 Assessor shall only classify property as primary residence real 8 property or qualified senior primary residence real property if 9 An applicant has timely returned an application in accordance 10 with subsection 3 of this section that establishes that either 11 classification is appropriate. 12, 2, if the information provided on or with an application 13 indicates that the applicant is not entitled to the classification, 14 or is insufficient to allow the assessor to determine whether the 15 property meets the classification, the assessor shall deny the 16 application and mail to the applicant a statement providing the 17 reasons for the denial and informing the applicant of the 18 applicant's right TO contest the denial pursuant TO subsection 19, 7, B, of this section. The assessor shall mail the statement number 20 later than August 1st of the property tax year for which the 21 application was filed. 22, B, I, an applicant whose application has been denied May 23rd contest the denial by requesting a hearing before the County 24 Commissioners sitting AS the County Board of Equalization number 25 later than August 15th of the property tax year for which the 26 application was filed. The hearing shall be held on or after August 27th first and no later than September 1st of the property tax year. 42, 303. 1 for which the application was filed, and the decision of the 2 County Board of Equalization is not subject to further 3 administrative appeal by either the applicant or the assessor. 4, 2, an individual who has not timely filed an application 5 with the assessor by March 15th may file a late application number 6 later than the July 15th that immediately follows that deadline. 7 the assessor shall accept any such application but may not accept any late application filed after July 15th. A decision of a 9 assessor to disallow the filing of a late application after July 10th 15 or to grant or deny the classification to an applicant who has 11 filed a late application after March 15th but no later than July 15th 12 is final, and an applicant who is denied late filing or an 13 exemption may not contest the denial. 14, 3, the County Board of Equalization may appoint 15 independent referees to conduct hearings requested pursuant. 16, 2 subsection 7, B, I, of this section on behalf of the county. 17 Board and to make findings and submit recommendations to the 18 County Board for its final action. 19, 8, reporting to Administrator. A. No later than September 20th 10, 2025, and September 10th of each year thereafter, each 21 assessor shall forward to the administrator a report on the 22 residential real property in the assessor's county that qualifies 23 as primary residence real property or qualified senior primary 24 residence real property for the current property tax year. For 25 each unit of residential real property, the report must include 26, I, the legal description of the property, 27, 2, the schedule or parcel number for the property, and 43, 303. 1, 3, the name and social security number of the applicant 2 who claimed an exemption for the property and, if applicable, the 3 applicant's spouse or civil union partner who occupies the 4 property. 5, B, I, no later than November 1st 2025, and November 1st of 6 each year thereafter, the administrator shall provide written 7 notice to an applicant that the applicant is ineligible and the 8 reason for the ineligibility. The notice must also include a 9 statement specifying the deadline and procedures for protesting 10 the denial of the classification. 11, 2, an applicant whose claims for the classification are 12 denied by the administrator pursuant TO subsection 8, B, I, of 13 this section may file a written protest with the administrator number 14 later than November 15th of the year in which the classification 15 was denied. An application returned by mail is deemed filed on 16 the date it is postmarked. If the ground for the denial is that the 17 applicant, or the applicant and the applicant's spouse or civil 18 union partner, claimed multiple classifications, the sole ground 19 for a protest is that the applicant, or the applicant and the 20 applicant spouse or civil union partner, filed only one claim 21 for the classification, and the protest must specify the property 22 identified by the administrator in the notice denying the 23 classification for which no classification was claimed. If the 24 ground for the denial is that the applicant is not an 25 owner-occupier of the residential real property for which the 26 classification is claimed, the sole grounds for a protest are that 27 the applicant actually is an owner-occupier and that the 44, 303. 1 applicant qualifies for the classification. 2C, no later than December 1, 2025, and each December 1, 3 thereafter, and after examining the report sent by each for assessor, denying claims for classifications, and deciding 5 protests in accordance with subsection 8B of this section. The 6 administrator shall provide written notice to the assessor of 7 each county in which an application has been denied because the 8 applicant was ineligible. 939-1-104.7. Qualified senior primary residence real property 10, definitions. 1. AS used in this section, unless the context 11 otherwise requires. 12. A. Owner-occupier has the same meaning as set forth in 13 section 39-1-104.6. 1. A. 14. B. Senior homestead exemption means the property tax 15 exemption for qualifying seniors allowed by section 39-3-203. 1. 16. 2. A. For property tax years commencing on or after January 17, 2025, residential real property that AS of the 18 assessment date is used as the primary residence of an 19 owner-occupier is classified as qualified senior primary 20 residence real property, which is a subclass of residential real 21 property, if 22I. The real property would otherwise be classified as 23 primary residence real property under section 39-1-104.6, and 24.2. The owner-occupier of the property previously 25 qualified for the senior homestead exemption for a different 26 property and does not qualify for the senior homestead 27 exemption for the current property tax year. 45-303. 1b. Real property that might otherwise be classified as 2 multifamily residential real property that contains a unit that 3 qualifies as qualified senior primary residence real property 4 under this section is classified as multifamily qualified senior 5 primary residence real property. 6 Section 12. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-1-111, amend 7, 1, and 5, as follows. 839-1-111. Taxes levied by Board of County Commissioners, 9 repeal. 1a. No later than December 22nd in each year, the Board of 10 County Commissioners in each county of the state, or such other body in 11 the city and county of Denver as shall be authorized by law to levy taxes, 12 or the city council of the city and county of Broomfield, shall, either by 13 in order to be entered in the record of its proceedings or by written 14 approval, levy against the valuation for assessment of all taxable property 15 located in the county on the assessment date, and in the various towns. 16 cities, school districts, and special districts within such county, the 17 requisite property taxes for all purposes required by law. 18b(I) for the property tax year commencing on January 19, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 1a of this section 20 is postponed from December 22, 2023 to January 12, 2024. 21.2. This subsection 1b is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 22.5a. If, after certification of the valuation for assessment 23 pursuant to section 39-5-128 and notification of total actual value 24 pursuant to section 39-5-121, 2b, but prior to December 10th, changes in 25 such valuation for assessment or total actual value are made by the 26th assessor, the assessor shall send a single notification to the Board of 27 County Commissioners or other body authorized by law to levy property. 46.303. 1. Taxes, to the Division of Local Government, and to the Department of Education that includes all of such changes that have occurred during said 3 specified period of time. Upon receipt of such notification, such board or 4 body shall make adjustments in the tax levies to ensure compliance with 5 Section 29-1-301, CRS, if applicable, and may make adjustments in 6 order that the same amount of revenue be raised. A copy of any 7 adjustment to tax levies shall be transmitted to the administrator and 8 assessor. Nothing in this subsection, 5, shall be construed as conferring 9 the authority to exceed statutorily imposed mill levy or revenue-raising 10 limits. 11b(I) for the property tax year commencing on January 12, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 5a of this section 13 is postponed from December 10, 2023 to December 29, 2023. 14.2. This subsection 5b is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 15 Section 13. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-5-128, amend. 16.1, as follows, 1739-5-128. Certification of valuation for assessment, repeal. 18.1a, no later than August 25th of each year, the assessor shall certify to 19 the Department of Education, to the clerk of each town and city, to the 20 secretary of each school district, and to the secretary of each special 21 district within the assessor's county the total valuation for assessment of 22 all taxable property located within the territorial limits of each such town, 23 city, school district, or special district and shall notify each such clerk, 24 secretary, and board. To officially certify the levy of such town, city, 25 school district, or special district to the Board of County Commissioners number 26 later than December 15th. The assessor shall also certify to the secretary of 27 each school district the actual value of the taxable property in the district. 47.303. 1b(I) for the property tax year commencing on January 2, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 1a of this section 3 for officially certifying a levy is postponed from December 15th for 2023 to January 5th, 2024. 5. 2. This subsection 1 B is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 6. Section 14. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-3-210, amend 7, 1, A, 1, E, 3, 4, B, 5, and 6, repeal and reenact, with 8 amendments, 2, and 4, A, and add 1, A.3, 1, B.5, 1, D.5, 9, 1, E.5, comma, 1, F.3, 1, F.7, 2.5, 4.5, and 5.5, as follows. 1039-3-210. Reporting of property tax revenue reductions. 11. Reimbursement of local governmental entities. Definitions. Local 12 Government Backfill Cash Fund. Creation. Repeal. 1. As used in this 13 section, unless the context otherwise requires. 14. A. Additional state revenues means the lesser of $215.40 million or the total amount of the state revenues in excess of. 16. The limitation on state fiscal year spending imposed by Section 27A. 17 of Article X of the state constitution that the state is required to refund 18 under Section 27D of Article X of the state constitution, including any 19 amount specified in Section 24-77-103.8. That exceed the 20 amount projected to be refunded as required by Sections 2139-3-209 and 39-22-627. Section 39-3-209 for the state fiscal year 22 commencing on July 1, 2022. 23. A.3. County includes a city and county. 24. B.5. Fund means the local government backfill cash 25 fund created in subsection 5.5 A of this section. 26. D.5. Local governmental entity means a governmental 27 entity authorized by law to impose ad valorem taxes on taxable. 48. 303. 1. Property located within its territorial limits. 2. E. Municipality means a home rule or statutory city, town, or 3 territorial charter city. Or city and county. 4. E.5. Proposition HH General Fund Exempt Account means 5. The Proposition HH General Fund Exempt Account created in 6 Section 24-77-203, 3A. 7. F.3. Select Special District means a fire district, health aid service district, water district, sanitation district, or library 9 district. 10. F.7. Total property tax revenue reduction means the 11 amount that a treasurer calculates for a local governmental 12 entity in accordance with subsection 2 of this section. 13. 2A. I. For the property tax years commencing on January 14, 2023, and January 1, 2024, each treasurer shall 15 calculate the total property tax revenue reduction for each 16 local governmental entity, excluding school districts, within 17 the treasurer's county as a result of all of the cumulative. 18. Temporary reductions in valuation for assessment made in 19. Senate Bill 22-238, enacted in 2022, and this Senate Bill 23-_____. 22. For the property tax years commencing on and after January 21, 2025, but before January 1, 2033, each treasurer shall 22 calculate the total property tax revenue reduction for each 23 local governmental entity, excluding school districts, within 24 the treasurer's county as a result of all of the temporary 25 reductions in valuation for assessment made in this Senate Bill 2623-____. 27. B. I. When calculating the total property tax revenue. 49. 303. 1. Reduction for a local governmental entity for a property tax 2 year as required by this section. A treasurer shall use the local 3 governmental entities mill levy for the property tax year for commencing on January 1, 2022, excluding any mills levied to 5 provide for the payment of bonds and interest thereon or for 6 the payment of any other contractual obligation that has been 7 approved by a majority of the qualified electors of the local 8 governmental entity. 9. 2. Notwithstanding subsection 2A of this section, a 10 treasurer is not required to determine the total property tax 11 revenue reduction for a local governmental entity that is 12 ineligible to receive a reimbursement from the state for a 13 property tax year in accordance with subsection 4.5 B 2 of 14 this section. 15. C. I. For the property tax years commencing on and after January 16, 2023, but before January 1, 2033, each assessor shall. 17. Calculate the difference in assessed value of real property for 18. Each local governmental entity within the assessor's county. 19. For the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2022, and 20. The property tax year. 21. 2. Notwithstanding subsection 2 C. I. of this section, and 22. Assessor is not required to calculate the difference in assessed 23 value of real property for a local governmental entity. 24. Excluding a county that is ineligible to receive a reimbursement 25 from the state for a property tax year in accordance with 26 subsection 4.5 B 2 of this section. 27. D. For purposes of this section, a local governmental. 50. 303. 1 entity within a county includes the county itself. 2. 2.5 A. on or before September 15, 2023, each treasurer 3 shall report the following estimates to the administrator for 4 all local governmental entities within the treasurer's county. 5. The total property tax revenue reduction for the 6th property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, that is based 7 on the 8. Temporary reductions in the valuation for assessment 9 made in Senate Bill 22-238, enacted in 2022, and 10. Cumulative temporary reductions in the valuation 11. For assessment made in Senate Bill 22-238, enacted in 2022, and 12. This Senate Bill 23-_____, if a majority of voters approve the 13 ballot issue referred in accordance with Section 24-77-202, and 14. 2. The increase in assessed value from the property tax 15 year commencing on January 1, 2022, to the property tax year 16 commencing on January 1, 2023, that is based on the 17. Temporary reductions in the valuation for assessment. 18 made in Senate Bill 22-238, enacted in 2022, and 19. Cumulative temporary reductions in the valuation 20 for assessment made in Senate Bill 22-238, enacted in 2022, and 21. The Senate Bill 23-_____. If a majority of voters approve the 22 ballot issue referred in accordance with Section 24-77-202. 23. The administrator shall provide the estimates 24 received in accordance with subsection 2.5 of this section 225 the Department of Revenue and Legislative Council staff. 26. 3. No later than March 1, 2024, each and March 1 of the next 27 9 years thereafter, a treasurer shall report the amount specified. 51.303. 1 in subsection 2 of this section, as applicable total property tax 2 revenue reduction and the increase in assessed value from the 3 property tax year commencing on January 1, 2022, to the prior 4 property tax year for each local governmental entity within 5 the treasurer's county and the basis for the amounts to the 6 administrator. And the administrator may require a treasurer to provide 7 additional information as necessary to evaluate the accuracy of the 8 amounts reported. The administrator shall confirm that the reported 9 amounts are correct or rectify the amounts, if necessary. The 10 administrator shall then forward the correct amounts for each county to 11 the state treasurer to enable the state treasurer to issue a reimbursement 12 warrant to each treasurer in accordance with subsection 4 of this 13 section. 14. 4. No later than April 15, 2024, the state treasurer 15 shall issue a warrant, TO be paid upon demand from additional 16 state revenues for the state fiscal year commencing on July 1. 17 2022, and, if necessary, from other money in the general fund, to 18 each treasurer that is equal to the total reimbursement 19 amounts set forth in subsection 4.5 of this section for all 20 local governmental entities within the treasurer's county for 21 the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023. 22. 2. No later than April 15, 2025, and April 15 of the next 23 8 years thereafter, the state treasurer shall issue a 24 warrant, to be paid upon demand first from the fund, and, if 25 necessary, from state revenues in the Proposition HH General 26 Fund exempt account to each treasurer that is equal to the 27 total reimbursement amounts set forth in subsection 4.5 of 52.303. 1. This section for all local governmental entities within the 2 treasurers' county for the prior property tax year. 3. Each treasurer shall distribute the total amount received from for the state treasurer to the local governmental entities, excluding school 5 districts, within the treasurer's county as if the revenues had been 6 regularly paid as property tax, but so that the local governmental entities 7 only receive the amounts determined pursuant to subsection 4 of this 8 section. 9. 4.5 except as set forth in subsections 4.5 and 10, 4.5 of this section, the reimbursement for a local 11 governmental entity, excluding school districts, for a property 12 tax year commencing on or after January 1, 2023, but before January 13, 2033, is equal to 14 For counties with a population that is 315,000 or less, 16 the entire amount of the total property tax revenue 17 reduction for each local governmental entity within a county. 18 that had an increase of less than 10% in the assessed 19 value of real property from the property tax year commencing 20 on January 1, 2022, to the property tax year for which the 21 reimbursement is being calculated, and 22 90% of the total property tax revenue 23 reduction for each local governmental entity that had an 24 increase of 10% or more in the assessed value of real 25 property from the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2022, to the property tax year for which the reimbursement is 27 being calculated. 53.303. 1. 2. For counties with a population greater than 200,000, 3. The entire amount of the total property tax revenue for reduction for each municipality or select special district that 5 had an increase of less than 10% in the assessed value of 6 real property from the property tax year commencing on January 7, 2022, to the property tax year for which the 8 reimbursement is being calculated. 9. 90% of the total property tax revenue 10 reduction. For each municipality or select special district that 11 had an increase of 10% or more in the assessed value of 12 real property from the property tax year commencing on January 13, 2022, to the property tax year for which the 14 reimbursement is being calculated, and 15. 65% of the total property tax revenue. 16 reduction for all local governmental entities besides a 17 municipality or a select special district. 18b, for property tax years commencing on and after January 19th 1st, 2024, a local governmental entity is ineligible to receive reimbursement under this section if 21i, the local governmental entity has an increase of 20% or more in the assessed value of real property. 23 from the property tax year commencing on January 1st, 2022. 24 the property tax year for which a reimbursement amount is 25 calculated, or 26. 2. The local governmental entity was ineligible to 27 receive a reimbursement under subsection 4.5 bi of this. 54, 303. 1 section for a prior property tax year. 2. C.I. The total statewide reimbursement set forth in 3 subsection 4.5 a of this section shall not exceed 4 a for the property tax year commencing on January 1st, 2024. The total of the amount in the fund and an amount equals 6 to 15% of the amount in the Proposition HH General 7 fund exempt account for the 2023 to 24 fiscal year, and 8b for a property tax year commencing on or after January 9th 1st, 2025, but before January 1st, 2033, the total of the 10 amount in the fund and in the Proposition HH General Fund 11 exempt account that is available for the reimbursement. 12 warrants for the property tax year. 13. 2. If the total of all reimbursements statewide would 14 otherwise exceed the limit set forth in subsection 4.5 c.I. of 15 this section for a property tax year, the state treasurer shall 16 proportionally reduce the reimbursement amount for each 17 eligible local governmental entity so that the total of all 18 reimbursements statewide equals the limit for the property tax 19 year. 23. The state treasurer shall reduce a local 21 governmental entities reimbursement as necessary to avoid the 22 local governmental entity exceeding ITS fiscal year spending 23 limit under section 27b of Article X of the State 24 Constitution for the fiscal year. 25d. The reimbursement amounts set forth in this section 26 are based on the amounts that the administrator reports to the 27 treasurer in accordance with subsection 3 of this section. 4. 55, 303. 1. Purposes of this subsection, 4.5, population is determined to pursuant to the most recently published population estimates. 3. From the state demographer appointed by the executive director. 4. Of the Department of Local Affairs. 5. If a local governmental entity is located in more than 1 county, then the part located in each county is treated like 7 any other local governmental entity located within the county. 8. For the purpose of determining the reimbursement amount under 9 subsection, 4.5 a of this section, but for the purpose of 10 applying subsection, 4.5 b of this section, the entire local 11 governmental entity is considered. 12.5. On or before March 21, 2024, based on the information 13 available as of that date, the property tax administrator shall submit a 14 report to the General Assembly describing the aggregate reduction of local 15 government total property tax revenue during reduction for all 16 local governmental entities statewide for the property tax year. 17 commencing on January 1, 2023. As a result of the changes made in 18 Senate Bill 22-238, enacted in 2022, that reduced valuations for 19 assessment set forth pursuant to sections 39-1-104, 1b, and 1.8b, 2039-1-104.2, 3, q, 2, and 3, r, 2, and 39-3-104.3, 2. 21, 5.5, a, the Local Government Backfill Cash Fund IS 22 hereby created in the State Treasury. The fund consists of 23 money transferred to the fund in accordance with subsection 24, 5.5, b, of this section. The state treasurer shall credit all 25 interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of 26 money in the local government backfill cash fund to the fund. 27, b, on February 1, 2024, the state treasurer shall 56, 303. 1. Transfer $128 million from the 2 general funds to the fund. 3. C. The money in the fund is available for the state for treasurer to pay the warrants required to be issued in 5 accordance with subsection 4 a 2 of this section. 6. This section is repealed, effective July 1, 2025, July 1, 2035. 7. Section 15. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 39-5-129 as 8 follows. 939-5-129. Delivery of tax warrant, public inspection, repeal. 10.1. As soon as practicable after the requisite taxes for the year have been 11 levied but in no event later than January 10th of each year, the assessor 12 shall deliver the tax warrant under his the hand and official seal of the 13 assessor to the treasurer, which shall be made readily available to the 14 general public during the collection year in a convenient location in the 15 courthouse. The assessor shall retain 1 or more true copies thereof. 16. Which shall be made readily available to the general public during the 17 collection year in a convenient location in the courthouse. Such tax 18 warrant shall set forth the assessment roll, reciting the persons in whose 19 names taxable property in the county has been listed, the class of such 20 taxable property and the valuation for assessment thereof, the several 21 taxes levied against such valuation, and the amount of such taxes 22 extended against each separate valuation. At the end of the warrant, the 23 aggregate of all taxes levied shall be totaled, balanced, and prorated to the 24 several funds of each levying authority, and the treasurer shall be 25 commanded to collect all such taxes. 26. 2a. For the property tax year commencing on January 27, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 1 of this section is -57, 303. 1. Postponed from January 10, 2024, to February 2, 2024. 2b. This subsection, 2, is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 3. Section 16. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-10-103, add 4, 1, c, as follows, 539-10-103. Tax Statement, repeal. 1, c, I, for the 6th property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, the Treasurer 7 shall mail the statement as soon as practicable after February 8, 2024. 9, 2, this subsection, 1, c, is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 10. Section 17. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-21-113, amend 11, 24, as follows, 1239-21-113. Reports and Returns, Rule, repeal. 13, 24, notwithstanding any other provision of this section, the Executive 14 Director, after receiving from the Property Tax Administrator a list of 15 individuals who are claiming either the property tax exemptions for 16 qualifying seniors and disabled veterans allowed under Part 2 of Article 17.3 of this Title 39 or the primary residence real property or 18 qualified senior primary residence real property classification. 19 for the property, shall provide to the Property Tax Administrator 20 information pertaining to the listed individuals, including their names, 21 social security numbers, marital and income tax filing status, and 22 residency status, needed by the Administrator to verify that the exemption 23 or classification is allowed only to applicants who satisfy legal 24 requirements for claiming it. The Administrator and the Administrator's 25 agents, clerks, and employees shall keep all information received from the 26 Executive Director confidential, and any individual who fails to do so is 27 guilty of a misdemeanor and subject to punishment as specified in -58, 303. 1 subsection, 6, of this section. 2 Section 18. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-22-2002, add 3, 5.5, as follows, for 39-22-2002. Fiscal years commencing on or after July 1, 1998. 5, State Sales Tax Refund, Authority of Executive Director, repeal. 6, 5.5, a. In addition to the calculations otherwise required by 7 this section, and no later than October 1, 2023, the Executive 8 Director shall calculate the amount of the identical individual 9 refund calculated pursuant to subsection 2a of this section 10 and the income classifications and the amount of the refund 11 allowed for each income classification pursuant to section 1239-22-2003, 3, for the taxable year commencing during the fiscal 13 year based on the amount of excess state revenues that will be 14 refunded under section 39-3-210 with or without the provisions 15 of this Senate Bill 23-_____ taking effect. 16, b, this subsection, 5.5, is repealed, effective July 1, 2024. 17 Section 19. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-54-114, add 10. 18 as follows, 1922-54-114. State Public School Fund, repeal. 10, a, on February 21, 2024, the State Treasurer shall transfer $21.72 million from the General Fund to the State 22 Public School Fund for the purpose of offsetting reductions in 23 school district property tax revenue. 24, b, this subsection, 10, is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 25 Section 20. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-5-121, add 3.5, 26 as follows, 27, 3.5, a, on or before March 1, 2024, the Administrator. -59, 303. 1 shall prepare a description of the property tax classes and 2 subclasses set forth in sections 39-1-104 and 39-1-104.2, the 3 valuation for assessment for the different classes and 4 subclasses, the property tax years that the various valuations 5 for assessment apply, and information about the application 6 process set forth in section 39-1-104.6, 3. The assessor shall 7 either include the description along with a notice of valuation 8 that is required to be sent in the 2024 calendar year under 9 subsection 1 or 1.5 of this section or make it available on the 10 assessor's website. 11, b, this subsection, 3.5, is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 12 Section 21. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-10-104.5, 13 amend, 6, as follows, 1439-10-104.5. Payment dates, optional payment dates, failure 15 to pay, delinquency. 6, a, there shall be no installment payment of 16 property taxes totaling less than $25, and such taxes shall 17 be paid in full no later than the last day of April. If such taxes are not paid 18 prior to the last day of April, delinquent interest on the amount thereof 19 shall accrue at the rate of 1% per month from the first day of May 20th until the date of payment. 21(b)(i) for the property tax commencing on January 1, 2023. 22. If a taxpayer elects to pay the property taxes in 2 equal 23 installments, the first installment must be paid on or before March 24, 31st, 2024. Delinquent interest on the first installment 25 accrues from April 1, 2024, as otherwise set forth in this section. 26. 2. This subsection, 6, b, is repealed, effective July 1, 2026. 27. Section 22. Appropriation. 1. For the 2023 to 24 state fiscal. -60, 303. 1 year, $207,717 is appropriated to the Department of Local Affairs. This too appropriation is from the general fund. To implement this act, the 3 department may use this appropriation for the purchase of information for technology services. 5. 2. For the 2023 to 24 state fiscal year, $207,717 is appropriated to 6. The Office of the Governor for use by the Office of Information Technology. 7. This appropriation is from reappropriated funds received from the 8 Department of Local Affairs under subsection 1 of this section. To 9. Implement this act, the office may use this appropriation to provide 10 information technology services for the Department of Local Affairs. 11. 3. For the 2023 to 24 state fiscal year, $92,162,222 is appropriated. 12. To the Department of Education. This appropriation is from the State 13 Education Fund created in Section 17, 4a, of Article 9 of the 14th State Constitution. To implement this act, the department may use this. 15. Appropriation for the state share of district's total program funding. 16. Section 23. Effective date. 1. Except as otherwise provided. 17. In subsection 2 of this section, this act takes effect only if a majority of 18 voters approve the ballot issue referred in accordance with Section 1924-77-202, Colorado Revised Statutes, enacted in Section 3 of this act. 20. And in which case this act takes effect on the date of the official 21 declaration of the vote thereon by the governor. 22. 2. Section 3, Section 39-3-210, 1, A.3, 1e, and 2.5, enacted 23 or amended in Section 14 of this Act, Section 18, this Section 23, and 24 Section 24 of this Act take effect upon passage. 25 Section 24. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 26 determines, and declares that this Act is necessary for the immediate 27 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 61, 303.
Committee will come back to order. Is there any further discussion on Representative DeGraff?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have a minute and 43, an hour and 43 left.
This is quick. Colorado homeowners and renters are set to see the largest property increase in our state's history. They need relief. Where is the relief in this bill? The sponsors of this bill point to 3 places. First, there's the relief on the state side from a 0.96% reduction in state assessment rate. The bill slightly expands some exemptions on home values before applying the assessment rate, but none of this is tax relief because it will all be paid for with taxpayer refund money we would have sent back to the taxpayers anyways. And after a few years, it will abolish taxpayer refunds forever. Second, the bill's sponsors purport the bill provides relief on the local side by capping the increase in district property tax revenues. And this is true. But local districts can override that cap any time. They can do so before you ever see that relief. The figures we're getting from the governor on how much this bill saves taxpayers assume not a single local district, not a single school board or city council or county commissioners will override that cap. For taxpayers, here's what that means. If your local government, by a simple majority vote, decides to take away your tax relief, they can. So let's take the opposite extreme and assume that every local district across the state votes to not provide local property tax relief. Then the so-called truth in taxation provision will provide no relief. It's safe to say this provision provides no guarantee of tax relief to property owners. The only guaranteed relief in this entire bill is the $128 billion set aside by JBC for year one. That's about 4% of the first year of property taxes, with no additional relief for future years. This bill guarantees basically no property relief for Coloradans. It's smoke and mirrors. The only thing this bill guarantees is that after the first few years, taxpayer refunds will be abolished forever. What's worse, this body created the crisis to begin with. Had this body simply done nothing, had we left things alone, property taxes wouldn't be going up to 30% and more across the state. After causing this crisis, we're offering voters a 0.96% reduction in property tax rates, and they only get that tiny reduction if they give up their Tabor refunds forever. This makes us look more like mob bosses or extortionists than legislative representatives serving the people. I recommend a no vote on this bill.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, it's good to see you again. Madam Chair, I would like to move L083 to Senate Bill 303.
It is a proper motion, and please ask for it to be displayed. You're helping in that.
May I please ask for it to be displayed properly?
It is now displayed properly to Amendment L083.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, this is a simple amendment. It modifies the ballot issue to ensure funding for school districts. So this particular amendment strikes, on page 8, line 13, strikes reduced property taxes for homes so that it reads, shall the state I don't think that this is actually worded correctly. I'm reading this. Page 8, line 13, strike reduced property taxes for homes. And this is important. So actually, Madam Chair, may I have just a moment?
Brief recess.
Thank you. I just need one moment. This doesn't make sense.
We're now back in order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to get my little act together here. All right, so this particular amendment strikes the language in line 13 with reduced property taxes for homes, and it also strikes lines 14 through 16 and a portion of line 17. So it would read, shall the state fund school districts by using a portion of the state's surplus up to the Proposition HH cap as defined in this measure, meaning that all of the funding would go to school districts. I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment, please.
Any further discussion on Representative Weissman?
Thank you, members. So under Tabor, it's important that the ballot title fully reflect everything that's going on. If the voters approve the question, we have that title in the bill now. We are reducing property taxes in the ways that we've spoken about by reducing various assessment ratios for different property classes, by making reductions in taxable basis on top of that for the equity reason that we spoke of. And then we get into backfill, and I won't say more about that at this point. This amendment makes the title not accurate in terms of what is the totality of what's being considered. We need to have an accurate ballot title. For that reason, I ask for a no vote on L83.
Is there any further discussion on L083? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L083 to Senate Bill 303. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move my second very favorite amendment, which is L064, and ask that it be properly displayed.
It has been moved and properly displayed. Please to the amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to explain this particular amendment. It adds the creation of a property tax task force to Senate Bill 303. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L064? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I know why this is the second favoritist amendment, because it might be the second favoritist bill that was considered separately by the good representative from Douglas County. You know, I'm going to ask for a no vote at this point. Look, we've had a lot of conversations about property taxes this session. I mean, the whole point of the bill is that the voters are sort of the ultimate property task force. We'll see what they say this November. I mean, I hope they say yes, but the point is it's up to the voters. You know, look, if there's a no vote, and I hope that there won't be, because I think we have a good balanced package, I don't know, maybe this makes sense next year. I think where we are as far as moving forward and not creating kind of too much process at this point, I'm going to ask for a no vote right now.
Representative Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the good representative from Arapahoe County saying that he didn't mind this amendment, because this was originally a bill that I ran along with the good representative from Douglas County and our friend and colleague, Senator from Logan County. And so what our plan was that we started developing throughout the summer and stakeholding in our own way was that the original bill that my colleague from Douglas County had talked about earlier would go in effect, that would basically put a freeze on while this task force was in place that would take about 2 years to really understand what we need to do for a long-term sustainable solution to property tax. Where I respectfully disagree with my colleague from Arapahoe, with the people of Colorado being the task force, is that There are a few people in this building that understand how property tax works, and then trying to explain it to the taxpayers is just not good policy. Not that they can't ultimately decide, but the work that needs to go into a long-term and sustainable solution, and I will say that my colleague from Douglas and my colleague from Logan County in the Senate, we didn't agree on all the solutions. But bringing the right people to the table to make sure the right voices are there to bring some proposals that are really good for all Coloradans is really what we were trying to do. We ask for an aye vote. We think this is the proper way to bring a solution forward that is thoughtful, long-term, and sustainable, and not just a temporary Band-Aid. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L064? The question before us is the adoption to L064 to Senate Bill 303. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L064 is lost. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my two favorite amendments have gone down, but I remain optimistic. Madam Chair, I would like to move L055 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and now it is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Senate Bill 303 allows additional revenue to be used to backfill locals and local government and grow the state education fund. The state is using the almost empty promise of backfill to non-school local governments to disguise the fiscal reality that the bill is intended to divert additional revenue to address the state's obligation to our schools, rather than to look to the state's general fund and balance our other spending priorities. There may be concerns, even with me, over the use of Tabor refunds to backfill local governments. However, at least backfilling local governments has a nexus with the mechanics and tax policy set forth in the bill. I would ask for an aye vote to this amendment, please.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to strongly ask for a no vote because this takes away all funding to the State Education Fund, which is a key part of how we fund the School Finance Act in Colorado. As I noted before, we have long struggled with the sufficiency of education funding in our state. We are bottom 10, maybe the most charitably I've seen is 39 out of 50 if you rank per capita. We're dead last in teacher pay, which is closely related to that. Part of this has to do with local property taxes. We are making the reductions that we've spoken of here because we think right now constituents are demanding that, but then we need to close the loop and provide for education funding backfill. The State Ed Fund is the logical place to do that. I think that we should all be for funding our schools through the State Education Fund. Therefore, I think that we should all vote no on L55. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of L055? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L055 to Senate Bill 303. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pigs don't count. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L055 is lost. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move L054 to Senate Bill 303 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It has been moved and properly displayed to L054.
Madam Chair and colleagues, this ballot title, which is the question sent to the voters, is misleading because it does not, nor is it intended to provide backfill. Voters reading this statement will believe that Counties, school districts, water districts, fire districts, ambulance and hospital districts, and other local governments will be backfilled and held harmless. That is actually not accurate. This amendment cures the misleading and confusing language about local government backfill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I am going to ask for a no vote because we need to have an accurate ballot title. Again, we have nuanced provisions in the law about small and larger counties, jurisdictions nesting within small and larger counties, different rates of growth. We added the amendment in the Appropriations Committee to encompass the reality that there may possibly, under some doomsday economic circumstances, we slip below a point where backfill has no longer been provided for and turn it on again. There are a variety of circumstances where backfill is going to be provided for. We think that is accurately encompassed in the existing title. We ask for a no vote on 54.
Is there any further discussion on L054? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the L054. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L054 is failed. Representative Rizal.
Madam Chair, it is still an honor to serve with you.
It still keeps on working for me, too. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to move L053 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
It has been moved and properly displayed to L053.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this amendment would add voter approval of a local ballot question to retain and spend authorized property taxes as an exemption from truth in taxation annual hearing processes. Our local voters have approved fiscal policy. The local government should not have to revisit this over and over again. This is a reasonable and advisable addition to those exemptions that are already existing in 303. I ask for an aye vote to eliminate voter confusion.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Respectfully, we think that we've already been very clear and detailed about what is and is not encompassed in the calculation for truth and taxation purposes. Again, we're starting at page 14 of the bill going into 15 and 16. Again, the nub of participatory taxation is that the voters get to be in charge under Tabor where there's already a voter-approved levy, school or other local government. That's already out because the voters said, we're okay with this much. We don't believe that this language is necessary. We believe that there's sufficient clarity in terms of what is already excluded for reason of prior voter approval. We're asking for a no vote on 53.
Is there any further discussion of L053? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L053 to Senate Bill 303. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L053 fails. Representative Frizzell.
Madam Chair, I move L063 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and it is properly displayed, I think. Yes, it is.
Oh, thank you. All right, colleagues, I have told you my favorite amendment and my second favorite amendment. This might be overtaking my preferences. The purpose of this particular amendment is that it eliminates the primary residence classification and instead creates an income tax credit for residents who live in Colorado as their primary residence.
Any further discussion of L063? Representative Weissman.
Okay, this is a genius idea.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I believe what the representative from Douglas County is getting to is a concept that will take effect, and we will refer to the work group to flesh this out, in 2025, which is a distinction between residential property occupied as one's primary residence. You know, if you're lucky enough to be a homeowner, you know, we all have one of those, and then other residential property. The distinction that would spring into effect in the future is right now in 23-24 under the bill, if voters approve.
This is a gentle reminder. It is starting to get loud in here. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The distinction is that for the first 2 years, 23-24, all residential property is going to get two things: $40,000 off basis, reduction of the rate to 6.7. Going forward, we think it's appropriate to distinguish that. Everybody still gets the 6.7. Anyway, you know, we think the point there is we're trying to provide relief for homeowners, basically, most folks who, you know, aren't lucky enough to have a second property. We are introducing here the concept of an income tax credit that is under a title that's about property taxes. I'm not going to officially ask for a title ruling. I will simply observe that I think that we're up on the line, if not over it. At any rate, I'm asking for a no vote on 63. Always happy in a future year under a more appropriate title to discuss what we do in the income tax code. Very happy to have that conversation later.
Is there any Representative Catlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the sponsors, and I'm not sure where it fits. But a lot of these farms in this country and all over the state of Colorado have more than one residence on them. And I need to know if each one of those residents will get the $40,000 reduction or just what's considered the main house, because a lot of these are really invaluable in operating some of these farms.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Great question from the representative from Montrose. The answer is it depends. Well, the first answer is that for 23 and 24, $40,000 off all residential property for these 2 years. And then going forward is when the distinction about primary sort of occupied versus not comes in. There was actually an amendment in the Senate, I believe introduced by Senator Kirkmeyer, and that was adopted over there to encompass the reality that there might be sort of joint ownership among members of a family, and somebody lives here and somebody lives there. Frankly, it opened up the eligibility of that extra $40,000 prospectively from 2025 on, even a little bit more. That amendment was accepted in the Senate. It's in the bill now before us. The answer to the question asked by the rep from Montrose really depends on who exactly is living there, and is it that person's or maybe couple's primary residence. We know that there might be sort of larger farm homesteads, maybe extended family. If, just say, Mr. and Mrs. Catlin live on one home, and that's your primary, and you comply with the process, you're going to get that benefit. And then supposing that, you know, your son and your son's wife, it's the same agricultural parcel, they live in another home, and that's their primary place, they would also get it, as long as that's the truth about the nature of that particular piece of property and how it relates to their to be in their primary home, as opposed to you know, like an investment property kind of thing. Hope that helps.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L063? See none, the question before us is the adoption of L063. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Rizal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you all will be disappointed to know that I'm winding down here. You can hear the sorrow in your voices. Madam Chair, I would like to move L080, to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
L080 is moved and now properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This simple amendment starts the base year for the 20% growth cutoff for reimbursement in 2024 and then compares it with a 4-year rolling average. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Weitzman.
Thank you. Another wonderfully nerdy amendment. I really appreciate it. Representative, that's a compliment coming from me. Members, this goes to the backfill question, which we've had some discussion about. More fundamentally, it goes to the balance question of local government revenue sufficiency and state education fund funding. I read some numbers before. I won't read them again, but the point is we still expect to see robust growth in valuation, statewide average, even if we adopt 303, nearly 20%, above 30% post the adoption of 303 in a lot of places. That's revenue flowing to local districts. Again, we appreciate there will be statewide variations. That's why the backfill formula comes in. That's why we've further tried to contemplate the reality that if there is a downturn, backfill will turn on, having previously turned off, if it turned off in the first place. We think that that's the right balance. I respectfully ask for a no vote on L80.
Is there any further discussion on L080? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L080. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L074 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
Representative Frizzell.
Yes, I withdraw this amendment. Yes, I know. I just saw that. It's to the approps report. All right.
Representative Frizzell.
Better yet, now I'm really getting close to being done. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L059 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
L059 has been moved. And is now properly displayed. To the amendment.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. This rather complicated amendment eliminates the valuation reductions if the state doesn't retain revenue under Proposition HH. This is a reasonable change because it addresses questions about how Senate Bill 303 would work in an economic downturn. And I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Weitzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the nuance here. Again, we're coming to the question, what's the right balance? I understand that this amendment proposes an alternative approach. I do think the approach we have presently is better. The forecast in the fiscal note is that we are expecting in the first year, again, if the voters decide this is the right thing, a quantity of 167 million would be the additional increment under Prop HH, and that would be available for backfill. So we think that's a pretty good amount. Also, it's important to note that even if there is a downturn, depending on the local government and what choices the voters have made, there may be some mill levies that, in the case of a downturn impacting total assessed valuation, that would float back up to provide a consistent revenue base. Bond levies are that way inherently because they have to be, because the bond holders need to get paid the agreed upon amount that's quasi-contractual in nature. Depending on the choices other voters have made, other other mills might also be floating in that nature, and thus there's already some ability, probably substantial ability, honestly, for the needs of local governments to be responded to in those downturn situations that we've spoken of. For those reasons, I ask for a respectful no vote on L59.
Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really important amendment because not once in this conversation have I heard the bill sponsors truly and sincerely address an economic downturn or a correction in this policy. You know, we talk about the happy days and the economist predictions through the next 4, 6, plus 8 years. But some of us can hearken back to 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008. Remember the housing crisis and the recession that nobody predicted? All those great economic forecasters that were sitting there busily in these back offices, prognosticating and forecasting and planning, had no idea that train wreck was coming. That was also because of bad fiscal policy and bad banking policy that happened many years before under the previous president.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, so with this amendment, I'm going to get back to the amendment right now because I don't want to get too high up here because we need to come back down here to the state level. But policy matters. Fiscal policy matters. You need to look at the future and you need to plan for contingencies. This bill fails to do that. Even with an amendment that gets rejected by the smartest colleague in my caucus on this specific subject. Douglas County Assessor for how many years?
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
I, too, am a fan of Representative Frizzell, but to the amendment.
Okay. So this amendment right here is a good amendment. But it's going to bypass everybody right over your heads. And you're just going to let it go without any consideration, or very little for that matter. So I hope we don't have a real problem. I hope we don't have an international conflict, like maybe a war in the Pacific. I hope we don't have a real crisis or a conflict that sends this economy into a tailspin, or this state and many others with all these great plans and prognostications will get a very quick, hey, this is on camera. Knock it off. Don't knock it off.
Is there any further
I'm not done yet. It's a training moment here. This is an important amendment, and consideration for negative factors and downturns in economy should be part of this. And if we would have stakeholder this correctly and still can, then guess what? There's an opportunity to plan for the negative. What's the most dangerous thing that can happen in the economy that affects Colorado? And how do we plan contingencies for it? This isn't a light and humorous conversation for you giggly people out there. So I expect you to consider, at least consider, with a level of professionalism and maturity, a yes on this.
Is there any further discussion on L059? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L059. All of those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L059 is lost. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to voice my appreciation to my colleague from Akron in reminding us that this is a serious matter. This is a serious matter. These are ideas for improvements to this bill that are being brought, and they are sincere. I would like to move, Madam Chair, Amendment L058 to Senate Bill 303 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. L058 is now properly displayed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This particular amendment simply provides a new definition of local government for purposes of determining the property tax growth cap. I ask that we have an aye vote on this amendment, please.
Is there any further discussion of L058? Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote. This one's really pretty far down in the weeds.
Excuse me, Representative. Chamber, it is starting to get loud again. Thank you. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is really far down in the weeds. A separate legal entity pursuant to the citation 29.1.203.5, there's something like an IGA going on here. This is something that is allowed under our Title 29. It can be used for plenty of permissible purposes, cross-jurisdictional fire services, things like that. Frankly, I've become aware in the metro area of some more problematic applications of this particular statute. That's a conversation for another time. When these entities are set up, funds are flowing to them, as it's noted here, via pledge. My experience is that a lot of these levies are already voter approved. It might be one of those 5-0 voter elections, but at any rate, I think that we've handled the question here. I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L058? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L058. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. L058 fails. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move L056 to Senate Bill 303 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and it is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, this is one small change in the bill. One small change in the bill to the Senate Bill 22-238 formula that was established last year. It moves consolidated county governments from the municipality category to the county category for purposes of the backfill to local governments. It keeps city and counties as municipalities for purposes of the distribution. I ask for your aye vote, please.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going to ask for a no vote. This is, again, a subtle question. Appreciate the level of detail from our colleague from Douglas County. We're basically talking about 2 cities and counties in the state. The thing there is those entities can and do levy sales tax as well. So I think the question about the sufficiency of the revenue stream related to what all we are doing here with assessment ratios is rather fundamentally different. That was the reason for the change. That's the reason I asked for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L056? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L056. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L056 fails. Representative Frizzell.
Madam Chair. Okay, y'all, you have one last shot at this. That's it. Madam Chair, I would like to move L094 to Senate Bill 303 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. It is now properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very, very important amendment, folks. This amendment eliminates the 20% local government growth cap for the backfill. We talked about modifying it earlier on, and this actually eliminates that 20%. I ask for your aye vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind everyone in the body, this state does not collect, nor do they run at all, on property tax. Local governments, so county governments, not municipalities, they run on sales tax. Local governments run on property tax, special districts, and school districts. And so when you limit how much local governments can grow by this arbitrary number, and I will tell you it's arbitrary because when we met finally with the governor's office specifically about this bill last night, I specifically asked, where did you get 20% from? And they're like, well, we thought that maybe that was a good number. And that's not okay. So I'm really asking, give these local governments a chance to be able to continue to operate their governments without the state. I mean, we'll talk about this more later, but without the state interfering in how much they can grow and how they provide the services in their counties. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my colleague from El Paso County coming to speak to this. This is actually a very important thing, and no joking aside. This 20% growth cap is going to be very challenging for any jurisdiction that has a lot of new construction, which is pretty much any county in the metro area, especially under the new local government zoning overhaul that we have been presented with. It would be one thing if it only dealt with valuation increases, but it doesn't. This number captures new construction, changes in classification, along with valuation increases. And candidly, it's crippling for our local governments. It's not okay. This is a very important amendment. I did save the best for last, so you'd be happy to know that was the last one I'm going to be standing up here imposing upon you. But this is very important to local government financing, and I do ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I'll put aside the syntactical issue with this particular amendment, but we are touching on the same key thing, which is the balance. State's role in education with state education fund backfill, sufficiency of revenue for local government, tax reductions, carefully calibrated tax reductions that our voters, our constituents are asking us to do. And then the question is, do we do it in a careful way, which I believe that we're doing here, or do we risk some other outcome? Again, as a reminder, we acknowledge that there will be different rates of growth in different local governments around the state. We have provisions for that. As to new construction versus more organic increase in valuation in the existing base of property, if you will, yes, there's going to be that variation. I'm in a high-growing area, too. I think the judgment of the policy that's before the House is growth in valuation is growth in valuation, at least to a first approximation, however that happens. I did comment yesterday in committee, and I'll comment here again, appreciate there are nuances in this. Where we have brand new growth, frankly residential or commercial, there's probably going to be one of those metro districts that we've talked about previously that will be created and will have voter-approved levies to finance a lot of that. So appreciate there is a range of points that our colleague from Douglas County is making. I just want to point out that if the concern is paying for the infrastructure in the four corners of that new development, that is going to be attended to probably by a unique level of local government with a levy that's going to float pursuant to the bond obligations. So for these reasons, I'm asking for a no vote on 94.
Any further discussion? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great amendment because I think it kind of stops some kind of backdoor action with the previous bill. 213 told us we're going to force you to grow this much and how much, and now in here we put if you grow this much, we're not going to reimburse you. So I'd just ask you all to pay attention to that, and I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion of L094? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L094. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L094 is lost. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to make a few comments before I vacate the podium. Because we've been through a lot of amendments here. With this bill, with Proposition HH, in November, if the voters vote no on Proposition HH,
Excuse me, Chamber, please bring your conversations to the side or listen attentively. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I was saying, if the good citizens of this state vote no on Proposition HH in November, they will be facing the largest property tax increase in Colorado history. If they vote yes on Proposition HH, they will be looking at the largest property tax increase in Colorado history, and they will be losing their Tabor refunds forever. That is what we are that's what we're looking at. That's why this is important. That's why we are up here talking, trying to help you understand the impacts of this bill that was not appropriately stakeholdered. And I know you're tired of hearing us talk about that, but it's a real thing because stakeholding requires listening. It implies collaboration, and that has not occurred. I am going to echo the sentiments from my colleague from Akron, who was very clear earlier. This needs to be talked about in this chamber and in this Golden Dome by all of us. I said earlier, we all have unique knowledge, experience, that we can bring to the table. This is not a one-way street conversation. This is not a unilateral decision. It shouldn't be. It is too important to the citizens of this state. I call for us to come together as a special session, in a special session, to discuss this matter and get it right. What we have before us is not going to do it. Thank you very much.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Thank you so much. Members, I am here because, we look at the fact that, this is helping our property owners. And we need to look at how we're also helping other people in our state. We know that 40% of Coloradans are renters. And because of that, I move Amendment L91 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
L91 has been moved and asked to be properly displayed. It is now properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this creates a mechanism to support renters. As we are delivering property tax relief to property owners, we are also providing relief to renters in this amendment. Tenants will see an increase in rent due to the increase in property tax, and this is a way to support renters from bearing that burden. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L91.
Any further discussion? Representative Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also ask for a yes vote on this amendment. We think it's incredibly important that we remember that a lot of people are impacted by rising properties, including the renters who are getting passed down the rising property increases from their landlords. So we think this is an incredibly important amendment to try to make housing more affordable for renters as well, who are also bearing the brunt of property tax increases.
Representative, Minority Leader, Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi. I'm going to get this by the end of this hour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm curious, we ran an amendment to kind of address this issue that was voted down that said maybe instead of looking at property tax, let's look at income tax, since almost everybody pays income tax. And that was voted down, saying that's not the way to address this issue. But now we're saying, let's make sure renters are included, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but we could have done that in another different amendment that was thought of in a different way, and that was voted down. So I guess I'm trying to understand why that was voted down, but this one's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a titled challenge against this amendment with respect to the words rental, the lines there from 7 down to 11. This tenants rental program does not fall under the title of reduced property tax voter approved revenue change. So I ask for a title challenge. I think this is out of order.
Into a recess. The chamber is back in committee, is back in order. We are discussing L091. Any further discussion of L091? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I received an email earlier this week, more than likely as a result of someone getting their property tax valuation. And I will skip to the salient parts here. He says, I own rentals and try to keep my prices down. This is the second year with large increases in valuations, and so I'm going to have to increase my rent. This will hurt all my renters. Last year, I ate the increase, but with interest rates going up, taxes going up, and insurance going up, it is really hurting people. They will not be able to buy a home. I struggle with this amendment because there are landlords like this who have been eating the increases and haven't been passing them down. And so I really struggle with the idea that we would be benefiting some who maybe not even experiencing the valuations going up on their particular rental properties because their landlords have decided to eat that increase, who could apply for a grant under this program and still be able to benefit in that way. And I think that there's a fairness issue there that I can't get behind. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a question.
Before you start, I want to restate that I found this amendment to be within the title. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is substantially similar to the amendment that was run in the Senate by our good friend, Senator Kirkmeyer. But the addition that's different is this $20 million section. So I was just wondering if the bill sponsors can explain where they got that number from and what does it do? Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Correct statement that there was a similar, not identical amendment offered in the Senate by Senator Kirkmeyer. I invite the movers of the amendment, which for the record I do strongly support, to say further. I think, again, the judgment is balanced. Eventually I'll stop using that word, but we think that this is really important because the reality is that part of rent is passed through by property tax, but 20 million is because we also want to protect what is going on with the rest of the HH distribution, which is state ed funding. 20 million is a pretty robust amount of money to be happening on an annual basis for 10 years, but the reason for that 20 million is because we do also need to protect backfill going into the state ed fund for state share of total program.
Any further discussion of L091? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L091. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L091 is adopted. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L86 and ask that it be displayed.
It has been properly moved, L086, and is now properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a technical amendment that was brought to us by our drafter this morning. The ors that are being replaced by ands all apply to dates that say on or after such and such a date, which will now say on and after such and such a date. I think that this is not a change to the intent of the law. It is just clarifying what we mean about each subsequent year that is part of this program, and we ask for your support.
Any further discussion of L086? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L086. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Any further discussion of Representative Taggart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always interesting to sit in the well. Phew. Over here to my left, I kept hearing on the votes a cat being strangled half to death. So, I promise no amendments right now, but I would like to take you through, as a businessman, the subject of compounding and how that impacts this bill, and more importantly, how it impacts the Tabor refunds, which are our taxpayers' hard-earned money. So let me start off by saying At present, I think we would all agree that that number is $2.4 billion. Does everybody agree with that? $2.4 billion is what the Tabor Amendment refund is, basically. With this bill, we introduce a second cap called the HH cap. And the calculation for the HH cap isn't a great deal different than the C cap. In the C, we have inflation and population growth, and then some deductions. In the HH cap, we have the same inflation, we have the population growth, and now we have an additional 1 point. Now, 1 percentage point doesn't sound like a great deal until you start compounding that 1%. And let me put compounding into very simple terms. Every year that goes by, the next year becomes the base year. It's not 1% off the original base year, which would be this year. It's 1% off of this year, and then 1% off of next year, et cetera, et cetera. That's compounding. So if I look at the delta between the C cap and the HH cap, and I look at the dollars associated with that, and I truly hope the prime sponsors have looked at these numbers or have spent some time on these numbers. And let me give you the assumptions that I used with this. I used an inflation level of 3% each year through the next 10 years. That was one assumption. I don't like to make assumptions, but on compounding, you've got to. On population growth, I used a 0.7% for each year over the next 10 years, plus the 1%, which is in this new bill. Hey, guys, can we just calm it down? So again, inflation, 3% over the 10 years, population growth, 0.75%, and the 1 point. And now I start to compound the effect of those three elements. But I'm only going to give you the delta between the C cap and the HH cap under this bill. For year one, that equates to $167 million. Not a significant amount of dollars in comparison to a $40 billion enterprise, but still significant at 167. At 5 years, the compounding effect of this is $1.3 billion. $1.3 billion, and that's just the delta between the C cap and the HH cap. So we also have to consider those dollars between below that make up in the C cap. At year 10, the compounding effect is $2.58 billion. Now I'll take you back to our present Tabor refund, which is $2.4 billion. So with this bill, by year 10, we will wipe out all Tabor refunds. Let that sit in for a second. We will wipe out all Tabor refunds because that delta between the C level and the HH level is now $2.58 million, or billion dollars, excuse me. If this is to be reenacted and pushed forward, such that this goes out 30 years, as Tabor now is out 30 years, the compounding effect is $17.75 billion, which is now larger than our general fund. So if you're reading through this and say, Rick, this is no big deal, it's just 1 percentage point, you're not compounding it. And the compounding effects of this legislation are huge. And how we're going to explain to our constituents in their hard-earned money that this is going to completely wipe out Tabor refunds within 10 years, I don't want to have that conversation with the citizens of my community. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry to tell my colleagues I have no amendments to offer. I know that they'll be pretty upset. It looks like a high school class during senior week in the audience right now. You know, I'm not a brainiac. I'm just a person that wants to know what a 61-page bill entails. So when I was coming up with a plan, I decided to do it like I would like to be told what it entails, not from a lawyer's perspective or from a mayor's perspective, but from a mom's perspective. So this is what I came up with. The facts are that Senate Bill 303 and Proposition HH would plan forever to end taxpayer refunds. It will also have Colorado see the largest property tax increase that we have ever seen. And the formula for Proposition HH was used to determine how much of your refund the state gets to keep each year. And the Gazette, which I don't ever read, actually had a great analogy. So, suppose someone offers to help you pay your bills, and then they reach into your pocket, grab your wallet, pull out some of the money, and hand it back to you. That's what's happening. Legislators have in mind in promising relief for Coloradans facing skyrocketing property taxes. They're basically taking your money to pay for it. That's right. While the proposal would lower the state's assessment rate slightly for residential and commercial property for the next decade, it would offset the cuts partly by tapping taxpayers' pending refunds, your money, of revenue the state expects to collect this fiscal year in excess of state constitutional limits on government growth. Okay, so let's digest that. So they're going to cause what you lose to increase exponentially every year, and by year 5, taxpayers will lose $1 billion from your refund. The money that you get is now gone. And guess what? By year 10, $1 billion is not enough, but by year 10, $2 billion. That's your money, my friends. That's your taxpayer bill of rights. That is your money that they are going to now take away from you forever. And guess why, Coloradans? Why are we in this mess? Because we meddled. We as legislators took away a solution, and we have created a problem. And now we are rushing to help figure it out. We had a solution that served as a check on rising property tax bills for decades by limiting total revenue government could derive from residential property taxes. And guess what? We tricked you by putting it on the ballot. If we had never meddled, the property tax assessment rate for 2023 would be 5%. And because of our power trip, it is now at 6.765%. And the reason why our property taxes are skyrocketing, it didn't just fall from the earth. I got my property tax assessment. It went up a lot of money. This didn't happen overnight. It happened because we as legislators meddled, and we created a problem that we should not have. So now we have increased the rate 35%, and guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna offer to decrease it less than 1%, and all you have to do to receive that whopping 1% relief is agree to give up your taxpayer refund forever. Your money, they've raised your property taxes 35%. They are going to decrease it 1%, all if you decide to never get your constitutional rights given back to you, your money. They are taking your pocketbook, taking your money, and handing it back to you. There should have been proper stakeholdering. Local governments could have come together to be funded, and we could have had property tax relief. But you know what happened, Colorado? We said no to county commissioners. We said no to CCI. We said no to CML. We said no to special districts. We said you do not have a place at this table because, by God, we have the answer, and the answer is ours to make. Hey, county commissioners, we know better than you. Sorry to tell you.
Representative, please to the bill and do not impugn the motives of the bill sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We didn't give them a seat at the table. I was really trying not to impugn. I really try not to do that, but we did not give them a seat at the table. But now we have given an amendment to pull them into play. They weren't allowed to be a part of this bill and to come up with a plan, because I will tell you, my county commissioners want property tax relief, but they also want special districts to be funded. Does anyone want a fire in your district and have no firefighters to put the fire out? Because I'm sure that Western Slope people should be paying close attention. When you decrease property taxes, guess who pays? Child welfare, hospitals, fire districts. And I saw what we did during COVID to hospital employees. I don't think we should do that to the fire employees, the firefighters. I think that would be a big fat problem. So now we're left without witness testimony, without adequate stakeholdering. And I'll tell you, I sat in appropriations and I listen. When I'm in witness testimony, I take a lot of notes, front and back, because my mind is never made up when I go into a committee. Whether it's a Democrat bill or a Republican bill, my mind is never made up. So we had different commissioners, Elbert County, Park County, Teller County. We had CML, we had CCI. We had Boulder County commissioners. We had Clear Creek. And they all said, we strongly oppose. They said the number one revenue stream for them are property taxes. And they have been excluded from negotiations and excluded from conversations that will be devastating to local government. And we insist on passing a bill that is state mandated instead of going to the table and including the people that are going to be impacted the most by this as we sit in our seats for 16 hours at a time. I'd like to know, did you guys call your fire districts? Did anyone in this building call their water boards? Did you call child welfare? Did you call the people in your community? Did you call your local firefighters? Did you ask them if they oppose this bill? Because if you did, they would have said no, because most of them testified and they said no. So where is your stakeholdering? Where is your respect to the stakeholders in your community? Because they told us no in appropriations. The fact is, this policy, 303, Proposition HH, is not policy. It's not tax relief, it is extortion. And now we are left with two bad options, Coloradans. You either vote against Proposition HH and face the largest property tax increase in Colorado history, or you vote for 303 and Proposition HH, and you still face the largest property tax increase in Colorado history, but you give up your taxpayer refund forever. The money that was promised to you in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is going to be gone forever for a tiny little relief in property tax that will skyrocket in 10 years. Coloradans, I urge you to not put this on the ballot. I urge a no vote on this bill in this assembly. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Members, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 303. But I do want to go back to a point in time. So some of you may remember that I was the prime sponsor on the resolution that repealed Gallagher. And then I was one of the faces of the campaign to repeal Gallagher. We went around the state and campaigned to get it done. And we did accomplish that. But one thing that was said all throughout the campaign that fall was repealing Gallagher is only half the problem. The other half is having the replace. There's a time disconnect between 2020 when we did the repeal and now 2023, albeit we had a global pandemic. But 303 is the governor's attempt to have a replacement to Gallagher. And what I see here is something that's not fully vetted. It's something that perhaps has been well thought out, at least by one side, but I also see it being ripe with a lot of unintended consequences. Number one is that by the year from 2032 to 2033, our assessed rates are going to balloon from 6.7% to 7.15%. And instead of having the ability of having 40% taken off the top of our assessed value before we do the percentages, then it'll be nothing. It'll just be the full assessed value. And that's why I move Amendment L085 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L085 has been properly moved and displayed to L085.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L085 makes the reduction in assessment rates permanent. And this is really important that instead of having a surprise attack on Colorado taxpayers in a decade, in 10 years' time, this would say that as we drop down to 6.7% for residential assessment rates, that becomes the new baseline rather than it floating back up. Because what's going to happen over the next decade is property values overall are going to go up. Property is the best investment, especially Colorado property. So we know that it's going to go up. We also know that Colorado is going to continue to be a popular state. We are the second most highly educated state in America after Massachusetts. We have a high per capita income compared to most states. We are the healthiest state in America. We love our outdoor recreation. We're very entrepreneurial. So we're going to continue to be a place where people from around the world and around the nation want to continue to move to and to be part of our economy. So with that, we'll continue to see property values go up because it's simple supply and demand. And we shouldn't have then this ballooning effect in 10 years out where it goes from 6.7% to 7.15% for residential. And then also the amendment, we're changing the non-residential real property assessments. So currently under the bill, we've now parsed out 5 different categories, and they range from 27.85% to 26.4%. Well, once we hit 2032 to 2033, that balloons back up to 29%. And you may be asking, why is it 29% for non-residential and 7.15% for residential assessments? That's because that's what the assessment rates were for residential and non-residential at the point in time when Gallagher was repealed. Another constitutional provision says that to raise assessment rates, you'd have to go to a statewide vote of the people. So effectively, they're frozen at that. This amendment says that once we're starting to create a new assessment rate under this particular ballot measure, that becomes the new ceiling. And if the people are going to vote on it, this is clear intent of the people that they want it to be this new rate. Because if they fully saw the ballooning effect, and I guarantee you they're not going to understand the fact that 10 years out, there's going to be a ballooning in assessment rates, and all of a sudden your tax bill is going to go up dramatically more. So this is a great amendment, one that ensures voter intent, voter clarity. We aren't keeping it confusing. And yeah, I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L085? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate the representative from Delta showing me this amendment a little bit earlier in the day. I'm going to ask for a strong no vote for a key reason, and I'll explain why we've already addressed the concern that this amendment seeks to address. So a key thing about how property tax rates intersect with Tabor is that once an assessment ratio reduction is made, it's permanent. Unless we specifically state that it's temporary, which we do in the bill for the 10-year horizon. So this doesn't seem like a lot in the way of changing, but it actually locks the state in a profoundly fundamental way that we deliberately avoid in the bill that's currently before us. We have a 10-year horizon if the voters choose. The voter is in control here. We make the changes in assessment ratios. We make the changes in taxable basis. We provide for some backfill. And then the legislature, our future successors, in 10 years, get to look at things and see where the state is and see what property valuation growth has done and whatnot. And the reductions can continue at that point. Or there's flexibility. As long as the total tax reduction is the same, things could be tweaked. That could go down a little bit more, that could float up a little bit more, but there's room for our future successors, for people chosen by our voters down the road to come in and grapple with this question again after a suitably long period of time that we've provided for stability, for certainty, for homeowners, for business owners, 10 years again. We think that's a good balance. This is truly not something that we should do. We've talked about, we don't know all future economic circumstances. That's true. In cognizance of that reality, we should vote no on 85. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Or Madam Chair, I'm sorry. My colleague's confusing me. But I think if I listened to that very carefully, and I tried to follow all that, but what I heard overall is that this locks it in a way that's beneficial to taxpayers, and that is not beneficial for government getting more of taxpayer money. So I'm going to say that I'm in favor of locking in some legislation, and I'm okay with it removing some flexibility from the government to take more of my money. So if you're okay, if you want to lock in a benefit for taxpayers, lock in a restriction for government, this is a good amendment for you. If you want to maintain maximum flexibility to take more of your money, well, then you're probably not going to like this amendment. But I am for restricting the government, locking in a benefit for taxpayers, and allowing taxpayers, you, Colorado, to keep more of your money. Vote yes on this amendment.
Any further discussion of L085? See none, the question before us is the adoption of L085. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L085 is lost. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, I rise in a I don't know position yet. The reason why I'm rising is because I just want to clear up some things, and maybe as I'm speaking to you, I might make up my own mind. First, I just want to remind us all that if 303 passes, changes don't happen until the people vote it yes or no. The arguments against constituent engagement in this bill, while part of me says I agree, this process sucked, there is still the opportunity for our communities to engage when they get to cast their votes. There is nothing greater in our democracy than voting. And by discounting the ability for every individual who is eligible to vote and who can turn out to vote to actually cast their vote, on whether or not they want this or not is a grave disservice to our democracy. We started in this talking about odd ideas around what equity is. Equity was not existent in this bill until Amendment 91. I want to thank the representative from Denver for bringing it. When we bring forward policy like this, when we bring policy that is going to go to the ballot if it passes, it's a recommendation. It's an idea. It's something that then voters get to grapple with. And if your communities don't like it, if your special districts don't like it, then they can do the work and get out there and organize. But if they don't care that much and they just want it to die here, well, then to me that says that constituent voice and voter power doesn't really matter. Take that for what you will.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a definite pleasure to serve with you.
A pleasure to serve with you.
Now, I don't come to the well a whole lot. I don't talk a lot up here. But I believe that this is important because I rise in support of SB 23303 because many of you know I've done a lot of work with seniors. Often Coloradans buy a home that best fits their needs for that period of their life, like a home that is close to their workplace or one that has extra space to raise a family. And as they get older, their needs change. Their children leave the nest, and sometimes they need alternative floor plans that better accommodate their health needs. With the increasing housing prices, senior Coloradans are too often finding themselves being pushed out of the community they spent the majority of their life in. Currently, aging Coloradans can qualify for the homestead exemption, reducing their taxable home value, but only if they stay in the same house for 10 consecutive years. These property tax increases are even harder for seniors on fixed incomes. They can't afford sudden and unexpected spikes in property taxes. SB 23303 increases the homestead exemption to $140,000 and allows seniors to continue to receive this reduction if they move from their home to a new home that better meets their needs. Yes, I said if they move from their home to a new home, making it portable. This is critical in allowing seniors to downsize, move closer to their children, buy a home that doesn't have stairs, God, wouldn't I like that, or other features that may threaten their health and safety, among many other reasons, and still qualify for the senior homestead exemption. And I'll always support my seniors. Day one, I wanted to make the Homestead Exemption Act portable. For this, I want to thank Representative DeGree-Kennedy and Representative Weissman for carrying this essential bill. So senior Coloradans have the tools to make housing decisions based on their needs. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to address the issue of seniors and housing with the homestead exemption. There have been bills that have been ran in this chamber by Republicans that got voted down that did exactly that. I won't talk to Senator Liston's bill in the upper chamber. So, and I think that's important, but that's a separate bill. That's a separate bill, and it should have been done a long time ago, but when it was attempted, it was not allowed by the majority. Now, I want to talk about this a little bit because I have a solution for this problem, and I'd like the media to listen up over there. And I've shared this with the majority leadership and the minority leadership. So pay attention, because here we go. I'm going to bring a little country common sense to the Golden Dome and see if we can open the windows and let it in. What we need to do, ladies and gentlemen, is not pass this legislation, nor the companion bill 1311. What we need to do is go into a special session that addresses these very issues. Now, before we go into a special session, we need leadership. There's leadership in this chamber. I'm looking at a good leadership representing the other side of Colorado. In the upper chamber, there's good leadership. What we do, ladies and gentlemen, is we take about 4 to 6, maybe 8 weeks, and we go around this state with those leaders and the governor's staff, and we talk to the rest of Colorado. We talk about the corpus of 303, we talk about the corpus of 1311, and we talk about how those things come together, and we make one proposition that meets all of those needs. After we do this road show around Colorado so everybody gets to talk, all the way to Durango, to Grand Junction, down to Trinidad, maybe Alamosa over here. Maybe we go up to Fort Collins. Maybe we go to Boulder. We can go to a lot of places and do the stakeholdering and the talking that's needed to get the best solution set. Then we come back, that team of people, including these 2 bill sponsors here, they come back to the state capitol and spend a week or 2 and work out the details. We also invite my colleague over here from Douglas County, who's been doing this for more than decades of her life. No, not decades, forever. Hundreds of years, she says. The point is, we bring the best of Colorado together. Okay? We keep the good parts. When we do this, then we call the special session. I'll tell you what, in 4 days, we can figure this out. The citizens aren't boxed out by the last 3 days. The lobby corps isn't boxed out because they're getting the stiff arm. See it? CML, you looking? I'm giving you the stiff arm, just like the Heisman Trophy. You're not getting that now.
Excuse me,
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Holtorf, we have 10 minutes left of debate.
I think I can talk all that, but I might not be quite as dramatic as I am right now. But you don't want the stiff arm out there. The lobby corps doesn't want the stiff arm. They don't want boxed out like in basketball. Colorado doesn't want that. We can still bring better legislation to solve this problem for all of Colorado in a comprehensive bipartisan solution. The governor's office can win. Governor's staff, I know you're listening. Turn up the volume. You can have a win because you include all of Colorado. My Democrat colleagues and their majority leadership can have a win because you've included all of Colorado and you've listened. Our minority leaders can have a win because our Republicans will be at the table this time, not out in the hallway or not even in the building, or maybe even not even knowing about the meeting because they didn't get the memo. You see, Colorado, there's a better way to govern. Now, this is a little country wisdom and a little country logic. I think we should not do this. And it's not an affront against the bill sponsors. It's not an affront against the governor's office. It's just not the right way to do this, and we can do better. Colorado deserves better, and we can give it to Colorado collectively and in a bipartisan way where everybody wins. We may come back after a couple months and look at something very similar, except it won't be 2 bills because we won't have to have the cleanup bill or the catch-all bill or the fallback bill. You won't have to have it. You'll have one bill It'll be well stakeholdered. It'll be well vetted. Everybody will participate. When we present it in the House chamber, you're not going to have this.
Representative Holtorf, could you go back to this particular bill that we're talking about today?
Absolutely, 303. Because this is the bill that we're going to make better. Under this plan, you make it better. And all of Colorado gets to participate, not just the last 3 days of the game, which is like 2 minutes of the football game, and you're in hurry-up offense because you got to make that field goal. And you're calling the plays on the line. Omaha, Omaha, Omaha. Here we go. Come on, Broncos.
So back to the bill. I appreciate sports outside the chamber, but please to the bill.
Ma'am, I don't think you're a Peyton Manning fan, but I'm not sure. But I love that audible Omaha, Omaha, Omaha. But I'm going to get back to the bill here. 303. There's a better way. There's a better way to do this today. And that's say no, so the rest of Colorado can be a part of this. And we do better because we know better. And Colorado knows what we're doing. And it's not a Sunday. So, vote no, so we can go all over the state, so Colorado can be a part of the solution to fix property tax rates and assessments, and also not try to raid the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and those funds to such a level that in the next future time, we don't have an even greater problem as described by my good colleague from Delta, who's been doing this for a very long time and much longer than me. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'll keep this short because I know my colleagues. Bottom line, Colorado, is this bill is so bad, it's been kept under wraps. It was kept from you until the very last minute, and it's been obscured by parliamentarian procedure. It is not transparent. It is a bait and switch. It's a Faustian bargain. You either get the highest tax because legislation has messed with it, or you get the highest tax minus a little bit, and you surrender your Tabor tax refunds. You sacrifice the tax. You sacrifice the refunds of the overtaxation that you experience from the government, and you surrender that forever as these grow exponentially. It is a bait and switch. Just know our colleagues are getting a lot of pressure from down below, far below, about 20 feet below at least. Colorado deserves better. Colorado deserves transparency. Colorado deserves a roadshow of what this bill does. If there was pride behind this bill, if there was a level of acceptance, this bill that was advertised, that was forecast on day one during the governor's State of the State speech when he said we're not California, but I think he said we're getting there as fast as we can. This bill was from that day. This bill was forecast along the way. We knew this was coming, but it came out on the last day. Colorado, because they know you don't like it, and they know if you find out what's in it, you won't like it. I recommend a no vote on this bill. I recommend a yes vote on transparency. I recommend a yes vote on good governance, and this bill is not it. Vote no on 303. Vote no on this irresponsible government. Vote no on this irresponsible act of legislation. Thank you.
Representative Weissman. No. Is there any further? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I was sitting here listening to some of the arguments in regards to this bill, an idea came to mind. It's probably going to take a little more time than what I thought. Anyway, what this is going to do is try and help some of these people that are asking for help. And we'll see what happens here as far as the printer works, if it does and if it doesn't. Members, this is not something that we should take lightly in regards to the state of Colorado and its future. It's complex, it's confusing, and it's got some problems that I have a problem
Representative
understanding
Kalin,
myself.
I'd encourage you to quickly move the amendment. We're very short
Thank
on
you, Madam
time.
Chair. I'd like to move Amendment 095 to Senate Bill 303 and have it displayed.
It is properly displayed and properly moved to the amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, what this does is it puts the homestead exemption, regardless if this bill fails or passes, or the votes are pass or doesn't, that part of this bill would become law. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Representative Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate where this is coming from, but we can't give seniors the benefit if we don't have any way to pay for it, so I ask for a no vote.
All those, is there any further discussion on L095? See none, the question before us is the adoption of L095. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Noes have it, L095 is lost. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 303? See none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 303 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 303 is adopted as amended. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
See no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs to leave its report is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 303 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Young. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Per House Rule 16, I move the following motion on the series of amendments that are pending to the Committee of the Whole report. Shall the main question be now put?
For your information, an affirmative vote on this motion ends any further debate on the amendments to the Committee of the Whole report. We will vote on this motion, and if the vote is a majority yes, then we will immediately vote on each of the pending amendments to the Committee of the Whole report in inverse order with no debate allowed. The question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representatives Bradfield and Epps. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 21 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the Catlin Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Catlin moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Catlin Amendment, L95, to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I'd like to move the Catlin Amendment to Senate Bill 303, or to the, sorry. I'm losing some functions after having been in this building more than I've been outside. I'd like to move the Catlin Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and have it displayed.
It is properly displayed.
Thank you.
The motion before us is the adoption of the Catlin Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Garcia Leader, please close the machine. With 20 aye, 43 no, and 2 excused, the Catlin Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Puglisi Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Puglisi moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment, L94, to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Puglisi Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the Puglisi Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Doherty. Luck. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 44 no, and 2 excused, the Puglisi Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment, L85 to Senate Bill 303, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. The motion before us is the adoption of the first Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 45 no, and 2 excused, the Soper Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Frizzell Amendment to the committee, the first Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment, L56 to Senate Bill 303, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the first Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the first Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Luck. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 44 no, and 2 excused, the first Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment, L58 to Senate Bill 303, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the second Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the second Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 43 no, and 2 excused, the second Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the third Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment, L59 to Senate Bill 303, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the third Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, please.
It has been properly displayed. The motion before us is the adoption of the third Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representatives Bradley, Luck, Wilson. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 44 no, and 2 excused, the third Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the fourth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment, L64 to Senate Bill 303, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the fourth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, please.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the fourth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 45 no, and 2 excused, the fourth Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the fifth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L83 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the fifth.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I move the fifth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly displayed. The motion before us is the adoption of the fifth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Bradfield Snyder. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 45 no, and 2 excused, the fifth Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the sixth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L60 but to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the sixth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly displayed. The motion before us is the adoption of the sixth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 44 no, and 2 excused, the sixth Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the seventh Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L82 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the seventh Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the seventh Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 45 no, and 2 excused, the seventh Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the eighth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L81 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the eighth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, please.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the eighth Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 44 no, and 2 excused, the 8th Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the 9th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L52 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the 9th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, please.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the 9th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Garcia and Luck. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 44 no, and 2 excused, the 9th Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the 10th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L49 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the 10th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly displayed. The motion before us is the adoption of the 10th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 46 no, and 1 excused, the 10th Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the 11th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L80 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the 11th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the 11th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Armagost Leader Luck. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 46 no, and 1 excused, the 11th Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the 12th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L63 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Madam Speaker, I move the 12th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the 12th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 46 no, and 1 excused, the 12th Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to the 13th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L53 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Madam Speaker, I move the 13th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Please.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the 13th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 44 no, and 1 excused, the 13th Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the 14th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L54 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the 14th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is almost, there it is. It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the 14th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 46 no, and 1 excused, the 14th Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to the 15th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L55 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the 15th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the 15th Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 46 no, and 1 excused, the 15th Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L84 to Senate Bill 303 to show that said amendment passed, and that Senate Bill 303 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the second Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Luck. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 46 no, and 1 excused, the second Soper Amendment is lost. There are no more amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Announcements. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to announce that there will be a conference committee on House Bill 1216 in about 10 minutes in room 109.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Judiciary Committee members' duty calls one more time. 5 minutes once we recess. We are meeting across the way, Old State Library. We have Senate Bill 158 on our calendar that we need to hear. Please be very quick getting over there. Thank you.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, we're going to try to clean out the fridge in the break room this evening, so please make sure that you get everything out of there that you don't want thrown away. Thank you.
Representative Winter. And Representative Holtorf.
Get it, Holtorf. I'm good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind everybody we put this little flyer on your desk. We're going to have more details tomorrow and even more to come, but we're excited to bring everybody out to the Eastern Plains and southeastern Colorado and hope you all can join us. Please start to make plans and we'll have more information soon.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In an effort to continue to close the rural-urban divide, we are hosting another rural legislative tour. I want to thank my colleague from House District 47 in the House for being a co-sponsor of this. I know that our Ag Chairwoman, who leads all issues that are Ag in this House, has asked for details. So the dates have been set for June 21st and 22nd. The first day, Madam Speaker, you will be invited to tour northeast Colorado and the eastern part of the state. We will be going to a cheese factory in my district, Luprino. We'll also be visiting a very progressive dairy that's also in Morgan County. We will have lunch at the Sterling Livestock Commission sale barn, and all the meals are going to be covered by those folks that are sponsoring the tour who want you to come out and learn about the rest of Colorado. So the meals are going to be covered. They'll be modest country-style meals, so it won't be like going to Ocean's Prime or down here to the Capitol Grill or one of those big highfalutin steak houses here in the big town. Now,
I think Minority Leader Lynch has given you the move it along.
yes, I have. That's not my good eye over here, and I have this eye closed. So I do want to mention, though, the second day, June 22nd, we're going to be going to southeast Colorado, and there's still some details to that. But here's what's really special. We are going to go to Representative Kimmy Clark Lewis's ranch. We've been invited back by their family. For those of you that have been in the chamber a while, you knew her. She was from Kim, Colorado. And there'll be more details on day 2. What I do want to let you know, Madam Speaker, and to all my colleagues, is you can attend the first day or the second day, or you can attend both days. And we're trying to get the lodging figured out for the layover night, either in Burlington or in Lyman. But and I would like us to stay in Burlington, but that's just me. So I'm not going to talk or filibuster our own tour, but I did want people to know that we really want you to know what's going on, because people are making summer plans now. And we really want you to think about participating. You're more than welcome. We'll be great hosts, and you can learn a little bit about what we're here trying to promote every day we come to the Golden Dome. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your attention, and God bless America.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we are going to recess for committees to meet at this time, so I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.